Today we're facing Reason Gaming, and I think we're gonna win easy.
I think we're individually better, and our jungler is more skilled than their jungler, and that's what pretty much the game is about right now.
Like, if he's playing bad, they are losing. Like, it's all about him. If we shut him down, we win.
Hopefully, if we bring out the best we can get, I think we can take the win.
Nothing in the games that they played versus NIPs impressed me. I think we prepared enough to win versus Reason.
We know their play style, so we know how to beat them.
So basically we need to win to get the qualification for the promotion.
If we win, then we get to play one of the bottom LCS teams and have a chance to qualify for LCS.
And if we lose, we pretty much go home.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2014 European Challenger Series Spring Playoffs, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola and Jojo Miller. And alongside me again is none other than Trevor Quickshot Henry. How are you doing today, Quickshot? Someone trolled me by putting an extra Joe in there.
I'm doing fantastic, and I'm glad to be here kicking off the last day of playoffs. We're going to find out which team is going to the promotion tournament alongside Cloud9 and Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, we are today closing out the European Challenger Series Spring Playoffs, starting with a best-of-5 matchup between Denial Esports and Reason Gaming for third place, but more importantly, for the third and final berth in the LCS Summer Promotion Tournament.
Yeah, and then immediately following our third place match, the top-seeded Ninjas in Pajamas take on the second-seeded Cloud9 Eclipse for the first ever European Challenger Series title. One of those two teams will be making history as the first Challenger champs ever.
And of course, you can always track the Challenger action simply by going to lolesports.com.
Yeah, there you can find stats, scores, schedules, and more under the Leagues and Tournaments tab near the top of the page.
And now that we've got all that business done, let's get down to the fun bit. It's time for the Challenger Series Spring Playoffs third place match between Denial Esports and Reason Gaming. And while these teams came up short in yesterday's semi-finals, they still have one more chance to win their way into that all-important summer promotion tournament.
Yeah, win 3 games and they are in. It is that simple in theory. But to do that, these teams will have to shake off yesterday's very tough losses. In the first semi-final match, Denial went head-to-head against Cloud9 Eclipse, a team that they had actually deleted in the second Challenger Series. But after dropping game 1 of the semis, Denial bounced back. Then they forced that game 3. But unfortunately, in that must-win game 3, Denial did not. And now they have one more shot to make it to the promo tourney today.
But standing in their way, of course, is Reason Gaming, or actually it might be more like lying in their way, because yesterday Reason were rolled over by the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, game 1 of the series, NIP recorded a perfect game. Reason didn't get a single kill, nor did they get a tower, nor did they even get a dragon. It was a complete shutout. I think game 2 didn't go much better. It still ended with Reason Gaming's Nexus being blown up, and now they find themselves in this final fight to keep their LCS dreams alive.
And while Reason looked overmatched against the former LCS pros, the talent gap in today's game, I think we can say, is much closer. Now, if they want a shot at the promotion tournament, they're gonna need Trashy to step up big time here. We heard it in the video before. He's a key man on the team.
And I agree with that. You just saw Reason's stat line versus NIP. Out of the 6 kills they managed as a team, Trashy got half of them. He was the only player on Reason to have a positive KDA, more kills than Dest at 3-2-1. Plus, he stepped up big in a high-pressure pack game 3 of their quarterfinals. This is a long time ago. This is where he recorded 7 of his team's 11 kills against Team Coast Gold. I think there's even more pressure on Trashy today because he needs to step up once again, and this is a do-or-die match if Reason wants to pull out the victory.
And I think we can say, just like Reason, Denial are going to need their jungle to step up as well if they want to make a play for the promotion tournament. After having an impressive second spring series, Kikis was kicked around yesterday by Ku and Cloud9 Eclipse in yesterday's playoff semi-final.
Yeah, so Kikis ran with Master Yi, the jungler du jour at the moment, in 2 of their 3 games versus Cloud9 Eclipse. And frankly, he was underwhelming at best.
Yeah.
It did not work out. The one champion he did do well with was in their game 2 win. He had a much better performance as Evelyn. He provided lane pressure that his team needed, and he had some good flanks. I do have to admit, though, his positioning on both Yi and Eve in the first 15 to 20 minutes cost his team kills. He needs to think a little bit more about that. In conjunction with the rest of his team, I think Denial needs a stronger laning phase, and they need to fix the issues with that early game control and positioning, and Kikis will be a very key member to solving those problems for him and his team.
And with that, let's check out the starting lineup. Spawning on the blue side for the odd numbers games is Denial Esports, with Baboonia in the top lane, Kikis in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, Woolite the AD carry, and Super A's the support.
And gearing up on the red side for the even number games, it's Reason Gaming, with Beanzu in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle, Senkirk's in the mid lane, Chrisland on AD carry, and Barney D as your support.
So as we move to Champion Select then, as per usual, what are we expecting to see from this game?
So yesterday we seen Master Yi, we seen Nocturne being pulled out. Master Yi was obviously played by Denial. Nocturne was pulled out by Reason, neither of which were super successful.
Yeah.
I think outside of the jungle picks, I'm expecting a lot more sort of standard meta champions because both of these players and teams run a lot of the meta picks. You do need to keep your eyes open on Senkirk though. He does like to throw a spanner in the works with those oddball assassin picks every now and again.
I thought you were going to say with the Heimerdinger, because, you know, you throw spanners as well. First ban out, though, in this first game will, in fact, be Thresh for Denial. If we think back to yesterday, Denial had Morgana and Mundo banned against them in every single game against Cloud9 Eclipse. This time around, Ziggs will be the first ban out from Reason.
So that's an interesting one, because yesterday Denial did actually first pick Thresh in their third and final game, and we felt that when Super A's was on Thresh and not on Kale, he was having... he had a larger impact in the game. So I think it's interesting to see Denial taking that one away. They may put some priority on a first pick Lulu, which is also something they did yesterday.
So Lee Sin taken away from this one as well, not wanting Trashy to get his hands on that one. Mundo will be banned away again against Baboonia in this top lane. So that's 4 games now in a row here this weekend that Mundo will be banned against Denial.
4 for 4, nobody in the Challenger Series or Challenger Playoffs wants Denial to play Mundo. It's that simple.
Yep.
Considering the power of that comfort pick and seeing how well Baboonia did actually play yesterday, it's not surprising. The one thing I do want to highlight, Ryze is still up and available, and that was also a champion that Baboonia really impressed us with. It did a lot of work against Cloud9 and was largely responsible for their Game 2 victory.
So we see actual first pick coming in here. Nidalee, final ban, by the way, for Reason was LeBlanc. That'd be against Nick, but they've locked in that Nidalee straight away here, not messing around. And of course, it was Nidalee that caused them the problems yesterday against Cloud9 Eclipse. In fact, the 2 games that they lost were against the Nidalee.
Interestingly, Nidalee has been first picked on blue side, not on red side. So this is something that we're seeing from a trend from the Challenger teams, is that preference to get that Nidalee. It's a safe lane. You know, you have a heal, you're very mobile once you hit 6th. And as we talked about yesterday, there's always a point in the game where a Nidalee Sphere is going to decimate your HP bar. It is just a matter of time. And thanks to the fact that you can heal and that it's quite difficult to lock it down, you're almost safe in knowing we'll get to that point eventually.
So, Reason Gaming here taking Lucian Leona. Now, we can draw some very real comparisons to yesterday because every single game they banned Morgana. Cloud9 Eclipse banned Morgana against Denial and took Leona every single game. This time, Morgana's available. They've taken Leona. Will we see that here for Denial?
It's a definite option for Denial. The real question is, what do they want to do with the rest of their composition? If you do go for the likes of a Morgana, I may even theorize you might want to stick a Caitlyn in there. Caitlyn versus Lucian is not necessarily a terrible matchup. Yes, the Morgana into Leona is a slightly more difficult to play if you're the Morgana, but both champions have the option to counter the other. What we've seen, especially in the North American scene, is Leonas can beat Morganas by taking advantage of the Black Shield. Jump up. Once you know the target with the Black Shield, you just flash and stun the alternative person in the lane and go for the kills that way. So there are tools to work with. But, as I was going to say, Denial, they need to decide what they want. We've seen a Kale support from Super A's yesterday. I was not particularly impressed by it. But on the same token, Denial, Kikis were just completely destroyed by Ku, so he never got a chance to really scale into it.
They didn't get a chance to do much, did they, in game number 1? That was a very one-sided affair. Rai going to be picked up here, though, for Baboonia. We talked about that he actually, in the game that they won against Cloud9 Eclipse, played Rise, game number 2, ended up 5-3-11, had a strong game on that one. His Jarvan pick later on didn't work in that series. I'm happy to see him on Rise here today.
There's already a emerging problem that I don't like from Denial. They're going to take time to get to a power spike. You know, Nidalee needs to get ability power before Javelins are going to hurt. Rise needs 20 to 30 minutes before his tier and his Rod of Ages are completed and stacked up. If Denial do not have a strong laning phase, they can get bullied and pushed around the map. They cannot afford to make mistakes. And when you look at Reason locking in Elise as that very early gank-heavy jungler that can disrupt those slower laners, there's a lot of pressure and onus on Denial to make sure they don't fall behind in the early stages of this game.
So we are going to see Elise here in the jungle for Reason and Irelia. Now, Irelia played in the last 3 games, actually, by Reason's top lane of Binsu, both games against Ninjas in Pyjamas, and in their quarter-final 3rd game matchup against Mouse Sports. Now, his stats with that Irelia have not been impressed at all. I don't want to say not impressive. He's not had masses of kills, not had masses of assists. Like 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 0, 2, 2, 3. Been very low-scoring matches for him.
So it's a comfort pick for Binsu. And I want to talk about the matchup. If we go to Super Week in the LCS, Wicked actually played Irelia into a Rise, which is the matchup we're going to be seeing here. He built damage. He went a very aggressive Irelia build, and he dumpstered Rise. In one-on-ones, both with teleports and, split pushing the lane, Irelia was winning that matchup. Wicked was ecstatic after the game because, well, it's Irelia and he was winning his lane. And I think if Binsu can put himself in a similar position and get aggressive and control Rise for the opening 20 to 30 minutes of the game, that's another positive way that Reason can take charge and grab reins of this first match in the 3rd place final.
So Denial, final 2 picks here, adding a lot of mobility in with those final 2 picks as well. Sivir, the AD carry, and taking Vi for the jungle.
So Vi this is the first time we're going to be seeing it this weekend. Clear, strong initiation. I like the fact that you've got a lot of mobility here. You've got movement speed increases you've got movement on every single member of Denial. So they have tools to deal with Reason Gaming and team fights. When a solar flare comes down, you can pop on the hunt and you can spread away from it as much as you can. You can maybe pounce out of the range. The trick for Denial is to make sure they pick the right targets when they jump into these team fights. If Denial overcommit by throwing Vi in deep and Kale can't get in range for intervention, or Nidalee's hanging out on the side trying to throw spears, Reason do have some tools to displace them and deal with them. There's a lot of hard CC and a lot of damage on Reason's composition.
And speaking of Reason's composition there, for the final pick, Orianna was chosen here for St. Cook's in that mid lane.
I would dare say that Reason have gone with a slightly more standard type of composition, that bruisery, tanky top laner that's a little bit more attack damage based with a lot of AP from your jungle and your mid lane. Over on the side of Denial, they've got a lot of their magic damage from their solo laners, both top and middle. And I think what I like about Reason is they also have a lot of tools to both engage and disengage. Shockwave can be used aggressively and defensively, as can Solar Flare. But what I do like about Reason is their champions have a shorter fuse before they can get explosive. And if they can take advantage of that earlier power plateau, they can really get into Denial's face and deny that early scaling, or that scaling that we're expecting from Nidalee, from Rise, etc.
With that, though, you've always got to bear in mind that if they implode it in the early game and end up giving some kills here, then that is complete bad news for them. If you look back to their games yesterday, they just weren't really present in them. Game 1, obviously, was the perfect game for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Didn't lose a kill, tower, dragon, nothing. There was nothing in that game for Reason.
Based off of yesterday's performances, you have to think that Denial would be a little more confident coming into today. They put up a good fight. It was scrappy, for their 2nd and 3rd victories. And they were at least on par with power with Cloud9. Reason Gaming, on the other hand, you'd have to think the expectations are low. They really got destroyed, and now they need to bounce back from that and deal with it.
So here we go then. In-game, it's Denial versus Reason Gaming, and the first match of what could be an epic best of 5. The prize certainly is epic. One of these teams will be going to the Summer Promotion Tournament, and a possible spot in the LCS waiting for them. Still a lot of work to be done before they get to that stage, though. And actually, Denial, we saw this from them yesterday, actually. They like to make a bit of a move at level 1.
Yeah, so Denial in 2 of their 3 games would go for this bush invade. They've got all of their members stacked up against 3 members of Reason, but there's full vision, so Reason should be able to get out cleanly. There's no hard CC outside of a rune prison, so if Babunya rather had skilled up his rune prison like he has, they've caught Chryslant, and that's very low.
That is good damage. Crystalland actually not flashing from that one. There were flashes available, but you have to think with Crystalland having flash and summoner heal available for him there, he would have survived.
So there was two things. On the side of Denial, there are no Ignite Summoner spells. You have a double heal lane from Woolite and from Super Rays. And you've got Intervention, and Kale's got a heal as well. So this is going to be a super let's never die lane. And if you ever see Woolite and Super Rays dying in these laning phases, they've been severely outplayed or been caught out of position. On the other side of the coin, we are seeing our first exhaust of the Challenger playoffs as well. And just keep in mind that the exhaust has been reworked on 4.5. It reduces more damage, but doesn't necessarily reduce as many auto attacks as well.
Yeah, I think actually yesterday Barney D did run that one against Ninjas in Pyjamas. In fact, I think both supports were running exhaust yesterday. We have seen Super A's when he played Kale yesterday was also running Flash Heal. Yeah. Right now, Reason Gaming actually pushing back here against Denial and moving in towards that blue buff. Denial have backed away from this one, and I'm not sure that they were spotted coming into this one at all. Either way, we are going to be seeing lane swaps coming around. In fact, both duos looking like they're going topside.
So we'll see how this lane swap works out. Yesterday's Super Ace played the Kale into Leona against Cloud9. And part of the reason I was not particularly impressed by it is Voidal had a lot of very good engages. At level 3 and level 4, Voidal was jumping into Super Ace's face and making his life very, very difficult. So we'll see how Barney D handles himself. You obviously assume that until Barney D gets some levels, he is going to be playing more defensively, and Crystalland should be losing some CS. Just about those junglers, it ends up being a blue buff swap. Teleport was used by Beanzu though, as well as Babunia to get to that bottom lane.
Get in there, and that will leave us with a duo on the top side of the map. Sivir Kale versus Leona and Lucian. And right now, we can see that Denial pushing this lane up pretty heavily already here at the start, getting some early damage off on towards Barney D.
Yeah, so, Lucian is pretty good at pushing lanes, in the early stages of the game. But when you have Kale with the Righteous Fury as well as that Sivir, it gives you a lot of lane control when you want to play that aggressively. The one thing that Denial need to be a little bit wary of is that they are dealing with a jungle Elise. Yes, Elise has had some of her numbers tweaked and dropped in recent weeks, but at the end of the day, she still has a cocoon, she still has a hard stun, and if Leona gets as well, there is a lot of damage that can come down.
Yeah, going on towards Woolite there. Actually, it's Super A's that's trying to put the damage back here onto Reason. To be honest, not really losing much HP whatsoever there. It was Woolite who took the brunt of all the damage that was dealt. Just to keep an eye on the jungles, Elisa's moved away from this top side of the map, so Trashy trying to get some early farm going on this one.
Yeah, working his way up in levels. I wonder the decision making if Trashy's feeling a bit more confident going into the Rise lane. We've seen it yesterday as well, that the Rise lanes tended to be ganked a little more often by the Challenger teams, and you can theorize it's just to reduce the time that he's CSing and try to delay his power spike. We tend to see Rises hit like activation, so to speak, around that 22 to 25 minute mark when the tier's fully stacked and they've got a Rod of Ages that's close to, if not completed.
Well, CS in that solo lane down bottom is pretty bang even right now. Beanzu having that big wave pushed up under his turret. Not really having any problems with that Blade Surges. Babunia going to be forced to flash here. He just caught sight of Trashy down the back. There is a repel coming in. Have they got the damage? Cocoon going to come out. They lock him up. And that's first blood going over to Reason.
After watching that introduction video where Denial were talking about how Trashy, if he performs, Reason will win. And if Trashy doesn't perform, Reason will not win. That is a great gank. They did have to burn the flash for Trashy, but he threaded the needle through the cocoon just past the minion wave. Not only did they grab themselves first blood, it went to the top laner of Beanzu, which is great, and all of this golden experience has been denied to Rise. Keep in mind, though, that Kikis is now a little bit ahead in experience to Trashy, so that Assault and Battery from his ultimate will be there soon.
They spotted that Trashy was actually coming towards this mid lane, and Nick just going to step away there. Just get hit by the spider lane, and now Woolite taking a lot of damage up in this top lane as well. Leona having a good time of landing these Zenith Blades up until now. Woolite needs to be a little bit wary of this one.
This is exactly what happened yesterday. Woolite and Super A's going Kale support versus Leona. They were playing on the back foot for a large portion of that laning phase, thanks to well-timed engages by both Leona players, Voidal yesterday, and so far, Barney D today. Because of the fact that Woolite is on less than half hit points, he cannot afford to play aggressively. The moment Barney D steps forward, you'll notice Woolite instantly backs away. If he gets caught by another Zenith Blade and stun, there is 2 heals that need to get burned through, but there is the threat of him getting taken out. So keep your eyes on those summoner heal baits, which Denial might be trying to play for.
Interesting seeing him holding on to that spell shield to, you know, not block out Crystal, and knowing that he's probably going to have to save that for if Barney D actually goes diving straight in on top of him there. The CS between the 2 AD carries is pretty even considering the amount of damage that's been put down here by Reason. 43 to 39 CS, and there's a big wave pushing on towards Denial here, so that will actually bring him straight back even, and maybe even put him in the lead if he manages to land all those. If we look down the bottom here as well, we see that Rise has now got his tier completed with the boots in there as well. Double Doran's Blade and Doran's Shield, so the 3 Doran's items start for Binzu.
So we talked about how if Irelia does go an aggressive item build, damage, etc., you can actually deal with the Rise in those early stages up until the point Rise starts getting like super tank levels. I like seeing that double Doran's Blade and Shield. If Binzu can keep getting some kills and keep getting lane dominance, he needs to take advantage of this very early pass spike and not go down.
Gonna take down Binzu, and that's Kiki's coming in there, and to be honest, both of these teams had a lot to say about each other's junglers. Barney D actually quite deep in this one. They're going to go on towards Warlight. There is one summoner heal going to be used. Have they got the damage to force them away? Crystalline actually down to half HP from this one. The Boomerang's going to do a lot of damage, but Warlight's still fairly low, and there's still a heal there for Crystalline.
So 1 heal on each side. We'll see how they make that work. Kikis is going to go in on Senkux in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to get him there, though. That's the danger. Actually, we will see the shockwave use on towards Kikis, but he needs to be very careful here. Nick gonna go diving in. Here comes Trashy Cocoon, not quite got the range. Kikis now trying to escape and will escape from that one. Already got out of range, and they're just gonna push straight down this mid lane. They've got quite a lot of minions with them.
Yeah, and they'll be able to get a lot of damage on this mid turret. It does look like the Nick wants to get in range to at least see a smart call by Reason to back away. I want to go all the way back to the kill in the bottom lane, as Binzu is going aggressive with Babunia.
He's going very aggressive. Actually going to dive into him there through the ultimate his way as well. And despite that kill that Babunia picked up there, Binzu coming straight back into it and saying 1v1, I can still have you.
Yeah, the problem is, every time Binzu does that, he burns through his mana pool. The Cocoon doesn't connect, and this is a risky dive.
Are they going to dive it? No, they're not. Without the Cocoon net, still far too risky with Rise having that ability to lock you up underneath the tower. And here we see the first blue buff's going to be gifted over. 8.5 minutes in, first one of the game there for Nick. Trashy going to start his off. That will, of course, go over to Seconds as well. Very
active ganking paths for both of these junglers in those solo lanes. If either team had managed to secure kills like at these later stages, these later minutes of the game, it may open up some pathing towards the dragon. But the one thing that, you know, Denial really want to do is they need to match blow for blow. If they give up a kill, they have to try and find a counter kill. If Denial give up a tower, they have to find a counter tower. Because the moment Denial start falling behind, that's when their champion composition is really going to struggle. On the flip side, knowing that you've got that Nidalee poke, knowing that you're going to have that guaranteed engage from Vi in conjunction with, at some point, guaranteed damage from Nidalee, you know, a spear will land. You then have a very nice mid-game strategy, but Binzu's taking so much poke from Babunia.
Oh, well, that's dead. Crystalline finishing off that one there in the top. Barney D once again locking him up. They hit 6 and pretty much went all in on that one. We see the solar flare on cooldown. Binzu actually falling low again in this solar lane. And Babunia, whilst he's got good damage on there, I don't think he's quite got enough to finish him off.
Not just yet. And remember, he's not running that Summoner Ignite. So the kill threat is not quite yet. Now they're diving Super Ace.
They're diving Super Ace, who's only level 5. There's a flashback from him. Will he get away from Crystalline, who's going to have a dash up here in a second? Is there a heal available for Super Ace? Crystalline decides not to chase in, and he's gonna survive it, but they may lose the tower.
Small misplay by Crystalline to not actually get the last auto attack and secure the kill. I think at the end of the day, getting all of this damage on the tower, we do see Siva moving into range to defend as best as she can. But advantage to Reason Gaming, they should take this tower down. They do. And now we need to see, do they rotate around the map? You tend to see that tower falling and then moving the dual lane. Binzu may go down. Assault and batteries available.
But Babunia's got no mana left here, but there is the assault and battery coming in. Is the finisher going to come down? Kick is taking too much damage. Babunia will flash around. Binzu managing to get some health back, and Babunia has to back away to the tri-bush. Oriana is coming down. Babunia's going to play the recall game here and hope that he can get away before Oriana gets in there. I think he's got enough time to get away from that.
He does.
Zencox does come around. around, but it's just too late.
And just like that, misplaying the top lane, not landing all of your abilities together, and unfortunately Babunya, because he burned so much mana in the trades earlier on, trying to control Binzu in the lane, he didn't have enough mana to work with the gank from EUCS. To be fair, they were running for a couple of seconds longer as well. They were trying to get in range with an Assault and Battery. EUCS had to flash just to get in range. It was not ideal, and at the end of the day, Binzu, you have to think a little bit lucky to get away with his life there, as well as that great positional play with his Blade Surge underneath the tower.
Well, look or not, it looks like Reason are going to try and turn this into a Dragon pickup. As Nick just waiting off to the side here. The spear's going to be thrown through. The culling will come out from Woolite as well. And there is the Dragon pickup. It's going to be Trashy that smites that one away. First one of the game going over to Reason. Gives them quite a considerable gold lead here at 11:45.
Even without the kill in the bottom lane, because they secured the tower up top, Reason had rotated their dual lane towards the bottom half of the map, and that immediately just gave them a numbers advantage. They had a positional play as well. Even though Denial knew it was coming, they did not respond quickly enough, so they couldn't challenge and they couldn't contest. Reason with a very strong start to this game. I do want to say it was somewhat expected. When you look at the champion compositions, you do feel that Reason Gaming have champions that can make plays a little more often, but you have to give props to Denial. I think EUCS has had two pretty good ganks against Binzu Zyreli in that bottom lane. And I don't think Denial can afford to fall further behind. The moment they do, Ryze and Vi should be able to burn through Irelia or Elise when they jump into fights.
Now as Nick just getting pushed on. Actually, Binzu going to come in. There's a flash away. Kiki's actually used the Assault and Battery there onto Binzu underneath the tower. But look at the damage that Kikis has taken from that one. He's going to have to Vault Breaker straight back out of there off to the Wraiths. And that may just leave this turret under pressure now. 3 men coming in for Reason Gaming. Nick starts to back away. He's pretty low on mana. Kikis is pretty low on health. They have to be careful.
Yeah, at this point in time, because there is some AoE from that Vi as well as the Cougar from Nick, I think if he goes in range, if a Cocoon lands, that's it. There is kill threat. They've pulled Babunya down from that top lane. He was only on his inner turret. But as you've highlighted, Nick has got no mana to throw javelins. He's just trying to poke them down. Unfortunately not connecting, and wave off the wave. As long as Reason brave it out, they should be able to get this tower on the next wave.
See what Babunya can do to stop that one. He's got the Catalyst now finished off with his tier. And the second mana crystal as well. So another spear comes flashing through, but again, you see Babunya having to use his ultimate here to finish off that creep wave as fast as possible to deny some free time onto the turret. There again, Nick just jumping forward, and again, we'll lose out on that trade. We can see down the bottom as well, Supraze is struggling here, having to heal constantly on himself.
Yeah, I think Nick is missing a lot of those abilities, and Supraze is in trouble.
Yeah, this is mega trouble for them. He got just behind the turret there. And we saw the Solar Flare maybe a little bit too late into that one, but either way, they're going to get a tower from this one, and Denial know it. They're going to back away from that mid lane, and that will be the second of the game for Reason. It's not over just yet. They're going on towards Crystalline. He's not got no mana from this one. Barney D trying to finish off Super Ace. Well, that actually will go in on towards Barney D from this one, but to be honest, neither team really healthy enough to commit fully.
Yeah, not only are they not healthy enough, there wasn't enough mana pools for either Crystalline or Woolite to actually go for those engages. So what we've seen from Reason is they continue to persist even if they are at a little bit of a disadvantage. They hung around in that middle lane through 4 or 5 minion waves to force the tower down. The moment that tower drops, Trashy immediately rolls down to this bottom lane. He's backing up his AD carry and support. They wanted to apply pressure to the tower, but you'll notice they don't have a lot of vision of missing champions of Denial. So the moment they calculate, Vi is missing, she's probably going to Assault and Battery up, we don't want to run the risk of her jumping into us. They back away, play it safe, heal up, buy their items, and I'm expecting them to siege that bottom tower again. Tower down again.
It's 2 towers here, which is 2 more towers than they got in the first game of yesterday's semi-final best of 3 against Ninjas in Pajamas. That perfect game, and well, we could say that about the kills as well. 2 more of them and 1 more dragon. So overall, things are looking up for Reason.
They are, and I have to admit that for Reason in game 2 yesterday against NIP, they did look better. They had some plays that you actually felt like they were competing. You know, in game 1, they really just got outclassed. Now, I do feel that Reason Gaming have got a nice advantage now, but they cannot afford to let it sit. They need to continue pressuring it, get more towers, and more importantly, get some deep vision. They have got champions that can make very good plays if you know what's up. And right now, they're jumping a Woolite.
That is the Culling coming through. Barney D getting the slow there from Super. It doesn't do any damage to Barney D whatsoever, to be honest. And now we see that Nick is coming around. Chrisland almost in range from that one. Senkux has come in, and this is a natural progression, really, for Reason. The final outer turret left on the map.
Yeah, because Wula takes a big chunk of damage. The champions that Reason Gaming have makes it very difficult to engage upon. As long as they don't get poked down too much, say, for example, Vi throws herself in with Assault and Battery. Assuming Barney D lands a good solar flare on the rest of Denial, that means Reason Gaming can focus down Vi, then turn their attention to the next champion. You know what? If solar flare doesn't hit, let's use the Shockwave from Orianna to displace Denial and allow Reason to reposition. We'll see if it works. They pick the fight.
They've gone very far forward from that one. Trashy coming in, gonna land the cocoon on towards Nick, but it's Kickers that they want from this one. Intervention comes out, he flashes. There's the Shockwave that will hit Babunia. They tried to get away. Bizu gonna be blown up though by Babunia, and now they turn in. Spear lands onto Barney D. It was meant for Senkux, but he flashed away, and there is Kikis diving in too far. He falls down, and in the end, a 2-for-1. Well, they just sidestepped that cocoon. I think that's going to be the end of it, though. 2-for-1 in favor of Denial.
It is. If Denial want to stick around, they have enough health bars to siege down this turret. That was the theory that we were talking about. As the fight broke out, the solar flare was coming down from Barney D, not 100% ideal. The shockwave from Senkux only caught Babunia. So at the end of the day, Reason Gaming attempted the theory, use your ability to displace your opponents, and then focus them down one by one, but it was poorly executed. They didn't hit enough members with their key ultimates, and that allowed Denial to re-engage. So this is what we're talking about. Notice as Bienzu teleports in, the solar flare had only caught onto Nick. Even though Kikis is actually soloed away from the team, the intervention saves his life. That was a good use of that intervention. And similar story, Shockwave only catching one member. So the deeper Reason Gaming chase, the more damage they take. Ryze is given time to deal damage, Sivir is given time to deal damage. That's the first real combat spell she's taken, and it was a cocoon that didn't have a very big game-changing impact for Reason Gaming. If Reason want to pick those fights, they can't afford to miss.
So, where does that leave us then? 2-1 still in turrets here, 3-3 in kills now tied up on that front, and just over 1,000 gold in favor of Reason Gaming. Bienzu here pushing this top lane out. Turret, of course, is already gone, and we talked about the final standing outer turret in this game. That is down the bottom lane, is once again being pressured by Reason Gaming's duo lane.
Yeah, I think Reason really want to get that turret and then get some deep vision down. Because of that last fight, Denial were able to grab themselves a dragon. It's the second of the game. Give themselves that additional gold. We noticed that Rod of Ages is sitting with Babunia. He's got his tier that's stacking up nicely, as well as picking up that Glacial Shroud. So he's also starting to get to the point that he's a little bit scary, and we'll see if he can get away.
I don't think he's going to. Honest from this one. Actually, Cocoon did miss from him, but honestly, there's enough damage in there with that phage, with the Sheen as well now done for Bienzu. And of course, Elisa's damage just straight off the bat, those base statistics. But here we go, Denial looking to come in from the side. He's going to catch two there with a Vault Breaker. Assault and Battery comes in. There is the Solar Flare put down. The intervention onto Kikis, and in the end, they're not able to turn that into a kill.
Decent save there from Barney D. If you notice that, the Solar Flare locking up the members of Denial in the back line. The one thing that really impressed me is just how much damage got applied to Senkux. He's only got that Athena's and Holy Grail. We'll get to that in a second. Is now Reason attempt the blue steal. They've gone in on Nick.
Nick's gone far too deep on this one. Actually, will fall. It's Bienzu that gets that one. Woolak gonna get exhausted, but Reason Gaming decided not to go that deep. The blue buff is up for grabs here. Super A's, Kikis, Woolak, the three men. They're gonna try and stop this one from happening. They won't stop it from happening. That went over to Chrisland in the air. I thought in the end, I thought it was the smite. The smite did come in, but a little bit too early.
Yeah, smite tiny bit early from Kikis. We see Trashy didn't even use his in that particular engage. Reason come away with the kill and the blue buff steal. That is very important against Nidalee. If you can control her blue buff, especially at this period of the game, where extended sieges is what they're looking to accomplish, blue buff makes sure that cannot actually happen. So, decent attempt, and Reason Gaming, they had a 3,000 gold lead, they picked a bad fight, lost a dragon, that lead dissipated. Now they found objectives and opportunities to extend their gold once again. But the longer this game goes, the less impactful that gold actually becomes, because of the fact that you're going to have these very good scaling champions with Ryze, with Nidalee, and I'm even going to say Kayle. Depending on how Super A's built, I'd like to see some ability power, maybe something like a Twin Shadows. It has been reworked in 4.5. The ghosts travel out and travel back. reduces the cooldown, gives you movement speed as well. I think it is an option that would be very good for Kayle.
Well, real men's ghosts never come back. Just saying. Mine never return. They always find their target. But yeah, I mean, wouldn't be a bad call possibly in this one with a team that's going to be chasing down later on in the game. And we see right now that they've pushed 2 men to middle. There are a lot of wards on the map right now. If we look at the bottom side, definitely in control of Reason Gaming at this stage of things. Top side is a bit of a tussle there. Both teams have a good amount of vision, as we are going to see Kikis here going on towards Beansu. Babunia trying to get involved, but he will get caught out by the Cocoon, and Kikis has left him all alone up there. Babunia pops his ultimate. Will they be able to chase through? Flashes away into the Tribush.
So a counter gank from Reason Gaming. They bait Denial in and then force them away. I like the fact that Beanzu has got that Trinity Force. He was able to 1v1 Kickers and then 1v1 Babunia as well. It is the matchup that we talked about. We've seen it before in the LCS, and Beanzu is playing it very, very well. The risk is, of course, like we've seen, the moment Beanzu overextends or picks up a fight that's a bit more intense than he was anticipating, there is not enough defensive statistics on his side to survive the burst. And Babunia had the support of Nick, so he was trying to get a little aggressive there.
And again, though, Trashy was backing him up. Trashy was waiting just off to the side in that brush, in case anyone decided to push further out than the position that they were already in. Here is Nick going to be diving in to clear out that wave that was pushed up by Senkux, who has a very solid CS lead over his counterpart.
Look for the Cocoon, it lands!
Yeah, Babooni's dead. Exactly what I was talking about before we went to the mid lane there. He waited completely. His Woolite here going to get pressured down, but the intervention coming in. They go on towards Crystal. We see there, Summoner Spare heal was used, and there is the turnaround. Barney D going to dive back in. Crystal flashed away there. They're both extremely low from this one. Are they going to get the speed in? There is the heal and that speed boost. A good calling coming back. Where's the Zenith blade from Barney D? It does land in there. Woolite gets exhausted. There's a heal coming back though. They could fight this one. Crystal and Barney D are so very, very low. I think the problem is they don't have any vision of the river. They're scared of someone coming down.
And low mana pools on the side of Woolite as well. So if he wants to spam those boomerangs or ricochets, it's going to be a lot more difficult. That was the first time that I've seen that support Kayle actually blow me away. Now in the top lane, not only did they get the kill on Babunia, the red buff, I think that was, manages to secure another kill that was onto Kikis. They also got the tower.
Last blade. It's just like
flying through the air. I think what was great about the bottom lane play between Woolite and Super Ace was the fact that that intervention really did save Woolite's life. He was stuck right up in the front line. Crystalline and Barney D were focusing him down. Now, there was no culling available. It had been used earlier in the fight. So what Super Ace and Woolite did is they timed their aggression well to be aware that Crystalline didn't have his ultimate up. In addition, they saved it to when it's most appropriate. In order for intervention to be successful, it needs to block a large amount of damage. And we'll see if they can make it work. This time around, Dragon has been started by Reason Gaming. Nick is just trying to spam spears. I don't think they can contest. No. And now they're re-engaging.
Yeah, this is really bad news. They've locked up Babunia. Their intervention used early. Barney D is right in the middle. They're going to lose the rise, though. There's a shockwave coming up to Super Ace. Beanzu dives straight into the middle. Woolite popping his ultimate very late on in this one. Beanzu takes a spear, and they try to get away from it. But now it's turned around. It's Denial that are chasing. Woolite gets one. Here comes Kiki from the side. Assault on Battery onto Senkux. This is a massive turnaround for Denial. Trashy gonna flash away. Has he got the health to stay alive? He has, but Crystalline might find himself falling here. Nick gonna chase through. Spear not got the range.
So at the end of the day, that was a 2 kills secured for Reason Gaming, and they chased. They carried on chasing. They chased too deep. At the end of the fight, Reason Gaming lose 3 members. Now what I like is the Solar Flare was pretty good, but it was the successful Solar Flare was deterred by that intervention. The entire culling damage was blocked thanks to Kayle's ultimate. And even though Reason Gaming look very strong here at the start, look at the split. Nick is sitting off on the sideline. He's trying to find angles for javelin tosses. And the moment everybody goes low, there's no armor or magic is really on the side of Reason Gaming. So Irelia just gets shut down and popped by Kickers with the re-engage. Assault and Battery wasn't even used in the early because Denial were backing away. They didn't want that fight. They turned, get the kills, the tower, and the Baron.
Baron taken here for Denial, and that gold not quite evening up, but that is a massive shift of things. We'll see what Denial can actually do with this one, what they're going to be picking up. Archangel staff there collected by Babunia. If we look down the AD carries, we see that last Whisper added into the Bloodthirster and Static Shiv now, and we can see that Nidalee also well on the way to finishing off that Rabadon's death cap.
So I want to step back and look at why Denial is winning these fights. Even though Reason Gaming has picked the battles, they've landed a few good ultimates, but not enough to instantly decide the outcome of the battle. And as Reason Gaming are chasing, we touched on how mobile the Denial composition is. There's movement speed from Sivir, from Kayle, from Nidalee, from Ryze. Everybody's got movement-based abilities that work into their favor. And that the longer you chase, the more ground you cover, which means the more opportunities to turn and gain an advantage are presented to Denial. Because of the fact that they can out-position, out-rotate, and re-engage at a faster speed, Reason have to be 100% accurate with their engages, and because they've not been, it's allowed Denial those windows thanks to their high mobility.
Scary times coming up for Reason Gaming, and well, a scary 4 minutes at least, that's for sure, as they have to surely sit back and wait for this Baron to just time it out. And if you look at Binzu, they're 6-3-1, formidable position, got himself now a Banshee's Veil and a Chain Vest, so we'll see if he goes straight in towards that Guardian Angel possibly straight away after this.
Don't forget, on 4.5, Guardian Angel is now the key ingredient for the Warden's Mail into Randian's Omen, as opposed to 2 cloth armors. So it could also be Chain Vest. Thank you. I don't know what I said.
Guardian Angel, it just builds into everything these days.
The Chain Vest builds into the Warden's Mail plus 280 gold. So we'll see if I feel like that's going to be the more likely option. That will also mitigate all the movement that Denial has. Thanks to the Baron buff, Reason no longer wants to fight. Not only do they need that, but look at the opportunity. They've got an inner turret, and they're going to get some damage on the inhibitor turret. That is just super sneaky.
Given away, to be honest. They push straight up that top lane with 4 men. Kind of have to expect that. Reason really seizing an opportunity that's gifted to them on a plate, to be quite frank there. And that's something that Denial can't really afford to do at this stage. Super is going to get caught here in the cocoon. Intervention used on himself. Will Denial want to chase this one? Looks like they will. Kiki's moving forward. There is the Assault and Battery. It's going to go straight through on towards Crystalline. They throw it in. They've got back at Kiki's. But here comes the rest of the team. The Colleen comes in. Babunia going to get locked up for quite a while. The Spears landing left, right, and center. There's the Shockwave. It's only a 2-man. Woolite blocked it with his spell shield, and he's going to try and chase through. In the end, Denial don't get the kills, but they've got positioning on mid.
And they're going to chase it down. If Denial can put Reason Gaming underneath their own turret, the Nidalee Javelin Tosses plus the Boomerang Blades make Reason Gaming's life so much more difficult. Keep in mind, Solar Flare's not up. Shockwave is not up. So Denial are going to basically win the fight thanks to great positioning and grab themselves a reply in a turret. It looks like they want to continue the siege. They've got about 30 seconds left on this Baron buff. Let's see what they can do with it.
Well, taking a lot of damage there from St. Cooks, and a little bit late on the spell shield to protect himself from that. And here we go then. Nick waiting off to the side. He's just going to be lobbing those spears in from the back. Not quite got the range this time around to find Trashy. And Kiki's doing a little bit of tanking up there. Honestly, he's not tanky enough at this stage to risk going for that. But they do have a pretty much open inner turret in this top lane. The minion wave already pushed fairly far through.
So this is a case. The problem that Reason are in right now is the fact that they don't have the ability to catch all of the members of Denial. When they jumped into Super Raze earlier on, Super Raze used his intervention, and while the intervention was there, received heals from himself and from Nidalee, and all of the damage that was put down was instantly taken away. Reason Gaming need to blow somebody up and deal damage to a couple other members with their AoE abilities in order to make this work. And if Trashy's going to eat a Javelin Toss like that, it's basically going to gift the tower to Denial. They cannot sit underneath this turret and tank it up for too long with all of that poke going in.
And Solar Flare is not going to be effective. It goes towards Babunia. Will they turn around and attack this one? They just want to get them out of that turret range. There's a spear onto Binzu as well. Kikis this time does tank it up long enough for not quite the finishing damage. Okay, Woolite's going to say, you know what, I'll do it then. And he finally finishes off that tower. That's 5-5 now in turrets. We see that Denial brought it back to just 1,000 gold difference. They're just going to rotate here surely to bottom. It's already got the minion wave there.
There's nobody from Reason Gaming to get there. We'll see if Denial are going to make their way over. It does seem to be the decision right now. And you've got Dragon available. So they could have gone tower, then Dragon. The safe option is to go Dragon and assume Reason Gaming are going to go the tower. That's what we thought they were going to do. Instead, it looks like Reason are barreling down this middle lane. Ultimates all available on the side of Denial. So if a fight were to break out, the tools are there for Denial to make them work. And Barney D can't afford to hit a single-man Solar Flare. He has to get multiple targets.
And looks like Reason going for that positional play as well, knowing that they backed away likely towards the Dragon. By the time this minion wave actually gets here, though, they're already going to be spawning in. That's a big spear on towards Senkooks at the back. Are they going to keep throwing through on this one? They do have On the Hunt available if they were so inclined to use it, but decide, okay, let's not bother chasing this one through. We've got a minute till the Baron. Let's get a lot of wards in there. Let's get control of that first of all.
So what I'm getting the vibe of throughout this game is that Reason Gaming's under pressure decision making maybe isn't 100% on point right now. There's been two very clear team fights that Reason Gaming has initiated and chased and ended up losing. One in the bottom lane, one around the Wraith camp of the Nile's jungle. In that position where there was a tower under pressure, there was a dragon available, and very few minions in that middle lane, Reason Gaming opted to run all the way from their base to their opponent's inhibitor turrets. Yes, they did get some pretty good vision down that half of the map, at least in the entries to the middle lane, but that was it. That's all that was really gained. They didn't ward up their own jungle. They didn't ward the buffs that they could look to contest. Gold is completely even, and I prefer the scaling champions and composition of Denial in this situation because it's less reliant on hitting multiple members with multiple abilities.
So, Reason finally pushing out their base now with that Baron buff finally worn off. Baron, which you can't fault Denial on their decisiveness there, winning that team fight, going straight in for the Baron. A swift move from them, but here comes Binsu from around the side. He does have the ball on his head. He's got the shockwave available. They're actually going to throw the solar flare onto Nick, but the intervention comes around, and now the pushback from Denial. The Cullen going to do little to nothing. More like, wow, he was completely out of position. Spell Shield won't save him. There is the repel away. Babunia won't be able to finish off Trashy, and he may even fall himself. Binsu going to dive in there. This will be the finisher. It's Binsu that gets the kill. That's a 2-for-1. Only the support down for Reason.
So well played by Reason to find kills and make an ability stick. The fact that Wulite was instantly deleted and that he had his Summoner's heal available tells us just how far away from his team he was. He cannot afford to get caught out like that. Reason Gaming punished by grabbing 2 kills in reply for 1, but it doesn't lead to any objectives yet. There is a window of opportunity, but it's not the greatest. And I think if they try go for this Baron, it is a little bit risky. Nidalee is going to poke you down from the back line, and we could see Kickus going in. Assault and Batteries up.
So a lot of damage coming in. Turns now onto Super Ace. He's got the ball on his head. It's going to give him that speed boost moving in. There is the heal. Super Ace actually going to heal himself there to get away from that one. But again, they hold this position. That's Although they lost health there, they've bought time here, Denial, and stopped Reason from just rushing straight in for that Baron. Yeah, all 5 members of Denial are up, and because of the damage in Crystalline, this is going to be a very, very difficult objective to hold. It's one of these situations where Crystalline needs to back off. He either heals off a Wraith Camp and those double golems and comes in at suboptimal HP, or he backs off the base and will be late to a potential Baron engage. Both of these teams feel that Baron is the next big fight or next big objective to battle over, and all of a sudden Nick and Kickus, they're out of position. And Binsu going straight in on towards Kickus here, and actually he's going to just run straight into the wall, forced to then flash over the top. I feel he should be fairly safe from this one, unless Binsu goes completely all in on him. There's the slow back from Super Ace. Kickus will be able to walk away. We see that actually Crystalline is recalling on the top side there, so that would leave them without the AD carry if they want to go for this Baron. Rise does have teleport available, as does Binsu, so they basically can counter each other out if they go down the bottom of the map. It's a really interesting setup right now because both of these teams, I think, are feeling the pressure of the major objectives, like those inhibitor turrets, like those Barons, but they haven't been able to outmaneuver their opponents. There's always been somebody who's a little too deep. You know, a minute or two ago, Nick or Kickus, they were running through the river. They ran so far away that all of a sudden, Binsu was now the one that was overextended because he was chasing so deep to try and make something happen. It feels like neither team has enough vision to accurately engage and outright win an engagement. And I think I'd like to see a little bit more wards determining initiation, not necessarily mispositions determining initiation. Warlight's now got his Infinity Edge added in there, which is all well and good, but if you're too far forward and you just get blown up, then it doesn't matter if you've got those 4 items or 0 items, you're going to go down and be of no effect in the grand scheme of things. Denial, though, they have that gold lead back in their favor. Still behind on kills, still bang level on turrets. 5 apiece on that front. Baron, of course, is still there. We're going to have Dragon coming up in 1 minute's time as well. A little bit safer of an objective for these two teams to be around.
It is a little bit safer. It will still produce the same type of outcome, I feel. Both of these teams are happy to engage, and Dragon's going to be dealing quite a bit of damage now. It has been adjusted in 4.5, deals percentage HP damage, and will scale with the average level as well after level 9. So it's going to hit a little more heavier. What I'd like to see, though, is Denial trying to put themselves in a siege position. If Denial were to go past this Baron Pit, get a couple of wards in the red buff area of Reason Gaming, they can use their Sivir and their Nidalee to keep Reason on the back foot. The risk is, of course, that if they try to perform a siege and fail to position correctly, a Shockwave and a Solar Flare by those inhibitor steps are devastatingly effective. So it's one of these situations where there's so much risk in any play that you do, because it can completely swing control of this game. With 37 minutes in, a decisive team fight will cost an inhibitor.
Trashy and Beans were actually down in the bottom tribush on Denial's side of the map there, trying to set something up. In the end, it will actually be them moving in towards the Dragon. Rise needs to move into position here. Babunia currently not in an area of the map where it can help out with this Dragon, but it's already started here. Reason get it down to half HP. They're trying to spear in, but that will be picked up in the end by Trashy. They get away without taking damage.
Yeah, a couple of spears get thrown up, but no real attempt to steal. I think Denial, again, didn't want to fall foul of being caught out. Both teams are playing quite safe. I think that's the best way to explain it right now. They're looking for opportunities in the hopes that something will present itself, but they're not trying to force anything themselves. So we'll see how they start out. Denial finally looking like the makings of a siege. I'm anticipating this is mostly just going to be a ward run, maybe. Get some vision in the jungle. We'll see how long they stick around. Because like we said, the risk of being caught on these stairs is very high.
Surprised that bottom turret actually lasted as long as it has here, the inhib turret I'm talking about, because...
Positioning.
Yeah. Going for that one earlier on, as we see once again. Okay, did I say we want the inhib turret? We're going to throw those spears through and hope that we can keep going on this one. There is one landing. Barney D loses half of his HP. Kikis stepping forward there as if to say, come on guys, I'll tank it up, get those shots off, but still very dangerous way to play it.
Yeah, so I like the fact that the spears hit Barney D. That's probably the best target. Solar Flare's gone in.
He's going to go straight into the net. Kiki's actually at the back that gets caught. Intervention comes in. Well, I gets the kill though. There is Binzu going low. The spear comes from the side as well. And this Wallite, who's absolutely destroying them right now. Chris Lund is going to go down. That will be a triple kill. Can he get number 4? Yes, he can. The turret's going to go down. Quadra kill going over towards Wallite, and that's surely game.
That is a fantastic play by Denial, managing to throw down that intervention that kept Kikis alive long enough to make Reason overcommit. They chased beyond the borders of their steps. Nick was hanging around on the tree line, landing spear after spear, and that was a very well-executed team fight from Denial. I do feel that Reason overextended, but game 1 goes to Denial.
Denial picking up game number 1, and I think a lot of people said that Denial were the stronger team coming into this one, but Reason looked a lot more impressive. We have to talk about, though, the fact that, was it comp reliant, the fact that they had such a strong earlier game, and as Denial ramped up, they did get stronger and inevitably came back?
I do think that is what a large portion of what it boils down to. At the end of the day, Reason Gaming had the first gank, they got the first blood, they had some very good aggressive positional moves across the map, but it never accounted to anything more than 2,000 or 3,000 gold. And every time they had a lead, Reason Gaming are the ones responsible for losing the lead. They picked bad team fights, they overextended and chased, and then when they did that, they lost everything that they'd already built up. Had those two team fights not happened, you could theorize that they would have had a 6,000 or a 7,000 gold lead, because if they had continued to accrue smaller advantages at lower risk, they may never have lost that dominant lead that they already had.
Same time, though, I think you have to give credit to Denial. The turnaround moment where they got the kills and went straight to Baron. We didn't see the Baron even because we were watching the fight again. That's how decisive they pulled that off.
Just as a very quick one, for Denial, they had a comp that needed time. They needed to wait. They needed to get items before they were powerful enough, and they wanted to re-engage. They have mobility. They have tools to get through front line, get to the back line, and reposition. And I think the moment Reason Gaming overextended, they were like, oh, hang on a minute. If we move this way, move that way, we can make this work for us. And they did. So their under-pressure decision-making was great, and they played from behind, which is not something a lot of teams can do.
Well, guys, we are one step closer to determining the last team to compete in the LCS promotion tournament. We need to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's Game 2 between Reason Gaming and Denial Esports. Plus, CLG's jungler Dexter will join us to break down the series, so stick around, there's more Challenger action coming your way. Yeah, this is really bad news. They've locked up Bavunia. Their intervention used early. Barney D is right in the middle. They're going to lose the rise, though. There's a shockwave coming out to Super Ace. Binzu dives straight into the middle. Woolite popping his ultimate very late on in this one. Binzu takes the spear, and they try to get away from it, but now it's turned around. It's Denial that are chasing. Woolite gets one. Here comes Kiki from the side. Assault on Patreon to Seikox. This is a massive turnaround for Denial. Welcome back to European Challenger Series Spring Playoffs. We're headed into Game 2 of this best-of-5 matchup for third place between Reason Gaming and Denial Esports. But before we head into the Rift, first I'd like to welcome Counter Logic Gaming's Dexter to the show. How are you doing, Dexter? How's lovely America treating you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. America's treating me pretty well.
It's nice to be, I have to say, as a European living in Germany, you know, it's nice to come to America. It's most of the food, though.
Yeah, have you enjoyed the adjustment? The only reason I ask, we haven't spoken to you since last year. So
yeah,
how are you doing? How have you adjusted to North America? Considering you're talking to your EU buddies now.
I've adjusted pretty well actually, living here with the team and everything. I mean, to the food, it's like mostly Asian food because we live with 2 Asians in our house.
Do you cook? Because I see you tweeting about
Yeah,
cooking.
I cook.
So have you taught them how to make schnitzels?
No, I didn't taught them, but I gave them like a small sample of it. And I was like, you have to taste this, and yeah.
Kept the secret for himself.
Kept the secret for myself, yeah.
So what about CLG? I mean, obviously you guys stepping things up, and you in particular, I mean, coming into the team, things have really changed for CLG. What's the future looking like for you guys?
Right now we just practice a lot for, like we don't practice a lot this week, but next week we will practice a lot and prepare for the upcoming playoffs. And I think we all have a pretty good feeling going into playoffs because we know that we can beat every team. And our first opponent is Coast, so we just prepare for them and then see how TSM goes, and then maybe C9 probably. But yeah, that's what we have to do.
I wish you the best of luck. It does look like a pretty tough bracket if you want to go all the way through, so we'll see how it works out. Let's actually look backwards now, because it's not all that long ago you yourself were sitting in the challenger positions as you were looking to qualify for the LCS. What's your take on the Challenger games? I don't know if you've watched many of the EU and the NA. What do you think of the scene and the level and the teams thus far?
In Europe, at least, I think there's NIP above the rest, and then you have like maybe Cloud9, and then after that, 2 teams. They're like all pretty equally skill level. So I think the match between Reason Gaming and Denial Gaming, it can go either way right now. So yeah, it's a lot of pressure because it's the most important game. I think it's even more important than the final because it's like the last spot for LCS. And having the mindset of, yeah, okay, you're one step closer to your dream of actually entering LCS, and being out is like pretty hard actually. And if you lose that game, yeah.
So let's talk about game 1 here in this best of 5. I want to talk first of all about the bans in that one. We've seen Mundo once again taken away from the top lane. We're obviously playing on 4.5. What are your opinions on Mundo right now?
I think Mundo, even with the heal changes, where you can now cleanse the debuff from Ignite, I think it's still unchanged because his early game is way too bad. I think he's having a really hard time in the top lane actually in the early game because he can get doven over and over again by like really dive heavy junglers and high damage top laners. So I think Ryze is pretty much the new Mundo because he takes a lot of time to ramp up, and then he even acts as a hyper carry. And he has a lot more damage than Mundo. He's ranged, and yeah, he's tanky too. So I think Ryze is pretty much a new Mundo because you can also, like, now everyone plays it with TP, but back then everyone used to run Ryze with TP anyway. So I don't think Mundo is that great at the moment at top lane. It can work sometimes. He's really good in like poke comps because of his cleaver and his percentage damage. But overall, I think they are way better picks right now in the top lane.
I want to ask again about picks. Talking about yesterday's games and today,
yeah.
We've seen Lee Sin and Kha'Zix banned.
Yeah.
Yesterday we've seen Master Yi in all 3 of our games rushing Feral Flare. It is the new hotness. I feel it's a little overhyped. I think community everybody's panicking. What's your take on Master Yi and Feral Flare?
Well, first of all, I think Feral Flare is in a decent spot. It's nowhere near being overpowered or undervalued or anything. People, like, you have to say that the Challenger teams only had like 2 or 3 days of practice, so they can't really figure out if it's really good or not. And from my personal experience in competitive play, I think Feral Flare won't really see that much play because simply you can't afford to have a scaling jungler. You need an early game jungler, and you much prefer the late game power onto heroes like Ryze that scale up. You don't need it on junglers, and if you just want a split pusher, you can always, like, you have Vayne for AD carries for split push, or you have Kayle or Zed in mid lane for split push, or you have Shyvana or Renekton for split push. So I don't see a reason why you would ever pick Yi in a jungle over those champions, because Yi, all he does is split push, right? And in team fights, he is not good. There are way more better champions, and even if the jungler has 150 CS lead or something, it doesn't really matter because he doesn't really do that much in team fights. And Exhaust got buffed too, so Exhaust is pretty good against Master Yi. And yeah, I mean, Yi lost all 3 games as far as I remember, so he did pretty well in early game, so can't deny that. But if I had any other junglers, I think even Nocturne is pretty good right now, I think. So Nocturne, his vision denial, and he's really good in pick compositions, and he can split push a bit, like he's pretty decent at it, but also his teamfight presence is way better than Master Yi, so yeah, we just have to see how it
Not
works out.
convinced.
I'm not really convinced of the Master Yi pick, but maybe someone teaches me. So.
In before Dexter picks Master Yi first game.
First game. Insta-lock.
So players are actually almost ready for this one. So a quick prediction for game number 2 after what you've seen in game 1.
I think the first game didn't really matter at all. Both teams used the first game to scout out what the enemy team wants. That's how I see it in the best of 5. You use the first game to see what the enemy wants and where the priorities are, and then you come into game 2 with a clear mind. So I think it really depends on picks and bans. I think in challenger teams it's more important to have the better early game, and so whoever picks the better early game might win the game. But it's all a matter of how you play it out. So I can't really predict anything. But since Kickers is my old teammate from back in the challenger scene,
what was your team name?
Dexter's actually evil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before that?
No, I had no team before that.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
But yeah.
Leaguepedia's lines.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll talk about
We'll talk about it all later, though. You can find that on Leaguepedia
No,
if need be.
I go with Kickers team. I think he got it. So.
Well, Dexter, thanks for joining us. We're going to have Dexter here with us for the rest of the day here as well. And we are, of course, moving in towards game number 2 here in just a moment. So, quick shot. My question to you would be now, what are we going to see in terms of these bans and picks? We've already heard Yi, little bit overrated maybe. Kikis did favour him yesterday. They've got a 1-0 lead here. I mean, do they really need to change anything, Denial, after that?
I think Reason are more under the pressure to change something up. I think the Rise pick for me is probably a very important one. We've seen Dr. Mundo bans a bunch of times, and we discussed this yesterday, and Dexter just said it himself. The later the game scales, the more Rise can do. You know, he's a better champion to fill that role. So I would like to see the Mundo ban swapping to a Rise ban, seeing if that one works out, and also maybe toying with the idea of that LeBlanc, Nidalee rather. Reason Gaming banned out LeBlanc, who can do well against Nidalee if you play aggressive, if you try to get those kills. And we've just talked about the pressure of having early game picks, early game champions that can get you a lead and hold on to that lead. I think maybe trying to find something that can help you out a little bit more as well.
So I asked Dexter already about game number 2 and predictions from that on. We already said at the start of the whole show that Denial are going to be the favourites in here. Do you stick with that? Do you still think after seeing game number 1 that they have an edge over Reason overall?
No, and I'll tell you why. The reason I feel that this game is actually completely even, that I do still think it is a 50-50 even with the 1-0. Reason Gaming had more aggressive plays early. They found a lead, they lost the lead. They found a lead, they lost their lead. In my opinion, if Reason Gaming can settle their nerves and play more decisively from a mental standpoint, I feel they have the ability to outplay Denial. They did it in the very first game after getting decimated by NIP. So they bounced back from that loss to have a very good start. So assuming Reason can channel that aggression and temper it, that's why I think that actually this game is a lot more even than you may think.
Well, we're into the bans and the picks here, so let's go through them. Ziggs and Rise, the first 2 bans out here for Reason. They banned Ziggs, of course, in game number 1. Rise is a new ban in there simply because Babunia, we've seen him. He's done it in the last, not last 2 games in a row, but in the last game and also in the win yesterday in game number 2 against Cloud9 Eclipse. Very strong pick for him.
The thing is, Babunia, we knew him coming into this playoff bracket as a tank player. You know, he liked to play his Mundo, liked to play Shyvana, liked to play Trundle up in that top lane. Now that, you know, Rise is off the table, Mundo is still currently available, as are all of those tanks. So what you've done is you've taken away his current power pick that he's performed well with, and he's going to fall back to another comfort pick, is what I'm anticipating and what I'm expecting. I still think Denial will be ready for that. I feel if you play Rise a bunch of times, it gets banned out. You almost want that as a team. Hey, we've planned this, we want to do well with it in a few games. Force someone to ban, and then we can pull out something else that we're super comfortable and confident with.
If we'd have had more time with Dexter there in between game 1 and 2, I probably would have given him the follow-up that Rise, he said, Rise is a new Mundo, then why don't you ban Rise and leave the Mundo open? As it happens, they've banned out both of them this time around. On the other side, 2 jungle bans off towards Trashy. They already said the start of the game, Trashy's a big player in this one. Kha'Zix's Lee Sin out. Thresh banned away as well. The picks are coming in, so I'm just going to skip straight to them. LeBlanc left open, first pick for Reason.
Now, I'm quite happy about this because what LeBlanc does in that middle lane is it forces you as the opponent to pick a champion that can deal with that assassin, that maybe has wave clear to keep her on the back foot, keep her out of your face. It's also a very difficult lane to gank. Because LeBlanc has got a silence, a root, a dash, and when she's level 6, that all becomes doubled. It's a very it's a more safe lane. I'm going to choose my words a bit more wisely. It's more safe for you in that middle lane. If Nick wants to run Nidalee again, there is kill threat. In a straight up 1v1, there is kill threat for LeBlanc if he plays it correctly. So I think that's smart. I do also think that Reason Gaming, they banned away LeBlanc last time because they didn't want to give it away as a potential first pick. But it also means Sencooks has to make it work. If he doesn't get a lead, doesn't get an advantage, it's a wasted first pick.
Well, we'll see here. Denial have got their first 2 picks as well. And I said, do they have to change anything here? And up till now, they're not. At least if that is a support Kale once again. Kale Lucian, first 2 picks. Worked out nicely. Actually, I'm just talking rubbish. Onyx Lucian was on the other side last time. Good job, Joe. Siva that they went last game.
Siva, Kale.
Okay, so let me just forget everything I said and say, change Siva for Lucian.
To go back to it, yeah, when we've looked at Super Ace playing Kale, his laning phase is terrible. It really is. There's very little pressure and presence that this Kale has shown us in the 2 games that we've seen it thus far. However, in the mid game, in those team fights, it does become a lot more relevant and a lot more prevalent. The later the game goes, we actually seen some very good interventions, and I was a little bit more convinced by that pick. We'll see if Denial go for that same route this time around because they've struggled against Leona's. Leona's support is still available for Reason if they want to go that route.
So, other side then, Renekton. Where's Renekton been all our lives, at least in the last 2 days? Because Renekton obviously has had the change to his ultimate at lower levels, but also, I guess, all levels as well, because the higher it goes, the more he gets now.
So the brief summary, rank 1 and 2 for Dominus gives you a little bit less health, a little bit less damage, but rank 3 gives you more.
Yeah.
So it's weaker and early, stronger at late. The theory is to make Renekton scale a little bit more and make him less oppressive in the lane. Now, I don't feel that it's only the Dominus that makes him oppressive in the lane, but it is going to reduce the super safe tower dive power that Renekton offers you. We haven't seen it from the Challenger games just yet. There has been other top laners that have been played, and I'd like to see how well Beanzu plays this, because he was very aggressive last game with Irelia. He does display a tendency to get in your face, and Renekton is very good at getting in your face.
In your face. Trashy gonna get Elise once again, and we'll skip over here to Denial because they've got that Nidalee again in this mid lane, but this time around they've actually picked up a Jax here for Babunia on the top side.
So another scaling top laner for Babunia. He's got a champion that is going to have an okay time against Renekton. Counter-Strike's going to do well, and assuming he gets ahead, he can do well.
Jax, though, could he go in the jungle with the item changes here?
Yes, he could. If he wanted to go for a Feral Flare, an on-hit Jax could actually do that. I don't know if it's going to happen. I feel like with Elise still up, I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see what Denial lock in. But yes, it is a possibility because all of these on-hit champions have been buffed by at least some of the sustain of that Feral Flare.
On the other side, Vayne, Karma, new bottom lane here for Reason Gaming.
So Vayne and Karma, once again, scaling champions. So what Reason have done is they've got some champions that are strong early, they've got some champions that are strong late. What I like about the Vayne Karma is you've got a lot of poke from Karma to help dissipate the weaker laning presence of that Vayne. So assuming that Barney D lands some good skill shots, he's got a shield, he's got a movement speed increase, and it can work very well for Vayne. What you're also seeing is a lot of mobility here. Once again, you've got dashes, you've got dodges, you've got dives, you've got a built-in Talisman of Ascension in the hands of Barney D with that Karma. So I quite like the mobility. There's pick options for Reason, and I feel like their priority is to find a pick, blow him up with LeBlanc, Karma, Renekton, and then let Vayne clean up the team fight. We'll see if they can execute.
So, final pick was Xin Zhao, so we can forget the jungle Jax that I suggested in that one. Xin Zhao, we saw him yesterday. Actually, Denial felt him yesterday because Co played him absolutely incredibly well.
What I liked about the Xin Zhao yesterday is it was a very good counter against an all-in composition. There was a Jarvan in there, there was a Fizz in there was champions that needed to get in your face, and Xin Zhao just says, nope, do not want, and knocks them all away. Reason Gaming are a little bit less affected by that because assuming Trashy gets a good repel, assuming there's a good distortion from Sencooks, you can get away from those abilities, you can dodge that ability. So I feel it's a little less about his team fighting power and more about that on-hit aggressive jungle playstyle that we've come to expect. And I think Kikis, he likes to show that he wants to get in your face, he likes to play aggressively, and that is a good low-level ganking champion.
So we heard from Dexter just a little bit earlier on that first game of a best of 5, very much about scouting, very much about figuring out exactly how your opponent's going to play, what they've brought to this game. However, second game, you can't quite be as, I think loose is the right word there, because for Denial, they win that one, they're on game point, and Reason will have to win 3 games in a row.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I actually agree with the sentiment that the very first game in a best of 5 is somewhat less impactful. The one thing you do need to remember is it does give you momentum. It does give you some confidence. You know, playing in the series, you get that tiny buffer of safety. So now, Reason Gaming may have some information to work with, but Denial are sitting out with this safety buffer of, hey, we can lose a game, and it evens out. It makes it a best of 3 almost.
So here we go then into game number 2. It's Reason Gaming versus Denial. And as you see at the top, Denial are 1-0 in the lead in this best of 5. Just 2 wins away from going into the summer promotion tournament, where you have to feel they'll be playing the team that finishes last in playoffs. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that right now, because NIP, no one wants to choose them, and I think Cloud9 Eclipse will be the second choice for everyone.
I think so too. I think that is going to be the most likely option. And from what we've seen so far, Reason Gaming and Denial are much more evenly skill matched. We'll get to that in a second, as I just want to highlight the fact that in 4 of Denial's games that we've seen thus far, they've gone for this tri-bush invade. It's very reminiscent of Millennium, actually, now that I think about it. Millennium always had a level 1 that they tended to play. It was very similar for multiple games back-to-back, and Denial have done this a lot. If Reason Gaming position themselves correctly, or they have champions with a little bit of a stronger level 1 power, you could contest, you could try sets it up. In this case, Denial just gets some early vision and then back away.
Yeah, early vision down for them, and actually there was a blue ward there on that red buff as well. We can see that Trashy is actually switching over here and is going to be headed off towards his red buff start. Sencook's just watching out and guarding the ramp entrance onto that red buff area. So red buff start as well over on the other side of the map for Denial on the top side, and actually Kale Lucian here are hanging around by blue. Whether they're going to have a go at that one and we'll see Xinjiao cross over remains to be seen.
I think that was more of a defensive positioning. Yeah. I think just making sure that Reason Gaming didn't actually invade their blue. The one thing I do want to see how this lane plays out, because Vayne Karma versus Lucian Kale is not a matchup that we're super familiar with. You don't see this all that often. And I feel like the lower lane threat of Kale during the opening levels of the game may afford Crystallin's Vayne some time to farm up, may give him just a little bit of safety in that lane. And we'll see if he can take advantage of it by farming effectively, because we all know Vayne does struggle in the laning phase. She's not a bully. She's meant to be one of those sort of duelist 1v1s later on with the Blade of the Ruined King. And
what a duelist she is if she gets to that scenario as well. Mid lane, of course, LeBlanc versus Nidalee. Both of them getting through this time around, and Nidalee having a very good success rate. In fact, 100% success rate, if my mind serves me correct. I don't think NIP played that at all. Yes, they did, So, had a 100% success rate so far, and if we're going off stats, Denial got this in the bag.
There's a reason why...
A little bit early to say that.
Well, you know, statistically, I think you're right to make the call, but I feel like there's a reason that Nidalee is banned so often, especially at the LCS, and taken away. The heal is absolutely massive. We've seen in that previous game how much damage, Reason Gaming all in Denial. The heal came out from Nidalee and from Kale as well, and all of a sudden, all of that effort, all of that work had just been completely scratched away.
Especially when you've got double summoner heal as well.
Yeah, talking about that, we do have the same summoner spells last game with the exception of top laners. They've swapped out their teleports for Ignite, so we are going to be seeing I imagine jungle presence to both of these solo laners, as you want to get your Renekton and your Jax going ahead. You want your Jax ahead further, because Renekton has tools to get himself ahead by himself as a champion.
Just going in there a little bit, on towards Nick. He's not having too much trouble with him. Falling a tiny bit behind on this one, but just because of the damage that can come out there. Barney D also being forced back here. Crystalline just above half HP. And Light will be quite happy with this lane, that constant heal. I say constantly, it's obviously a pretty big cooldown from Kale anyway, but pretty much constant heal that he's got here to keep this lane phase going. Yeah,
the longer the laning phase goes without any poke, obviously the advantage is going to fall to Denial as far as HP is concerned. I think, though, in terms of all-in power, because of the poke from Karma and the fact that she's got a root, it's going to allow Crystalline to get those silver bolts damage down and maybe set up a good condemn into the wall. You combine the root and a stun, and that's going to be a dead bottom lane member. They're going to jump on Binzu, and the stun does connect.
Stun connects, but I think that Kick is too far away from this one. He snuck in there nicely, but Binzu using that slice and dice to his full advantage to get away. We did see a little bit of back and forth from Woolite and Supraze in the bottom lane. That's because they did spot Trashy coming down there. So Trashy, early on in game number 1, actually helped them secure those first couple of kills. Did really well to get in. Actually, Kick is here, coming back in towards his top lane. Binzu this time is going to go low. There's a flash, but he flashes perfect timing there. Doesn't get stunned up by the counter-strike. If that would have happened, could have been a different story.
The problem is Binzu now doesn't have that flash if Kickers sticks around. You can see Kickers, he's toying with the idea. He knows that the Crocodile doesn't have the flash to get away. And we've seen in the previous game how effective it is to gank a lane that doesn't have that summoner available. Senkox playing very aggressive against Nidalee as we were expecting. He's got a small CS lead, and as Senkox is about to hit level 6, that kill pressure goes up even higher, assuming he's got the mana pool.
Down on the bottom, we are going to see him coming condemn against the wall there onto Supraze. Once again, it's Trashy moving in there, and there is the damage coming in towards Kale, who's going to have to use his summoner heal and spend up pretty much his entire mana to get him even close to healthy again.
So one of those heals is now blown, which now puts the advantage obviously in favor of Reason Gaming, but you've seen the condemn. The angle was a little bit off. Had Kristen got better positioning, they could have stuck Kale a little closer to the wall, to his team, and that could have allowed them to get first blood. Regardless, Kale so far is only 4 CS behind, thanks in part to the lower threat that this Kale offers her. So decent CSing and doing a pretty good job so far.
42 to 46 there. Krislan will be happy to stay even. If he can keep this one even, maybe grab a kill here and there, he'll be quite happy with how this one goes. They've both hit level 5, so got that XP advantage. And well, that needs to be careful here as the Silver Bolt's going to come in. That's a lot of damage coming out from Reason.
Yeah, really good poke. Barney D using his ultimate, the mantra, those soul flares, and Krislan is playing super aggressive. We talked about how the kill threat is a little bit more in favor of this Vayne and Karma, thanks to the Silver Bolts and thanks to the CC. And thanks to the poke, and it does look like Reason are playing this one very, very well. They can't afford to stay too deep. They're going to rely on Summoner Heal.
Oh, that was a great condemn, but is the heal going to come in? Supraze actually not got any mana. Summoner Heal is there for Woolite. Summoner Heal was used already for Crystal. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Baboonia is going to go down. The Ignite that you talked about earlier on being the first blood pickup here for the top lane, and well, great start. 2
games in a row that Reason Gaming have secured first blood off the back of a Trashy gank, and it was again against Baboonia. This time, slightly different circumstances. I think you've got a much more aggressive top laner, so they're going to be going at it even more so than that Aurelia and the Rise, which tended to just be a trade, runaway trade kind of situation. But advantage Binzu, and he needs to make it count. He's got a pickaxe already. We're expecting him to go for a Tiamat, probably as his first item. Gonna push, gonna be very aggressive, and may pull Kickers towards him over and over.
Nicky getting some time to free farm in the mid lane, as we did actually see Xenix go back, and it's going to come in almost with that Fiends and Holy Grail finish. Got the Fiendish Codex and got his Chalice in there as well. Similar over the other side, but not quite the Fiendish Codex finished off for Nyx Nidalee. And we are going to see the first blue buffs as the game as well being given over to the mid laners.
Yeah, so Kickers has already got that Wriggles Lantern completed. He's working towards that Feral Flare as we have been talking about extensively. We'll see how effective it is for him. Yesterday, the Zinza was very good. Baboonia's got a level down, but he's got some good damage thanks to that counter-strike. He's actually held Binzu in place long enough to come out ahead in that trade.
Yeah, level 6 here. We'll see how aggressive he actually decides to play this one. Again, triple Doran's items. All the bruise on the top side as Senkox is going to come around, and there is his blue to match up to that of Nick, who took that one earlier on. This bottom lane, let's have a look down there. We see obviously Vayne headed up towards that Blade of the Ruin King, got the Cutlass in there. On the other side, BF Sword picked up for Woolite.
Now what I like about this bottom lane for Krislan and Barney D is the fact that they have tools to deal with everything. They have a shield, they have a movement speed, they have CC. There is an engage in the top lane, and it looks like Binzu's dead.
Yeah, Binzu is going to die from that one. And again, it was Kiki sneaking into the top lane brush that really got that one for them. And that's the thing with Jax, with that Counter-Strike and Leap Strike combo, you've got to be so careful if he times it on the third hit as well, as we are going to see Woolite throwing down the Culling. Crystalline down to half HP. Woolite going to dash forward, but he gets a lot of damage back there from Barney D. They're going to have to back off.
Yeah, the culling was so good. I think almost every single bullet connected. Now that Nick has roamed himself to the bottom, they're going to push on their tower. Now, in terms of this top lane, that looks like just a straight bait outplay.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, Binzu went aggressive. He thought he had the support of Trashy, hadn't taken into the fact that Kikis was there. And first tower of the game taking so much damage here by Denial. Super Ace is going to back away thanks to the minion wave not being there.
And with a threat of Spears just throwing in there, you can't stand and hold on to that one. I mean, even if you take a turret hit or two there, Denial, they've got 2 heals in that bottom lane. Actually, they've got 4 really because the 2 summon heals as well.
Yeah, there's so much sustain on the side of Denial. It's quite an interesting composition that they've got. You want Jax and Zinza running in. Oh, Kikis is found Trashy. It's a good cocoon. They're going in.
Kikis going to dive in for this one, as we are going to see Nick coming in. Spears landed. Trashy's down. St. Cooks comes around as well, but he's missed his leash. He's going to have to distortion away. Another spear comes in. Doesn't quite land. Tried to save his teammate, but that will be Denial taking the kill lead at 2-for-1, and that gets us in Zhao rolling.
Trashy was just out of position there. Trying to counter jungle. He didn't have the most vision, and you know, he started that fight. He jumped onto Kikis first, may have underestimated the distance between himself and Sencooks, because Sencooks just did not go in for that one, didn't back him up at all. Now, when we return to our top lane, they're even on CS, they're even on kills and deaths, so they're doing pretty well. But as it stands, Babunia is just having a better trade. His counter-strikes are well, he's forcing those empowered attacks onto Binzu's Renekton and making his life very difficult.
He's playing basically an aggressive Jax game here. Every opportunity he gets on that third strike, he leaps in there and does the damage to him, and that's causing a few problems. He's got that Vamp Scepter now as well, so he can sustain nicely in that lane. We'll see how much Renekton and Binzu can actually hold on to him then. We see Dominus having to be popped there to try and gain some back.
Yeah, and of course, as we already touched on, that is just the level 1 Dominus. It has been reduced in effectiveness. Old Dominus gave you 300 health and 40 damage per second. Now it's only 200 health and 30 damage per second. So gives himself a little bit of sustain. He's back up to as near to max as you can get. And remember, he was traded down very low. So luckily for him now, he can actually stick around and keep farming.
Yeah, let's see
damage.
how Babunia plays this one. Again, Vamp Scepter, we'll see if he decides to go aggressive or whether he's quite happy with this. And as we see, just dive straight in there with Counter-Strike running. Binzu has to back away, and as soon as he comes back in, Babunia just turns around and does the damage again.
It's actually a very good matchup. You're noticing every time Babunia gets some damage down, Binzu is responding with his abilities well. He's timing his slice and dices. The moment the Empowered Strike is about to land, you actually see Binzu trying to channel that stun of his own and preventing Babunia from getting it down. So it's an interesting matchup, but as it stands, you have to feel Jax is going to scale better, and they're currently sitting even on CS.
Oh, this could be bad news for him, though. He does...
He senses it.
Yeah, he's got a ward. He's got a trinket anyway. He senses it with the ward.
The ward.
What's down there?
I didn't see Trash's
It's basically
head.
the senses. Vision is a sense as well. This point coming in. Actually, Kiki's coming down towards the mid. Sencooks here. Gonna just move straight away from that one. Doesn't want to have a bit to play. I mean, Kiki's got himself Hex Drinker in their boots as well. We saw yesterday how effective Xin Zhao is in his early stages of the game if he gets off to a good start.
Yeah, and because of the power of that Audacious Charge, which has been maxed first, that's the E from Xin Zhao, it's got a much more powerful slow and a lower cooldown. So he's going to be relying on the hard CC of Jax as his primary initiation. So when you look at the crowd control levels on Denial, it's not that strong, and Sencooks not really connecting with those ethereal chains as you might like.
And here comes Kikis once again. The problem is it's LeBlanc. So hard to lock down. As Babunia finally going to be chasing here by Binzu. Counter-Strike comes up. He's got the stun. Has he got the damage? Ignite is going down onto him. Is it enough to finish him off? Yes, it is. Brilliant from Babunia. And now they're going to kill Crystalline. Nothing they can do about that. And just like that, 2 kills coming down in a matter of seconds. Babunia went back home, picked up Tiamat. No, he didn't TP. He doesn't have TP. He walked back to top lane and went straight into fight once again. And he was just far too overconfident.
On the same token, Barney D just disappears from the lane. He went to go ward up the river, and the moment Barney D was gone, you've seen Woolite and Super Ace committing. You've got the Relentless Pursuit from Lucian, which is a nice dash. In conjunction with the movement speed increase from Super Ace, it just allowed them to get onto Vayne and overpower it. That was a 2v1 that they won clearly. Now, we do see Reason Gaming. They are trying to defend this bottom inner turret. While that's going on, the rest of Denial are pushing some pressure on the mid lane. That's Kikis and Nick, and they're going to get a lot of damage on this tower.
Yeah, I mean, the vision was already there to see him coming in. For me, you're never going to catch Kale and Lucian. And we see Senkux here using distortion. Kikis actually diving in. Cocoon is going to land, and Kikis is going to go down. Senkux gets that one back, and now they turn on towards Nick. There is Trashy coming in. Can he get another Cocoon off here? Nick is going to try and dodge away from this one. Turret comes out, flashes away from the Cocoon.
Yeah, but now there's minions here for Reason Gaming to work with. So, one kill for the tower means somewhat advantage to Denial, gets instantly balanced out. So Reason Gaming will come away in a better position right now. They've got an additional kill, and they've got Super Ace.
Yeah, Super Ace going a little far too forward there. He's going to use intervention on himself, but he's going to have to flash to get back behind the turret on this one. And taking far too much damage on that, and I have to give it to Reason. I thought they were going to end up getting nothing on the bottom side and possibly losing that mid lane turret. In the end, they rotated fast enough to the mid lane to get the kill onto Kikis, save their tower. That's a lie, the tower went down, but they got the enemy tower as well.
So what we're seeing from both of these teams in both of the games in this series so far is individual decision making and over-aggression is what's costing. You know, I don't really understand why Kikis tried to dive onto Senkux in the first place, or it's Trashy in that mid lane. He overcommitted past the tower. The tower hadn't been killed yet. And because he overcommitted, he gave up the kill. Then thanks to him giving up the kill, when the rest of Denial fell back, they didn't have the numbers to defend their own tower. Had Kikis been a little bit more cautious, he could have been there with his team, maybe held on to that mid turret himself. Now they're diving Binzu.
Yeah, stun comes down on him. He's not going to get away from that one. Here comes LeBlanc around the side, though. They did get the knock up. There was Elite Strike from Babunia to get away as well. Senkux couldn't stick around too long on that front. And they get that one kill for 0. Tower kept alive by the presence of Senkux. But again, a good move from Denial.
So at the end of the day, the dive works out, and they're still trying to get Babunia even more fed. He's got 2 kills so far. He is slightly ahead in terms of CS, and you have to feel that Denial want that Jax, most likely to try and counter that Vayne if at all possible. Try to leap on him, stun him up, and force him away from the fight. I feel like a Vayne can outplay a Jax in terms of a duel 1v1 with a Blade, with a Condemn, but as long as Babunia is keeping Vayne busy, the rest of Denial can try to shut down Reason's team fight and then focus Vayne together as a unit. And I think that's the game plan. We'll see how it plays out as more towers drop. Right now, with only 3 towers down, there hasn't really been a lot of rotations for more objectives.
I'll fill it down some of the CS here as well. Not really touched on that one. AD carry role in advantage of Denial. Probably as you'd expect with the Vayne's weaker laning phase from that one. Mid lane is bang even. Top lane, Babunia doing a really good job on this one. Dragon, of course, is live and available. Reason Gaming in position to have a go at it, but we are going to see Denial coming in for this one. They don't want to give this one up for free. Dragon's at half. And Reason have backed away. They leave this one for now. There is Kikis going in. He's going to be able to smite that one away, and Reason know that they just can't fight there.
Reason did not want to pick a fight because all of their damage is single targets. The damage that will kill somebody. LeBlanc's going to jump on you and try pop you with those Sigils of Silence. Vayne needs to jump on you and get multiple auto attacks down. If they jump onto someone, Intervention's instantly going to counter that, and then you've got that Crescent Sweep from Xin Zhao to make a team fight advantageous for Denial. That is why Reason decided to back away from the pit. Play it safe. Reason need to find a pick, and it might be on Trashy.
He's in some real trouble from this one. Spear actually comes across the side there, repelled nicely away from, and it's actually Bintu that goes up towards the front. Here comes LeBlanc as well. Lucian hardly taking any damage from that. They're going to try and turn it around. Xin is in there. The Collie comes out as well. Good exhaust and a Condemn will stop Kikis from chasing in too far. Barney D is there as well to get the slow onto them, and Reason back away to that mid lane.
So a lot of ultimates invested and moves back and forth, and it's just that little strategic game the teams play. They almost got Trashy down, but thanks to his repel. He was able to avoid a lot more damage, and there was support from Reason to save him. Now, the rest of Denial have grouped up on this inner turret. Senkux is looking for a pick from the side. He's going to be in trouble.
Well, he might just get taken down himself there, indeed, as they push straight in. There is the damage coming back. The Mimic is going to be popped. Can they finish him off? No, not quite. Here comes the rest of Reason, though. Woolite, is he going to get knocked against the wall? That was very dangerous how close he went. I don't know why he didn't try and condemn him at that point. Either way, they've got the middle inner turret, and Babooni is running right on the top lane. He's taken down turret number 4.
So a nice swinging gold for Denial. They are playing the map game a lot better. It took them a while in game 1. It took them more time to begin sieging and to begin challenging those towers. But now, at 20 minutes on the board, they're pushing in multiple stages of the map, and they're forcing Reason Gaming to defend. If you look at Reason, the only wave clear that they have is a volatile spiraling from Elise and those Mantra inner flames from Karma. There's no other safe wave clear. So you force them onto the back foot underneath the tower, and it means Reason Gaming's only option is to engage. And if they're engaging under Nidalee Spears, under Counter-Strike, under Crescent Sweep, all of a sudden Denial's got all the tools to beat them. So I think Denial should keep sieging, because Reason Gaming's defense comp is just not strong enough at this point.
No, nowhere near safe enough against Spears.
No.
And then you've got to factor in the culling. We saw how much damage it did in that last time around. We see Barney D here just waiting. Jack's trying to recall in the middle of the lane, or is he? Is he just trying to bait them out? Chrisland is going to get attacked. Blade of the Ruin King is going to be used. Shields coming down, but Baboonia is doing all the damage. He's got the kill. 1 versus 2. No problem. Barney D speeds himself up as he realizes he's going to get closed in on. And now Nick and Senkux going head to head. Senkux actually backing away from this one, realizing that Kale was there as well. Baboonia.
The burst damage.
He is playing very ballsy right now.
The burst damage was fantastic. He knew he was going to be able to win that trade. He's got a Blade of the Ruin King himself. He also had the Sheen built up. So in conjunction with his Empowered Strike and his ultimate, he just shredded through Kristen's HP. Kristen only had a Blade to work with. He had no additional attack speed, no crit chance from a Phantom Dancer, which is what we tend to see. And yes, Vayne is strong, but you're not that strong.
No, not.
So
well, he figured, okay, Karma's here. I get my shields. You know, we can work this one out. But honestly, no. Baboonia far too far ahead from that one and unable to chase him down. Baboonia still played it well though. The leap strike there at the end, just before he got out of vision, was strong. But we see now Woolite actually is pushing this inner turret in the top lane. Trashy and Chrisland are there. This is a duo lane, and they're scared because they know they're going to have spears coming in. Nick is off towards the side. Here is Senkux going in, throws everything at Woolite. Condemn comes in. Intervention is there as well. Woolite doesn't have a flash or a heal, but he doesn't mind. Kiki dives in. There's the culling coming out. Who's going to take all the damage there? Chrisland just using his blade once again for that one. Actually, no, it wasn't. I'm telling a complete lie.
It's just become available. We do see Beers who's been jumped on.
I give up.
Chrisland right now is just not having any sort of impact. Tower's gone down. Kikis has found a target.
He is going to get locked up though by those chains of Senkux. Can they get in here from this one? Again, you have to feel it's all about Nick throwing those spears in. Senkux actually going to silence him from this one. He gets knocked towards the wall and flashes at the exact right time.
That was a great little moment. Nick got gifted a nice flash. They've jumped onto Woolite, and he's in trouble now. Or not.
Or not. He's going to get a kill, actually, because the spear comes around the side. Kiki's going to dive in once again. Is he going to get locked up? Trashy goes low, tries to get the execute. That doesn't work out for him. Meanwhile, Beanzu is being hammered away on by Baboonia underneath the tower. Baboonia doesn't care. As we said before in that top lane, he's now all alone down there. He's going to take the inner turret. They're going to take Baron as well.
Yeah, there's nothing Reason Gaming can do to contest this. Reason keep going in drips and drabs one by one. Nick, after getting away with his life, he flashed over the wall because he got closer to that little alcove, and then he throws a spear up that turns at engage. The key that you want to look at is Nick's positioning. First of all, he's about to get knocked to that small little alcove. Had the stun landed, yes, that would have been a dead Nidalee, and this would have been so different. But that was so close. The beautiful thing is, after that happened, Reason felt they were in a good enough position to keep chasing. They were. One spear changed that entire theory. Nick was off on the side by the big white camp, throws out that javelin toss, finds a target, Denial get more kills, and I think they grab Baron as well. Yeah, so secure the Baron off the back. They got a 10,000 gold lead, a 7 kill lead, 5 tower lead. They are in complete and utter control.
And it's, again, we talk about it so often, when you see the likes of a Jax, or a Vayne as well, we'll give that over to Reason. If they get rolling and they get to that late game monster that they have the potential of being, it's rather scary. We saw there, Beanzu underneath his own turret got outplayed completely by Babunia. We saw 2v1 in the top lane. Vayne and Karma couldn't control the Jax in that situation. You have to wonder, how do you hope to team fight against a team like this that's got so much power?
I'll tell you right now, Reason Gaming cannot. What Reason needs to do is find picks when Denial are not grouped up. Because even if Reason do get a advantageous position and get a lot of burst damage down onto a target, he's just immediately going to get caught by that intervention. If that is still not enough to save him,
heal.
Well, hell, summon a heal, Kayle heal, Nidalee heal. I mean, there are so many tools to keep targets up, and there's not enough AoE to burn through all that heal in single fights. You know, so right now, Babunia, he's got 3 members on him, and the rest of Denial are in the mid lane.
And is he possibly gonna kill Chris Lundia? No, he finally gets finished off. The shutdown coming in for Vayne. Well, the rest of the team come around. Well, that's gonna burst down one of them. They've already had that in-him turret away in the mid lane. The inhibitor itself will fall. Let's not forget, this is a barrened up Denial right now, and they're just gonna surely rotate out to the bottom lane.
Yeah, that is hashtag worth if you've ever seen it. Babunia pulls 3 members towards him and allows Denial to grab the inhibitor. Super minions are now going to start streaming down the middle of the map. If they didn't have utter map control already, they're now going for a second inhibitor. Beanzu wants more.
This is a little bit risky from Kiki's. Warlight going to get caught out of position. A last second intervention comes out. The Cullen rolling through as well. That's going to get Warlight the kill, and they can go in for inhibitor number 2. 2 men are dead here as well as they dive in once again. Trashy actually taking a lot of damage, and they're going to surrender. Surrender vote comes in, and that will be 2-0 this game to Denial.
Absolutely brilliant finish from Denial. Once they realized that their opponents could not deal enough damage to them as a group, they just stuck together from 16 or 17 minutes on the clock to the end at, what was it, 25 minutes. They just sieged. They roamed as a unit. They said, Babunia, you're OP, go deal with whoever you want, and the rest of us will stick together, keep our heals, keep our interventions, and they played brilliantly.
So I've got a question now, because you saw Mundo and Rise band away against Babunia. They left the Nidalee open. Nidalee had a big impact on the later game, at least. I mean, obviously, Sencook's in that laning phase wasn't having many problems with him, was ahead in CS for quite a while. But Babunia got out of control again.
I think one of the big threats of this game was that Nidalee. You know, we talked about it in the pregame. I probably would have thought a Rise and a Nidalee ban would have been good options, because the Nidalee gives you the option to siege. It gives you that massive, massive heal underneath turrets, and we've seen it used multiple times to great effect. Had that been a different mid lane champion, that strategy could potentially not have been employed. You know, it could have weakened that mid game phase, which would have given Vayne time to scale, which would have given LeBlanc time to scale. And I think Babunia is a player that you can't ban out right now. I think he's playing very well. You've seen 2 bans targeted at him, and he's still crushed face.
So where do you put the bans then? I mean, if you're not going to ban him out, then you leave that Mundo open, you leave the Rise, and you give him basically a free choice in that top lane. Do you then focus in towards the mid lane? Do you get rid of that Nidalee? I mean, for me, Nidalee, again, and I said it at the start of the game, predicted it correctly, of course. You've got Nidalee 100% win rate here in the Challenger playoff so far.
I think if you step back, yes, there are so many different options and routes you can go with banning strategy, but I think in this particular composition for Reason Gaming, they went too much for early game dominance with a LeBlanc, with a Renekton, with a Karma, and had banked on Vayne getting to a point where she could tear people apart. That didn't happen. I don't think any of those occurrences happening. I mean, Jax came out even on his lane, even with multiple ganks. LeBlanc didn't get kills in Nidalee. There was no real gank attempts, but that's a matchup that LeBlanc can win and didn't. The biggest problem for Reason, if they had wave clear, they would have had more tools to work with, but they didn't have a fully rounded composition, and that's what cost them when they fell on the back foot. They got ahead early, they got first blood again, but it doesn't transition to anything more, and that's where the problem's coming in.
Well, we shall see if they can fix that one. We need to take a quick break, guys, but when we do return, Denial looks to make it 3 wins in a row and lock down a spot in the summer promotion tournament. So don't go anywhere. The 2014 European Challenger Series will be right back. Welcome back to the 2014 European Challenger Series Spring Playoffs. It's time for Game 3, and this third place match between Denial Esports and Reason Gaming. But first, I'd once again like to welcome Dexter back to the desk now. Dexter, a bit more of a one-sided game, that one, from your eyes?
I think the picks and bans were in Denial's favor. The reason for that is Reason Gaming picked themselves into a situation where they have no wave clear against the Siege comp from Nidalee and was it Lucian? Yeah, Lucian.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, at 10 minutes we saw the roam from Nidalee to bot lane. They just took the tower for free. And Lucian Nidalee is a pretty good Siege comp, and I really liked it. And the Xin Zhao made sure that Jax get going in the top lane. So if you have early game pressure in the jungle with the Jax top lane snowballing, and to the point where Jax can just freely one-on-one anyone. You have like a 4-man unit, and then you have Jax split pushing on the other side of the map. And yeah, when Jax can one-on-one anyone, then the game is pretty much over because Lucian and Nidalee can just siege for free every tower, and yeah, there's no coming back pretty much. If Nidalee's on the offensive once, then it's pretty hard to come back. And actually, I think that picking Vayne was a mistake too, because if teams have still the mindset of picking Vayne into team fights and going for early things, but after they saw the Jax, I think they shouldn't have went with the Vayne, because there's no way that Vayne can actually win a duel against Jax in the split push. And teams should use Vayne as a split push or against double tank combos. And yeah, Vayne has no siege. She's not that great in pick comps, unless you're like SKT1. They play pretty well in pick comps and rotations. But
they're only the world champions.
Yeah, they're the world champions. But it's really, really hard to get to that style where you can just rotate into a lane and assassinate people with Vayne. For that purpose, I think that maybe picking Caitlyn would have been good for a bit of wave clear, or maybe Sivir. Sivir has good wave clear too, and actually Sivir is really good in pick composition. So I think if they had Sivir maybe combined with the LeBlanc, it would have been a better choice for them for sure.
So let's talk. I know we've discussed the picks and bans and how a lot of the challenger teams have had holes and weaknesses.
Yeah.
We asked you about Babunia in the previous game. We were talking about those top lane champions. We've seen again that Ryze and the Mundo banned out. In my opinion, not ideal. I feel that Babunia currently is playing very well. What's your take on that heavy banning? 2 games in a row that we've seen, that Mundo ban. We've seen that priority saying, look, we don't want you on it, but Babunia is still performing.
I mean, the priorities are still the same from the previous patch. Like, Renekton is top-tier champion for lane bullying. But, yeah, Jax is pretty good too right now. So it's really hard to outban top laners, and I don't think bans should be focused on top lane, except you don't want to deal with a certain champion, for like Ryze, for instance. But in general, I think you have Jax, you have Renekton, you have Shyvana, and they all kind of counter each other in a way. And if you have a jungler like Xin Zhao and Elise, there's a lot of action going on the top lane. So whoever plays it out better, has the better mechanics in the 2-on-2, will win. And yeah, I think that Renekton and Jax is gonna be a really common matchup in the upcoming weeks. So yeah, there's not much else to pick, I think.
What about the duo lane? Because you've seen this constant trouble now. The double summon a heal plus the heal from Kayle. They've got sustained pretty much all day long in that bottom lane. What do they have to play against that when we saw Karma this time around try and poke them back, but they just heal it back up?
Well, the fact that Lucian is probably like the best laner in the 2-on-2 scenario right now makes it really hard for Vayne to even go through lane properly. So I think Caitlyn is a pretty decent pick against Lucian, and maybe even Corki. Corki is good too, and it got picked by Koreans and some of the NA teams as like a counter, not a direct counter, but a lane matchup that can do well against it. So I think that I don't think that any team of them practiced Corki yet, because it's like a really new pick coming out. So yeah, I think maybe even banning Lucian is the option here. So Lucian is pretty good, and I wouldn't wait. Like, if I have to deal with a really good Lucian player, I would probably just ban it.
What's your take on Kayle? Because I feel like this game was probably the best case Kayle scenario. There was a lot of pick, single target damage coming in from Reason, and I think that sitting on the side of Super Race, he played his interventions well. Up until this game, I haven't been convinced. I've been very critical of the Kayle. What's your take?
The problem with Kayle is she doesn't provide anything but the ultimate. And later, like, it's really, really hard to get. If you have a really good 2-on-2, and you know that the enemy plays the matchups properly, Kayle has a really hard time going through laning phase. I can assure that, especially against like Leona or something. She won't really go through laning phase without being punished. She has no mobility. I mean, she has heal, sure, but the intervention is pretty good. But yeah, she doesn't really offer that much.
We've seen that this week already.
Yeah.
Against Kayle's, Super Race has really struggled.
Yeah, I think Sona is better. Like every other support, I would pick every other support over Kale personally. But
Yeah.
But then if her only thing in the late game is to give you that intervention, which is great against single target, why, and this was the first pick Kale, by the way, why would you pick so much single target damage into a Kale?
well, it's just a support pick. You can't really build team comps just to avoid a certain support pick, because then it's like, okay, what are we doing?
Yeah.
But I think poke is a really good answer against Kale, and maybe if they can play poke and get the Nidalee for themselves or something against Kale, then it's no problem. But lane swapping against Kale doesn't really do anything too. I mean, you give Kale a free lane, right? But I think you should emphasize your ganks on bot lane, on Kale. Kale has like 0 mobility, you can just punish her over and over again pre-6. And even after level 6, when she has that intervention, she still dies because it's nothing.
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
So as a last question, going to game 3,
Yeah.
you predicted, you said you were siding with Kickers, you said you had faith in Denial. We're hoping for more games. So what does Reason Gaming need to do to bounce back from being 0-2?
I think they have to ban out signature champions like Nidalee and Lucian, maybe. Yeah, that's the only answer I have.
Is that? Well, we'll see. I mean, we're about to get in picks and bans, so hopefully they feel the same.
Thanks a lot, Dexter. We'll be hearing a little bit more from him later on. Obviously, we have maybe one more game to go in this best of 5, but at least another best of 5 coming up after this one. And the grand finals, of course, as Ninjas in Pajamas take on Cloud9 Eclipse. But for now, we're going to get into game number 3, possibly the final game of this third place playoff. And who knows, maybe 20 to 50 minutes away from a spot in the LCS promotion series.
Now, you can't discount the amount of pressure that's going to put on Departed shoulders. Knowing that now it's one game away, when it's a series away, it still feels pretty big. It's a best of 5. That's a lot of games to get through. Now it's one game. We'll see if they can continue this solid play. I still think over-aggression is something both teams are guilty of taking part in, but at the end of the day, because of Denial's slightly superior pick and ban phase, having that single target, the ability to deal with the single target damage, it has worked out well for them.
So let's have a look then. No real change here. Thresh first ban out for Denial, so not wanting Reason to get them let them get their hands on a Thresh. And the first ban, this is what we're waiting for. Nidalee banned out by Reason Gaming.
The question is, what did Denial now run? Because what we have seen, when Ryze was banned away, Babunya went Jax, and it was great. Now, Nidalee's banned away. What does he want to run in instead? You know, what other alternatives are there? We've seen Ziggs in the past.
Lulu.
Lulu is also, it was first picked yesterday in their second game in the series. That was the game they won as well.
Yeah.
So the option is still there. The thing about Lulu, yes, she's still great in the mid to late game, but her laning phase has taken a very big hit. I may have overemphasized how big of a hit that was yesterday, but we've seen it being used to great effect. Nuke Duck was phenomenal on Lulu yesterday. Nick won it yesterday, so we'll have to see what they decide to pick in.
So, Lee Sin ban here for Denial, banning out Ryze themselves. So Baboon is like, hey guys, we should ban Ryze, and then I'll get them a Jax again. We'll see about that one. Ziggs was the second ban for Reason Gaming. I'm interested to see whether they'll either ban the Lucian or take it away here.
What I like about the Ryze ban is it screams to me a well thought out pick ban phase. Denial have an idea of a champion that they want to run, and they don't want somebody to either counter him in lane or deal with him. And it hasn't been locked in yet, but that Dr. Mundo, if it was going to go in there, it is available. And now you have to start thinking, is this a psych out? Do they want to try force Reason's hand? Do they make Reason start thinking about a counter to Mundo, etc., etc.? You know, there's a lot of psychological play that goes into this pick ban phase.
I don't want to say that Beanzu's not a Mundo player, because if you play top lane these days, you have to be able to play Dr. Mundo, but he's not played him all in the Challenger Series so far. So that Lucian, we said, leave him open, then first pick him away. Denial prioritizing that one heavily, which kind of surprised me, because they've gone on this complete switcheroo from yesterday where they were like, Twitch is God, and picked him in all 3 games against Cloud9.
And what they haven't done, this is the first time that they've first picked an AD carry as well. Across all of the games, it has always been either the top lane or the mid lane that's really been prioritized. Yesterday, there was one instance of a Thresh, but that was because Super Ace's Kayle was being so well countered by Voidal on Leona. So with this priority pick, it is something that Dexter pointed out himself. He felt like it is such a bully, always has a strong laning presence, and scales really well into multiple comps. I think Denial are going to be happy with that first pick so far.
Let's have a look here then what they go for next. LeBlanc and Xin Xiao were the picks, and we know how strong Xin is. He's another champion that's at 100% win ratio right now, 2 out of 2, not quite as many as some of the others there. It's not quite the Nidalee who's banned out this time around. We thought about Lulu. He was a choice yesterday, the only winner mid laner that they had in that best of 3 against Cloud9 Eclipse. See if they lock that in here. I have a feeling that they're gonna.
So the thing for me for Reason at the moment, before we see what Denial lock in, is that they're going with the LeBlanc again, which makes you think that it was an executional failure on their side, not a pick ban failure. Anticipating either, you know, a mid laner like Lulu, for example, that's going to be a lane that's actually pretty even, I think, with the hits to Lulu in the early game. She's not going to bully LeBlanc quite as much, and you're going to have the option to roam, but I think we need to see Senkux actually roaming. He didn't have much of a presence on the map at all earlier, and we've seen roaming from Nick's Nidalee to a much greater effect. So we'll see how he decides to play it out. As you mentioned, that Lulu was locked in.
Interesting to see how mobile they go in this team as well, picking up the Karma we saw back at IEM, you know, the teams that didn't have Sivir in there, that used the Karma support as that mobility. Whether they'll fall back then to have whether they'll put something in there in that top lane that's going to be able to just charge in there. Jungle, of course, completely open here as well for Kikis, but we'll see what Reason now are going to lock into this one. They've got the mid laner, they've got their jungler, so still looking for that AD carry. They've got the pick of the crop here, nothing banned out on that front, just Lucian taken away.
I almost like the idea of a Vi coming in for Denial. We'll see what else gets locked in by Reason, but because you've got mobility from Lulu and from Karma to chase people down, if you put Vi as your jungler, Vi's going to catch somebody. There's nothing you can do about that. She will use Assault and Battery and get in there. But then because you've got Lulu to speed up a teammate and you've got Karma to speed up your teammates, they can follow through much more effectively. It's something that I like to see whenever you have Vi's engage supports like an Annie who's going to flash turbos, like a Leona who's going to go solar flare, or in this case, like a Karma who can speed up everyone else. And I quite like that engage. We'll see how Denial decide to play it out because they still haven't locked the jungler in.
And Mundo, who's just going to be in the top lane trudging along and throwing cleavers all day long to slow you down. And Twisted Fate. I mean,
not believing it.
We shouldn't rule out a Lulu top here, but I'm going to pretty much rule it out and say that's a mid lane. And Super A's, you know, he was the one that always hovers over Sona for about half an hour before they decide on anything. Switching up a few different champions here. With that Mundo that we've seen banned out in every single game so far against Babunia now finally open, we have to assume that that's going to go in for it.
Yes, and we have to put a massive amount of expectation on this pick. If Babunia does not have the same level of control as he did with his Ryze or with his Jax, then he has tunneled on a comfort pick that may not be as successful at this level of play. The thing that I like about the Mundo in this setup right now is it creates a very big wall that is quite difficult to get past. Assuming that Mundo can pull resources onto him, maybe get some spells, maybe get the chains out of LeBlanc, that is going to then open up the team fight for Master Yi and for Lulu to come in. But the key is to not send in Lulu or Yi by themselves or alone, because they can get singled out and killed. Keep in mind that they've picked this run-at-you composition against a Xin Zhao, who has the ability to kick you away. So there's going to be a lot of emphasis on Denial finding the right team fight, committing at the right angle, and not overcommitting, which is something they've been guilty of not doing correctly yesterday and today.
So are we going to see Beanzu going back to his old favorites? Basically him and Wicked, they're like Irelia bros in Europe, you know. In fact, Wicked was watching yesterday, so he's maybe picking up a few tips from Beanzu about how to play Irelia.
Implying, of course, that Beanzu's the stronger Irelia player right now.
Hi, Wicked. But yeah, it will be Irelia this time for Reason Gaming. And again, we saw a switch away from Irelia, but going kind of back into that one. If we look back, I said it before, against Mouse Sports, the final best 3, both games against Nip. Game 1 here today, really loves his Irelia.
I like Irelia against Mundo in the early game. I like him in the laning phase. I like him up to probably level 7, level 8 even. With no Ignite, I think there's lower kill pressure once they both hit level 6. The one thing that I dislike is that Irelia's primary damage comes from obviously her auto attacks, from her heat and style, which applies the true damage. The only real counter to true damage is to stack HP, and that is what you will be doing on a Mundo. He's going to be building up the likes of a Randy and Zoman, maybe going the route of a Warmogs if he gets enough CS. So he itemizes exactly as his core items what will counter Irelia. The thing that Irelia has that Mundo doesn't, if Irelia gets to the back line with a Trinity Force and some damage, she is a threat to the squishier targets behind, I feel that Mundo is less of a threat because he doesn't have as much damage. So we'll see how each of these players work their individual strengths and weaknesses.
Another thing we've got to consider as well is that Mundo is weak early on until he starts getting up towards that level 6 when he gets his massive regen and gets a bit tankier. We've seen how much of an impact Xin Zhao can have underneath that tower at controlling you. That's the time to shut down that Mundo.
The one thing that I do like about Mundo with teleport in terms of his ganks is it is a lot more oppressive to get away from. If an Irelia dashes to you and she tries to stun you, and you can avoid that or you can mitigate that, the risk of her killing you is much less. However, there are so many infected cleavers that come out from Mundo. If he teleports to the bottom lane, you combine those cleavers with the root from Karma, that is a lot of CC that can keep you in place long enough to get Wu-Light to kill you.
So here we go then. It is game number 3. Will it be the final game here between Denial and Reason Gaming? The winners, of course, going through to the LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. Well, we've said it before. You just got to feel that they will be playing whoever finishes in the 6th position overall after that. They get first choice, and, well, if it was me, I'd be avoiding ninjas in pajamas and Cloud9 at all costs. Right now, Reason sat on this top side of the map, waiting for the Deathbrush gank, which has come in pretty much every single game apart from this one.
So for the record, if anybody is playing Denial in solo queue in ranked 5s, 2 games on, 1 game off. I want to explain what that means. Every game 1 and 2 of a series, they will invade your tribush, and every 3rd game of the series, they do not. They did it yesterday. It didn't work out. It didn't get any advantages. They played passively and their opponents read it. They've done exactly the same thing here now. It means they're predictable. And if they're predictable, if you can figure out some trends in the decision-making, it allows you to find ways to beat them later on.
Currently sat with 3 men on the bottom side, a couple around the middle there as well. And on the other side, Reason like, please, come on. You do this all the time. You've got to be doing it this time around, but it's just not happening. Denial not going to be going for this one. If anything, it's just going to be Babunia throwing himself a briefcase into that one. In fact, he probably won't even do that. He's probably going to just catch sight of them coming around.
Well, we'll see.
Oh, this could actually be a little bit dangerous for him, but he sees that, okay, Beanzoo's there, Trash is there. Okay, they're all here. I'm going to back away from this one. Reason Gaming moving in for the blue buff. We see instantly there that Denial have gone straight over to the enemy blue. Is Beanzoo going to try and interrupt this one?
I don't think he can. You know, now he can because it's going to be a one-on-one. So at the end of the day, Kickers, he had the support of his AD carriers and support, actually. So it would have been a very risky interrupt for Beanzoo. He didn't want to go over-aggressive. And at the end of the day, it's just a blue buff trade. Teleport was used by Beanzoo, so tiny advantage to Babunia as he still has his, but I'm anticipating he uses it at some point to get to the top lane sooner.
Yeah, there's 2 versus 1, which means it's not, even if it's a 1v, if you 1v1 up there, yes, you can definitely dive Mundo. If it's 3v1 with someone like, you know, Leona, for example, that they've got with Xin Zhao going in and taking things up, then it spells bad news. And we can see that Mundo actually doing wolf camps and what have you before he goes up to that top lane, knowing that he's not going to get anything from the lane anyway until he gets pushed down to his turret.
And I think that Reason Gaming are making a mistake. You do not see Crystalline or Barney D pushing that way. They are letting it sit there. So there is a bunch of minions that are starting to stack up. That's a wave and a half worth of experience that now Babunia is going to be able to try and grab. His tower's taken no additional damage. He's got a level advantage over Beanzoo, will soon enough. And he's got some gold in his back pocket. So I think that's quite a smart play from him. Also, it's Reason Gaming that initiated this lane swap, whether it was anticipation of a lane swap themselves or to do this, to dive. This is 3v2, Kikis is close by.
Such an obvious move, and Kikis is there, and look at him, move straight up towards the tower. That means that Reason, you have to really think twice about that one, and well, maybe even more than twice about it. Trashy going through, they're trying to get rid of those minions here, but how they get enough damage down to think about really committing to a full-on dive 3 versus 2? They're not going to be able to.
There's not enough minions for that dive to be even remotely safe. Thanks to the Alpha Strike, the wave clear is actually pretty good there for Master Yi. So they defend not only the tower, they prevent the 3v1 tower dive, and look at how much Beanzoo's been denied. He's only got 2 CS to his name. He's not an experienced range, and he's been forced all the way back to his inner turret.
Yeah, this is pretty bad for Reason. I mean, if you look at what Denial are doing, well, they're denying those creeps onto Irelia, but it's all the experience going over here to Babunia and actually getting some good damage off while he goes. Meanwhile, those minions just running straight through into the turret in the bottom lane. They're going to get a good few shots off here and there when everything goes through. And Denial going to be happy with this scenario.
So this is what we talked about in picks and bans. When you see that the Rise was banned out by Denial, when we had come to expect them to actually play the champion, you can theorize that, okay, they want to play a specific matchup. They want to play Mundo, for example. Then they lock in the Master Yi. The strategy from Denial was to hold this tower. Whether or not they had predicted the lane swap or not is, conjecture. But at the end of the day, they've executed the first 5 minutes perfectly. They didn't lose a buff. They've held onto a tower. There's a 19 CS advantage. That's half a kill for Babunia, but they didn't have to burn a flash because of overextending.
Little bit scared. I'm not sure if you particularly needed to fully commit to that whole flash away from it. I think it scared them a little, although with Xin Zhao then losing that lane and seeing that Irelia was having troubles and that the tower was going low, they might have been able to predict that one a little bit better. But right now we see Babunia just trying to get rid of his minions as much as possible. Actually, good couple of turret hits coming out there onto Barney D, and that's the kind of thing that you can't afford to let happen. Denial in the meantime have just simply rotated around, brought their duo lane to the mid lane.
Yeah, this is just going to be exactly what Denial did in the previous game. Rotating their champions when towers are down. Oh, Super Ace has got no flash.
Super Ace has got no flash. Senkook's actually going very low, but it is going to be Trashy that gets the first blood. Here comes Lulu, but between them, they've not got the damage to get any kind of kill back.
So I need to highlight the fact that Woolite did not use his Summoner Heal, and this is the second time this week that he has done this. Yesterday, he ran Summoner Heal and failed to use it to potentially save his support. You can argue whether it would have saved him or not, and it was smart to do so, but at the end of the day, you're not using the tools to maybe survive. So, Summoning Heal still available for Woolite. First kill secured by Reason Game. That's 3 for 3 in this series. They have grabbed themselves first blood, and all 3 times, Trashy was there to make it happen.
And they said it. They said it before this game that Trashy was going to be the man. If Reason Gaming were to do well, he would have to have a big impact in this game. Meanwhile now, Woolite actually going to get pressured quite a lot, and that's some good damage coming out of LeBlanc. The Chalice already in there with boots, and that door and drink. Barney D catching pretty much every briefcase these days, and not doing too much damage to him. It's just basically body blocking those minions.
Yeah, trying to deny Babunia, which is a decent enough attempt, but he's got to be a little bit careful, because if he goes too low and Master Yi comes up to set up a gank, there is a lot of damage from that Master Yi, especially once he throws down that Wuju style. So we'll see how they play it out. As it stands, the 2v1 has still remained for Reason Gaming. They've not rotated any of their members to try and defend that middle lane, and they've jumped up Babunia.
Level 6 he is. Where's the ultimate? And wow, that was very late actually from Babunia coming out, but I think it's going to be enough anyway. It's a lot of regen after all. Actually managing to avoid quite a lot of that damage, and actually he's going to start chasing in here. Not sure how deep he can really go. Woolite was coming to join the party, but still would have only been a 2-on-2 scenario. Reason Gaming there started to move a little bit towards Dragon. They're in full vision though if they do. Yeah,
the moment Denial revealed that they're AD carrying support in this top lane, it's actually going to open the Dragon up to Reason Gaming, assuming that they take all of their solo laners. Because this is a 2-on-2 in this top lane. Teleport is actually, I believe, just been used by Babunia to the bottom lane, so there's a little bit of presence. That window of opportunity has been reduced, but as it stands, there is the higher possibility of Reason starting that one off.
Going straight towards the turret here. And they already have one down in that bottom lane. Fantastically played by Woolite and Super A's at the start of things. Barney D getting closer to level 6 here, but still taking a fair bit of poke there, as we do see Irelia forced to flash away from Dr. Mundo. Yeah, Babunia didn't even use his ultimate. That was just straight, Burning Agony and landing cleaver after cleaver forces Beanzo away. The thing with Irelia in terms of this early stage of the game, her mana pool is very, very limited. So if you start using and spamming your spells, you run out of mana very quickly. Part of the reason Beanzo couldn't stick around was the fact he was forced away. And because he was forced away, because of the fact that top laner couldn't come to Dragon, Denial are now going to pull their resources together, secure the first Dragon of the game at 9 minutes. Maybe a steal? No, not this time. Not quite close enough. Senkook's actually may go for Nick, and Just gets polymorphed up there, says, nah, you can't really jump at me, that's not going to happen. However, Trashy is coming around here. This is a very dangerous move. Actually dodging away from that one, but the exhaust is going to come down. They get the stun onto Barney D. Will they get away? Yes, they will. And actually throwing the Colin back down, that's going to force them back off. Kristlund starts to come in. Whoa, flashes away from the Piltover Peacemaker. That would have been a kill, I think, if it had landed.
Overconfidence from Moonlight to stay there, but now Senkooks is trying to find a kill. I think he's going to be a little bit too late. The movement speed from Super Ace was good, and we'll see if he can get caught.
He's going to throw everything he's got here at Super Ace, including the Ignite, and Senkooks does get the kill. Barney D came in just to make sure that that one was in fact secure, and he wasn't going to be flashing away from them. Well, Super Ace already used his flash just before that, so of course he wasn't going to flash away.
2 kills for Reason Gaming throughout the course of this opening 10 minutes. Reason have found kills, but they've only got that single tower, and right now Nick rather, almost got caught out by those chains. I think Denial are playing more objective focus is the way you have to talk about this. They've moved around, they were putting damage on the towers, they were trying to push middle lane off the bottom lane, they've got the first dragon. And Reason are just trying to find picks, trying to find kills. It hasn't equated to a mass amount of map control yet, but I think it has evened it out. That's the best way to think about it.
Good damage from both mid lanes there, actually. I think Senkooks just about getting the advantage of that one. Of course, Wild Growth is still there for Nick. Possibly a secret weapon for him as well if Senkooks comes in. Actually was just a little bit out of range of that one, as was Nick's Little Lance as well in the end. So, interestingly enough, nothing really landing out of that last encounter. We see that both teams starting to converge a little bit around middle.
Yeah, I think both of these teams really want to open up their opponent's jungles. They've got a lot of kill potential. I think Reason Gaming's got slightly higher pick chances with their champions. And if Denial can force Reason Gaming to group up, then all of a sudden the team fight power of Dr. Mundo, of Yi, of Lulu can become apparent. So Denial trying to force the hand of Reason by grouping up and maybe prematurely pulling members of Reason together, pulling them towards them. It's going to open up an Alpha Strike into a Wild Growth, into Dr. Mundo running through and wrecking everybody's face. So we'll see how Reason respond. As it stands, they haven't necessarily taken the bait because it's just been a duo lane swap a couple of times that has been equaled out.
Sinch out, just showing himself on a ward there, moving into the Denial jungle, and they pinged him straight away, so they know that Trashy is in there somewhere, but Reason have their vision on that bottom side of the map, and I'll be happy for that one. If we look at the CS here, interestingly enough, brought nicely back here by Beanzu against Baboonia. 84 to 79 was a lot bigger before.
It was. Beanzu was also left alone and uninhibited in the bottom lane for a period of 5 to 6 minutes. So that allowed him all the time that he needed to pick up that CS. We've seen Baboonia rotating a little bit more. He's picked up Dragon as well, chasing down Beanzu. What I think I'd like to see from Reason is finding more picks. They've got Nick.
They're going to finish him off here. There's a diving. Wild Growth does come down. Solar Flare is in there as well. Nick is still alive. Zenith Blade misses, but there is Senkooks diving straight into the back. That will be 3-0 to Reason.
Yeah, they managed to get the pick, and this might be the first pick that allows them to secure an objective. They have 4 members of the team against only 2 now of Denial. This should be the tower.
A lot of folk coming in there. Kikis, to be honest, can't get involved in this one. They're just going to try and leash him up, but almost getting caught out there by the Zenith Blade. In fact, it's going to be Senkooks that dives in, ace in the hole, going to be blocked out. Have they got the damage? Trashy certainly does have. Goes in, the Alpha Strike from Kikis comes out. Good turret damage coming in. Trashy going to go low. Here comes the teleport as well from Mundo, but is he going to be able to get in there? Lucian from the backside. Where's the Cullen? He doesn't even need it. He's going to get 2 kills. Now they go towards Senkooks. The Cullen is going to be sprayed out from the side. They get Kristlund as well. That's Baboonia doing the work there, and now they turn over on towards Beanzu. Perma slowed by Dr. Mundo, and that is another one. Disaster strikes for Reason Gaming.
1 for 4 and the tower. Reason managed to take away the objective, but at the cost of 4 of their members' lives. Lucian secures 2 kills. Dr. Mundo is going to kill. There's a bunch of assists. They feel like they've got an easy kill. They feel like they can just jump onto Super Ace and destroy him. Look at how far the rest of the members of Denial are. You see that Lucian is making his way through the river, and the teleport's now coming in from Baboonia. Woolite got great positioning, didn't even need the culling like you mentioned. And unfortunately, because the teleport was too late there from the sides of Beanzu, He jumps in and it's too little too late. He ends up giving up yet another kill. Over-aggression from Reason. They tried to find a pick to get another tower. A little bit of greed set their tone, and it may be evened out by that mid-outer turret.
Turret was an absolute MVP in that fight as well. I think it did damage to 4 of them, or certainly 3 of them as they were trying to back away from that one. So a little bit of luck can sometimes go a long way, or a little bit of unluckiness maybe for the other team there. Reasonable really getting tagged up by that one. We do see Denial now getting themselves a blue buff just in time. 30 seconds until the next dragon does come in play. Denial, of course, now have that gold lead and could add a bigger swing if they're able to pick up the dragon.
So this is one of these moments that you look at the game and you think to yourself, well, Reason are playing aggressively, but that's the first time they've been punished for it. Denial, oh, they've caught Babunya. Can he get away? He can.
Yeah, it's Mondo. No problem. Gonna have half HP by the time his ultimate actually stops here, and they're just gonna run straight around the back from this. They've got good poke, but they need to be careful about that death push. They need to be careful about Trashy, and they wisely put the ward down. That will be cleared straight out. Someone else will probably just throw something in there. They're doing good amounts of poke until the rest of the team come around. They've stopped Reason Gaming doing this one, and now Reason have to make a decision who they're going to go for. Babunia is not really the target that you want. Wild Growth was popped. Barney D's going to go low on this one. It's Trashy that's having to go Babunia, but Kikis has got Barney D. Woolak's got a kill at the back as well. He goes low, but he's not going to go down, and this is surely 3 kills. Double kill there with the Alpha Strike for Kikis, and that again will be 4 men down. This time they didn't even get a kill back.
4 easy kills for Denial, and Trashy was the one that went aggressive on Dr. Mundo. He jumped onto the tank, the member of Denial that wants him to be in his face. At the end of the day, Denial, they positioned better, they found superior targets. It's allowed them to pick up this dragon, which will be uncontested, and they backed away from that inner mid-turret. But the thing that really stands out for me was the fact that Woolite came in from the flanks. He came in from the sideline, managed to pick up a solo kill, and more importantly, the indecisiveness from Reason Gaming. Look at Woolite's positioning. He's going to be able to find himself a kill here. I think he 1v1 Senkooks if memory serves. Every shot of the culling is going to start melting him. Heal comes out. I mean, straight outplay. Every single burst came down. And at the end of the day, because of the poor targeting from the rest of Reason, it just gives Kikis all the time that he needs to chase down and grab himself those kills.
Yep. Doing well. I mean, if you look at the scoreboard here, everyone really chiming in from this one. 3-0-1 Woolite as well. He has done so well here today. Yesterday, our biggest qualm with him was positioning. And while he's not been perfect today, we have seen a couple of Woolites in the middle of the enemy team. He's been a lot better, no doubt about that.
Yeah, I think because of the threats from the rest of his team, it's worked out. Yesterday, for example, when he was playing Twitch, he was the only threat to Cloud9.
Yeah.
And the moment Cloud9 took him out, it was a guaranteed teamfight victory. Now, you do feel like Kikis and Nick and maybe even Babunya to a smaller extent are actual threats to be worried about. That single teamfight in the river gifted Denial a 4,000 gold lead, 5,000 gold lead thanks to the kill to Dragon, and I think they also killed the outer turret. I mean, Nick, he didn't even blow anything to get away from that. The Ethereal Chains didn't land. Senkooks just hasn't been able to blow people up consistently with this LeBlanc.
And that's a real danger for them. Actually, Super Haze getting hit here and actually going to flash away, speeds himself up and says, no, you're not going to catch me today. Good flash from him. And to be fair, the solar flare from Barney D was nicely landed, but the follow-up not quite perfect. This is bad news for Woolite now. He's out of position completely. Where's he going to go? He's got a ward on the top side. He's got Trashy coming in. He manages to get over to Baron, which is going to hit him. There is Senkooks going in towards Super Haze. Is that the choice that he really wanted? I don't think so. And now they've turned around. They're going to have a go on towards Barney D. The calling comes through. Kikis gets one. Can he follow through on towards Senkooks? Rest of the team a little bit further off from this one, but they've done good damage. They forced Reason to back off.
And just like that, Woolite, he's still going. That's into 3. I think he's dead now.
What? Wild Growth comes around from this one. He's going to get tethered. No, he walks out of range of that one as well. They turn around on towards Crystalline, who uses that summoner heal. It's Polymorph. Senkooks now comes around. Now they're under the turret. Woolite surely going to die here. Gets the shield. Finally gets shut down. But look how low everyone is. Kick is off the side. Crystal an easy target. And Senkux is going to get in there. Gets one. Gets shut down. Now Trashy comes around. And in the end, a 3-for-1.
I do not understand the thinking behind that call. Yes, at the end of the day, it took a few seconds longer for Wulai to go down, but because they chased so incredibly deep, they end up giving up 3 kills. They gifted them to Reason Gaming on a platter. Okay, so initially, Wulai goes into 3. Nick was close enough to get in range for a wild growth to knock up a couple of members, but then they carried on chasing. These teams are so blood hungry and bloodthirsty that they're going way overextended. Instead of just backing away, getting good vision in the red buff, and maybe setting up for a Baron bait, they give away control of that area of the map. They've allowed Barney D to clear their pink wards, and now all of a sudden, Reason Gaming have got very good vision in and around the pit as well.
Just as I was praising Warlight for having better positioning, he's in the back of the Baron pit, baiting all his teammates into having a fight, and then he face checks even further into the next run.
You know what it makes me think? When you look at something like that, I like to imagine, or I like to think to myself that maybe Warlight is the shot caller for the team. Maybe he's the one that is saying, let's engage, let's go. When you see an AD carry on the front line, he did have the support of Nick. You can't deny that.
True.
Was it a good call? That's an entirely different argument, and I don't think that it was. But at the end of the day, you know, Wulai is always... I mean, look at this. The rest of his team is sitting on the opposite side of the river.
Especially
and
when
he's
there's
chilling.
LeBlanc.
He's face-checking a LeBlanc. He's either not afraid of this LeBlanc or so inherently confident in his Lucian ability that he's face-checking. And that's in the face of Leona. The cojones on this guy is insane.
Well, to be fair, if you guys tuned in at the start and saw the initial video that we showed, it was Wulai himself who said, yeah, today we're facing Reason Gaming. It's going to be easy. And that was basically a statement. I mean, he's obviously a very confident guy at this stage.
The thing is, you can't even really argue with him. He's 2-0 at the moment. He's 3-1-3 in this game. He's got more CS than his opposite number. His team's got, you know, that 5,000 gold lead. They've got more dragons to their name. The real test is now, how do they siege? They don't have that long-range guarantee poke that they had from Italy, which makes the siege power somewhat less effective. And a burst from Senkux was good, not enough to kill Warlight.
Not enough, and he's got that Bloodthirster, of course, to heal himself back up, working up to Trinity Force as item number 2. And if we look down, just to note the CS again, on every single front, except, I suppose we can say the supports there as well, because of the Relic Shield Face of the Mountain combo. They have a big lead. 180 to 150 in the Mundo versus Irrelic.
2 levels difference.
Yeah, 2 levels between them. He's got a Warmogs and a Sunfire Cape. Is Nick actually going to call what? Shield on Lulu, not really taking too much damage as Kikis and Trashy gonna go head to head. Who's got the advantage in this one? I think Kikis felt it was Trashy that had the advantage, decides to back it off, have a bit of a meditate, and now they push up this middle lane again. Warlight, the big focus from this one as Babunia teleports into the Wraith camp there thanks to that ward.
They want the inner turret in this middle lane. And when you look at the itemization from Babunia, he's got Sunfire Cape and Warmogs. And we talked about how Mundo's natural itemization is a direct counter to Irelia, and that's why he's doing so well in that matchup. He did burn his teleport to get to mid lane, whereas Vinsu still has his available. But look at the rest of the waves. Kikis split pushing top lane, and using the culling just to get pressure and presence on this map.
Well, we heard Dexter say earlier on that it's very possible that a Lucian ban is the best thing that they could do right now, because Warlight is looking confident. He remains confident at 3-1-3 and about to hit 200 CS. They're trying to poke their way in for this turret. Babunia is just going to stand there, tanking it up like Mondo does.
Yeah, why not? Wild Growth is there if you need it. He's going to be able to use his ultimate for healing as well. This is the first time we've seen Master Yi being one of the primary split pushes, I would say. And we'll see how it works out. Babunia does pop his ultimate, Ignite is running, and nothing happens. I mean, Senkux is trying. He's really trying. It's just not getting him anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't kill the AD carry outright, that's when you know you're in a little bit of trouble. If you can't get rid of him, and we saw actually a pure 1v1 earlier of Warlight and Senkux, and Warlight basically destroyed him.
Yeah, every single bit of damage from Warlight connected, and unfortunately Senkux did not land.
They're going to do a Desperation Baron here.
This could end very badly, but it does look like Warlight's backing away. Now, there's a pink ward being cleaned up, so does he cancel his recall, or are they that brave it's not going to happen? It looks like the rest of Denial are moving themselves towards that Baron pit. But yeah, as soon as they reveal the rest of Reason Gaming, there's, you know, it's guaranteed it's not happening. If you take a look at the gold difference, I mean, there's 7,000 gold between these two teams right now. You've already touched on the fact that the CS numbers are heavily in Denial's favor. The only challenge they have is getting a tower. It took them 3 waves to try siege that inner turret, and they didn't get it.
Only they had it in Italy.
Only they had in Italy.
They've been in this position 3 games in a row, basically, and that in Italy has been the factor that's allowed them to push through. I think it's going to go the same way. It'll just take a little bit longer because they don't have that pure bam, huge burst of damage onto a single target that they had when they have been Nidalee in there. But the fact is, Bavuni can stand in front of the tower and just tank it up.
Yeah,
at which point Reason have to just fight.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that for Denial, the key is to force Reason's hand. And whether you force their hand under a tower by making Mundo the target, by making them attack you, or whether you force their hand by warding up and pulling them to Baron, pulling them towards Dragon, something like that. One way or the other, if Denial cannot pull Reason Gaming towards them, it's going to be more difficult. We do have to consider you can also split push with Dr. Mundo and Mr. Yi. Master Yi. Wrong vowel there in the first word. So if Master Yi and Dr. Mundo can pull members of Reason towards them in the split push, that is definitely a way they can get in there.
Oh, there is once again
That's
the
it?
pressure coming out. No, it's not. Shield from Super Ace and the heal coming out there. You know, see Woolite, he heals himself. This time Super Ace didn't use his, like, now you didn't heal me earlier on. You got to be confident that you've got enough health this time around. But it means he's got to back off, and it looks like Reason Gaming are going to try and force something here. In fact, he went back towards the Wraith camp, I think, to try and get some lifesteal back on them.
Now that's the trick for Reason Gaming. If they want to bridge the 6,500, 7,000 gold gap and try get back into this match, they need to find picks. They've got a lot of single target damage. Let Aurelio Zinzao jump onto somebody, combo that with LeBlanc's burst, and finish it with Ace in the hole. That is how they find their gold difference and find the objectives they need to get back in this game. But it hasn't worked yet, so it's going to be very difficult.
Big one down in the Death Brush, but actually Karma Poke is pretty strong. Sorcerer's Shoes actually in there as well out here. Is he going to get caught out? They're going to go throw everything his way, but again, he's walking. The chain surely going to finish him again. The shield comes in. This time they've done him, but Dr. Mundo is coming in the back. Mr. Yi is joining him as well, and they're going to go for Chrislund. They managed to finish him off. Can they get through the rest of them? Who's the target? It's Barney D. Here comes Lulu from the backside as well. The knockup comes in. It's Kikis that got the wild growth. Senkux is so low. Barney D's going to sacrifice himself. Senkux goes down. That's an admission of defeat there. I think they stopped trying to run away. It's going to be an ace, a triple kill for Lulu, a 5 for 2.
Reason Gaming needed to get the pick and then to back away. By sticking around, they opened themselves up to this run-down champions of Denial. So they overcommit. Yes, they're about to kill Woolite, but look at this. Reason Gaming are completely split up. You had 3 members in the middle. Now they've grouped up. In the back line, they've left Chrislund alone. They chased so deep to get the kills that they left their AD carry by himself. Now, as a smaller unit, even though they have a numbers advantage, the mobility from Yi, from Lulu, and from Mundo, in conjunction with their heals and, you know, the non-targetable Kikis when he does go for that Alpha Striker, Mr. Yi, he dodged the chain. It looked like LeBlanc was standing there, but the Ethereal Chain hadn't been juked away by the Alpha Strike. And it was just an easy rundown for Denial and their Mr. Dr. combo.
Baron was taken there as well, I believe, straight away afterwards. We'll get confirmation of that one in just a second when I actually see anyone on my screen that could possibly have that Baron buff.
They're not dealing damage yet. So
there we go.
Hey, there we go. So Woolite, yes, holding the Baron. So now they've extended that gold lead even further. And we touched on the fact that in previous fights, even if you like focus Woolite intensely, there's enough threats on the rest of Denial. They're going to do the same. There's a little bit of vision there, and with Babunia on the front line, I think those two, they could have 2v3'd. I actually think they have enough damage, and Hex Drinker, Bloodthirsted, Trinity Force, and Woolite's gone for those Merc Treads, so he's going to get out of that route just a little bit quicker, and he's going to be able to start returning the damage. Denial, complete control. Now we need to see them sieging.
Could have also just looked at the minimap and seen that Baron is in fact gone from there as well, so Apologies for that one, camera guys. Doing a fantastic job. Push here from Nick and Kikis. Meanwhile, Dr. Mundo gonna push straight up that bottom lane. In fact, 4 men gonna join in. He has got so much health right now, Dr. Mundo. There's not much you can do about it as the culling comes through, and that is LeBlanc out of the fight. This is a turret. The inner turret in that bottom lane is going to be pushed as well. Irelia has to come back.
Irelia can't do anything against this Dr. Mundo, so instead Reason Gaming should just give up the inner turret, try force a 5v4 if they want to defend. Trashy jumps in with that audacious charge, but does nothing. He immediately has to back away. He doesn't want to get polymorphed. He doesn't want to take the damage. We do see that Binsu is undecided. He has no idea. But Bunya doesn't care. Mundo does what he pleases. They've caught Super Ace.
They've caught Super Ace, and that's going to be 1 kill. But we see Wild Growth Goose. Here comes Mundo from the side. That's going to slow down Barney D. B2 is going low as well. They flash away from things, but I don't think Kikis and Babunia care. I think they're going to go straight in for this one. Trashy gets slowed down. That's a good Randuin's Omen to actually keep them from chasing through, and a good few turret hits tanked up there for Denial, but a few too less as well. They needed about 10 more on each person. The inhibitor is going to go down.
And bottom
they
lane
can go straight to bottom, yeah.
There's such a big minion wave on that bottom lane. They still have a lot of hit points available. Keep in mind that a lot of those ultimates are not there yet, so let's see how long they keep the siege up. They do back away, and they picked another fight.
They picked another fight, which looks good for them because Kikis is now dominating at 6-1-7. And is he going to turn around? Goes towards Bintu, who walks away from him. Minions are going to go pushing up as we are going to see Chrisland and Nick going head-to-head, but the culling comes out. One more will do it. There's a dash in. And Chrisland's gonna... that was a good juke. Press B and juke all the skill shots. But gets down to the auto attack to the end. Trash is gonna go down. They try and lock up Babunia, but he's Dr. Mundo with about 5k HP and actually survives in the end. He meant to put that on Mundo, but it landed on Kikis, and it's not a bad target after all because he's just gonna dash straight in there. They're gonna go in towards the inhibitor turrets. Nexus turrets are going down here as well, and that is going to be game number 3, going to Denial, and more importantly, that is their position secured in the LCS Summer Playoff Promotion Tournament.
Very well played by Denial. Throughout the series, they started slowly in game 1. They were much more convincing in game 2. In game 3, once they got a lead, they were in complete control. Very well played indeed. 3-0. No doubts at all about the performance.
3-0, and we have Dexter with us once again here. Dexter, as he said, you know, a slower start this time around for Denial. But again, once they get a hold onto the game, they don't seem to let go here. They'll push their advantage when they have it.
Well, I have to say that after Reason Gaming got the mid lane tower, I was like, damn, they actually have a chance of winning this game, but they overcommitted at the... Like, they got the tier 1 tower. It's like the most important objective for pick-coms, because after the mid tower is done, then you can just pick up wards in their jungle and then create picks. That's what you want to do with LeBlanc. And you have Irelia that was really strong at this point, split pushing, and she could one-on-one Mundo actually. And that's what you do. You just have someone split push and have the other 3 splitting 2 at the tower, and then you have LeBlanc waiting in the jungle to create picks from the targets that rotate. But they overcommitted after the first tower was down, and then they basically gave away their whole advantage. And yeah, Denial always picks up the first dragon of the game, which should not happen actually, I think. But yeah, Lulu is pretty strong. She was 6-2. I'm pretty surprised that Lulu hasn't been picked up that early in the European Challenger scene that much since Nearly was banned. But yeah, it worked out for them.
I have to say, Master Yi 719. Are we any more convinced yet?
Well, it was more Reason Gaming's misplay than a really good play on Kiki's part. But yeah, I mean, he did good in this game. You can't deny that. But I have to say that Reason Gaming misplayed the complete game, actually. And they had no idea what their win conditions are. And yeah, that cost them the game in effect.
Yeah, and with that, of course, the 3 challenger teams are locked in for the 2014 LCS European Summer Promotion Tournament. The Ninjas in Pyjamas, Cloud9 Eclipse, and, of course, our new team in there, Denial, after picking up that game, will get their shot at making it to the league, starting on Thursday, April the 24th.
Yeah, and while we know the 3 challenger teams, the final LCS team in the tournament will be determined in next week's European Spring Playoffs. It's going to be the team that places 6th. So whoever loses their best of 5 will make it that way.
So, Dexter, if you were on a European LCS team that was in the bottom 2, if you're Millennium Super Hot Crew or whoever finished last in the playoffs, which teams would you pick and who would you be avoiding like the plague?
Well, I know NIP is pretty good. I would avoid them at all costs, I think, because even when I have a good team in LCS, you never know, because they're really good. They went to Worlds. We had huge success in the European LCS last split. Their laner are top-notch, world-class level. Zoro is arguably the best top laner in the Western region, I think. Nuke Duck has like a really safe laning too. He just farms up, perfect CSing all the way. And yeah, they just play a really low-risk game where you can't really have any possibility to do something unless you play really aggressive. And even when I like playing aggressive, I don't want to play against them, actually. So I would avoid them at all costs. I would probably pick either Denial or C9. Simply the fact that C9 doesn't have their jungler, the Ko, I think. He's too young to play in LCS. So I don't think they are that good. Like, I think he's the best player on the team and causes them a lot of victory. Like, he's the reason why they are so successful. And yeah, I think for me, it doesn't really matter what team from the two I get. I would just avoid Nib at all costs, to be honest.
So let's take a step back and talk about Denial just before we talk about NIP and Cloud9, who will be coming up later. What do you think Denial need to do in the next 2 weeks to prepare for the summer promotion tournament? What do you feel is something that they did right and did wrong from the series and the games we've seen yesterday and today?
From what I can see, they're a bit one-dimensional in terms of strategy. All they want to do is like they have high priority on Lucian and Nidalee. And if you take them away from them, then I have to see what they can play as well. So, and how well they play it. And I think they should prepare better strategically, and they should study opponents a lot and watch Korean games maybe and get the one or two things, because their vision game was really shaky. And yeah, I think if they practice for 2 weeks and work on their mistakes and communication, then they might even have a chance to get into LCS. Yeah.
I want to throw the question the other way around. If you're these challenger teams, who would you rather play in the LCS? I mean, we can stay with Millennium and Super Hot Crew because they're the bottom two. They're the teams that we know are going to be down there.
It all depends from I think Super Hot Crew is actually pretty good, simply because of Mr. Rallis. I think he's really good, and their bot lane is decent. Their new mid laner, I have no idea how well he does in Europe. So yeah, I think I would go with Millennium simply because they just got a new jungler, and I think their jungler, even when he was being around a long time in the scene, I think he was inactive or something before that and didn't really have the chance to play fully to his potential yet. So I would just go with Millennium simply because they obviously have team communication issues, and yeah, they had the last at the LCS for a reason, so I would probably go with them.
Well, we'll have to see who they end up playing.
Yeah.
I want to talk just a little bit about NIP. I know I, in particular, expect a lot from the team. This is a group of players that are praised and touted all the time, and when they fail to deliver, it shocks. I mean, it is. Whenever we watch NIP games, they play incredibly safe. They are not known for super aggressive, especially in early. They like to get mid-game. Do you feel that teams like Denial, teams like Cloud9, teams maybe like Super Hot Crew, if they play aggressive in the laning phase and get an advantage, is it enough to beat a team like NIP?
I think at the current state, it's not possible for them to beat them, simply because NIP has really good mechanics on every champion, like on every lane, and jungler has good mechanics too. So from what I see is they just farm for like 20 minutes. They really love extended laning. And in Europe, extended laning is a thing. Like no one likes lane swapping or have like 4 tower down at 4 minutes, right? And I think it's really good for NIP to have this in Europe because everyone is playing after the game and they want to extend the laning phase as much as possible. They want to get the 3 items and then teamfight. And they will just outplay every team in skirmishes and teamfight, I think, simply because they have superior mechanics.
So you were on a team with, basically Lemon Dogs played the way that NIP plays right here. So I'm going to ask you the question, how do people beat them then?
Well, we saw what happened against Rocket. You just played a better late game. They just pick Kayle, outskilled mid lane, and then you play 1-3-1, for example, against them, and you have stronger laners on the sidelines, split pushing. And yeah, it basically is who has the better late game team. And if you just play safe and they don't commit, they don't overcommit, and you know a bit about rotations and what to expect from a team and what your win conditions are, then you might actually be able to beat them. Because if you have the better late game and your mechanics are like decent enough to match them, then you might even win them. Yeah.
For a team like Denial, not overcommitting and chasing past towers would be a good start.
Simply just picking better late game champions. I think that's what my strategy would be. Or picking like really aggressive picks like Lee Sin in the jungle maybe, or LeBlanc, but it will probably be banned anyway, so it's hard to say.
You'll probably ban it against Ninjas in Pajamas anyway. Some secret tips there from Dex on how to beat Ninjas in Pajamas. Guys, it's time for us to take a quick break, but when we return, it's time to crown the first ever Challenger Series champions. So Ninjas in Pajamas squaring off with Cloud9 Eclipse for the title. Don't go anywhere. Can they get through the rest of them? Who's the target? It's Barney D. Here comes Lulu from the backside as well. The knockup comes in. It's Kikis that got the wild growth. St. Cooks is so low. Barney D's going to sacrifice himself. St. Cooks goes down. That's an admission of defeat there. I think they stopped trying to run away. It's going to be an ace, a triple kill for Lulu, a 5 for 2.
while both teams having the main roster. So it's going to be really interesting.
NiP now have a new jungler, so I can't really say how strong they're going to be.
I think Hilberto is really good. I think if Cool plays not this in, I think Hilberto can beat him.
Coach taking a fight, he's got a level on Kikis.
And he's landing the Q there. There's a meditate actually coming out from Kikis, trying to keep himself healthy enough as Babunia comes around the side as well. They're going to be able to lock up Ko, but have they got the damage to finish him off? He gets kicked over the top.
It got insane mechanics, and he's just really good at the game.
Like my playstyle, aggressive, keep trying to kill the jungler one-on-one, or prevent them from ganking my team.
I think NIP's solo layers are really strong, and at the bottom lane they just snowballed really hard.
Like in the first game, I remember that when they got ganked by Nocturne.
Black Shield onto Freeze. There it is. And there's a jump in. A lot of damage coming in from Nocturne, but gets exhausted, has to jump back. Chrislin with the Q doesn't hit it. Oh, the binding. He's got no health. First blood goes to Freeze.
They played it so perfectly. I think we in C9 are one of the stronger bot lanes in EU, but NIP bot lane is no pushover.
I hope Cloud9 is going to give the A game tomorrow, and then we can have the best possible series.
We're trying to show to the European scene and everyone who's the better team in the Challenger Series.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the 2014 European Challenger Series Spring Playoffs. It's finally time for the finals. A best of 5 between top-ranked Ninjas in Pajamas and the second seed Cloud9 Eclipse. Hey guys, I'm David Freak Turley. Alongside me for the finals here is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. How's it going?
Great, Freak. Let's get into the games.
Do it, guys. It's going to be fun. It's going to be the last match of the Challenger Spring Series. Now, while both these teams already have a spot in the Summer Promo Tournament, it's already been locked down, of course, only one of them will have the chance to make playoff history here and be the only sort of winner of the Challenger Series. It's going to be a rematch of the Series 1 finals where C9E did 2-0 NIP. And took the first place in Series 1, but despite that loss, Ninjas in Pajamas are the heavy favorites here today.
And they also made history yesterday already with the first Challenger Series perfect game. However, we have to remember that LCS last year did have a perfect game as well. You got to give credit to Dignitas. They were able to also pull it off. But talking about Challenger Series, the Ninjas in Pajamas did not give up a kill, a dragon, a tower, or a baron in their win over Reason Gaming.
Yeah, so while the Ninjas stormed past Reason in the semifinals, it did take 3 back-and-forth games for Cloud9 Eclipse to float past Denial Esports. As you said earlier, though, they have already beaten NIP in Challenger, so if they want to do it again, they'll need their jungler Ko to step up.
Yeah, Ko is definitely integral to Cloud9's success. Yesterday, he had a great game on Lee Sin in Game 1 versus Denial, putting up a double-digit KDA in their win. But in Game 2, he took that Mr. Yi, I guess as we're calling it now, and he did not have quite as sharp of a game. Cloud9 did suffer a loss in the second one there to Denial, but as we know, they came back and won it in the end.
Yeah, a pretty strong team, of course. So, let's actually get ourselves into the game, of course. Talk about the starting lineups on the blue side. For the odd-numbered games, they're going to be Ninjas in Pajamas, Zoro0 in the top lane, Holberto in the jungle, Nuke Duck in mid, Freeze on AD carry, and Mithy on support.
And spawning in the red corner, it's Cloud9 Eclipse. Up top, Odoamne. In the jungle, Ko. Febivin mid, Yarnin as AD carry, and Voidal supporting.
So it's going to be a fun one to watch for, actually. Again, it's on 4.5. I feel like I'm kind of blue in the face saying it, but it's really interesting to me to see the new stuff that comes out. We finally saw Master Yi get a win today, actually. He went 0-3 yesterday, but Kikas pulled it out, made it work here.
Yeah, he did.
Feral Flare junglers are pretty fun. I know you're a jungler by trade.
Yeah.
So.
Feral Flare. So Feral Flare is an investment.
Okay.
It pays off really big dividends late game. I think that the other jungle items are still very strong, especially on junglers like Kha'Zix and Elise and stuff like that. So even though there's all this hype around attack speed junglers and Feral Flare, it's not the end-all be-all of the new jungle.
Yeah.
It's just more options. And since everybody's talking about NIP being this late-game team, they want to have calm early game.
Yeah.
I expect Cloud9 to actually have pressure in the early game, especially since Ko is the the focal point of this Cloud9 team.
Yeah.
And he is going to be trying to run that Lee Sin, trying to run like Kha'Zix or something early, get a lot of action, a lot of jungle invading going on early.
Yeah, and at the same time, and we did see him bring up Master Yi once. It didn't really work for the team.
Yeah, I don't think he'll do that versus NIP.
Yeah, it's interesting because I know Joe and Quickshot talked to Dexter and was like, well, how do you beat NIP? You were on that roster and all that. And he's like, well, basically you either get out late gamed, which I don't think is the C9E way. I know Reason tried it once in the first game. That did not pay off for them. Of course, Reason did get 2-0'd anyway, but you could try the out late game style. Again, I don't think it's C9E style, but it's an option. The other one he said is, yeah, if you get out ahead early. It actually mentioned champions like Elise, or champions like Lee Sin, I think specifically.
Yeah, so did they in the video. The team was like, as long as Ko doesn't get Lee Sin, on champions, not Lee Sin, then they'll be fine. So they'll probably ban Lee Sin.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to talk about the past with these teams. So when they met in Spring 1, actually, it was interesting because NIP's old roster had Amin on it. Now, Amin is too young to play in the LCS, so NIP, with their sides being LCS, already have a fully LCS-ready roster. Whereas for C9E, actually, Ko is underage for a little while. So he's been brought into the lineup anyway just to help win the Challenger Series. But basically, Ninjas and Pajamas had to find a new jungler. In the Spring 1 playoffs, they brought in Shacker, formerly of EG, and he did not have a very good series with them. And they lost that one 2-0. One of the games was really, really close, but ultimately they then replaced Shacker, brought in Hilberto. Hilberto's been having a much better time, but I feel like is not quite to the same level of Amin, who was like this extremely well-regarded, very aggressive player, who was like a godlike Lee Sin player, would give the team some early edge. Again, I think Hilbert was very, very good, but we're seeing kind of like a different NIP from last time these teams met. I think they have a stronger jungler than when they were running Shacker, and I think that older 2-0 maybe doesn't, play into doesn't really come into consideration here.
Yeah, I definitely think this will be a competitive match at the very least. So I'm very excited to see how it will roll out because, as you said, Cloud9 with this jungler, Ko, even though he's underage right now, he's really strong. And him being on the team kind of makes Cloud9 Eclipse have a few similarities to Cloud9 in North America in the LCS. Cloud9 North America, they base a lot of their early game around Meteos invading jungle. Same thing with Cloud9 Eclipse. They have Ko. He's looking to fight the other jungler. He's trying to get wards down for his team. A lot of their success depends on can he beat the other jungler and then does he come get the lanes ahead, which he usually does. Also, they ran Soraka.
Yeah, they got the Soraka mid, and it's fun too because they have these lineups that are like, we're gonna push the lanes out, and it's the way that you do it. I think if you're an early aggressive team, you get all your lanes pushed all the time. You give the room for the jungler to make moves. I know we keep saying it, but counter jungling is a team effort. Your lanes need to help. If the jungler's not getting in invades, it's your fault.
I feel so bad for all the junglers who get invaded, and everyone's just calling them bad, and I'm just like, it's not his fault. Their team's not helping.
No, I know. It's very much teamwork based. So then, you kind of think about the other ways where these games are playing out. Specifically, I think the champion pools are very interesting. So for C9E's mid laner, Febiven, I think he used to be lauded as a big assassin player. That was kind of his way of going about. A lot of Riven would always get banned away. Zed's a big one. Yasuo even a little bit in there as well. And I want to see how much that kind of stays and how much that goes away with new changes and whatnot. I know, of course, Lulu, pretty much every mid laner's had to pick this one up. The big one I think about is Millennium's Kerp, who is quoted as saying, like, he doesn't think Lulu's a good champion, but they still have to ban it every game anyway because the rest of his team respects it. And it's interesting to see, like, how their champion pools are going to change. Are they going to bring out the same champs as everyone else? Is the Master Yi or, like, the Nocturne or Feral Flare jungle going to come out to play late game? It's all fun questions to see.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting because I think that what jungler they pick is definitely going to give away what Cloud9 are going to try and attack NIP with. If they go with one of those Feral Flares, they're going more for the late game. If they actually get him Lee Sin or if they get him Kha'Zix something, then they're going to try and have that early game rush down.
Yeah, it's absolutely a possibility. And just so you guys know, by the way, why we're on screen and not champs, like we had to replace one of the players' computers real quick. So a couple more minutes, we'll get the game underway before too long. But they'll be getting in. We have like some of the guys in champ select or in the game lobby right now. Eventually, they'll join the rest of the way in.
Working on it.
We're working on it. Don't worry. Games are still coming. Not a big deal. But I actually want to continue on that line of thought because when we talk about so far this season, it's like we had kind of the same main AD carries. When Jinx was popular, it helped kind of determine what a team would do because you'd have more late game threat. But it's like it's a bunch of, Lucian and Caitlyn. Sometimes Sivir helps determine the team. Top laners tended to be these tanky bruiser type guys. Occasionally, if it was like Renekton versus Mundo, you had like an early late game focus, but you had very similar things in all the roles, right? Caitlyn and Lucian both good at sieging, similar kind of personalities. Mid lane was the lane where you actually saw what a team was about. Oh, they're running Nidalee. Oh, okay, they're going to probably siege us pretty early on. Oh, they're running Orion. Okay, it's a big team fight.
It's still a valid point.
Yeah, and it is. It is still, of course, right? Zed is a split pushing team, and that's a big one for NIP specifically. But now you actually have that a bit with a jungler, right? Before it was like, who's the best early game jungler you can find? Okay, well, Evelyn can bypass wards, but she's mostly early game. She can flank for team fights. Lee Sin, great early game fighter, is going to go look for ganks. Elise, great early game fighter, look for ganks, right? All these things down the line. Now you've got champions like Nocturne, like Master Yi, who are still okay early game. They still have red buff and can hit you.
Yeah.
But it's like, they're going to go Feral Flare. They're going to go late game. There's a new style to this team now. Now you look at a jungle and say, they're going to look for this.
Yeah, there's almost too many options for junglers now. Like, there's so many viable junglers.
Yeah.
Everybody that you just mentioned, like Evelyn, Vi, Kha'Zix, all these junglers are still really good, even though there's all this hype around Pharaoh Flare and everyone's trying to do attack speed. They're still really strong at what they do. You just have to change your playstyle a little bit. And since this patch is so new, I'm very excited to see, what kind of styles you can use with your team because it opens up a lot more options. There's so many options. You can't even ban out jungle anymore. No. There are way too many good junglers.
You could maybe ban out styles of jungle. I feel like you can probably ban out like the top 3 Pharaoh Flares and be like, don't run a Pharaoh Flare strategy. Then they're like, Pharaoh Flare Vi, screw you. And then it's like, okay.
It's really good.
Yeah, you've been playing it.
I was telling you yesterday. Just because denting blows late game is really, really strong, especially with the way attack speed runes are so efficient now.
Yeah.
And that with Pharaoh Flare, it's actually really strong.
You just get more fists in there, and you get more damage output with it. So actually, okay, so we are, by the way, very close to champ select. Looks like the players are ready, so very soon going to get ourselves some games. So yeah, it's interesting then. You've got now more lanes where you can't ban it out. I think top lane's been stretching out a little bit more as well. Jax, Aurelia, Ryze have been more and more common. We're not playing the same 4 tanky bruiser guys. I think Mundo's on his way back. We did see it in the last game, but also with Summoner Heal removing healing debuffs, like that can even give you more room, and it's starting to stretch again.
That brings up a really interesting point. I feel like Soraka is a must ban at this point if you know that the other team plays him at all. Soraka is so strong right now with the new Summoner Heal removing Ignite. Before, Soraka mid would run Barrier, and it was a similar thing, like, oh, she's kind of hard to kill when you have Barrier. Now, with Heal, she removes Ignite, and she gets a speed buff.
Yeah.
So it's really, really difficult to kill her. She's amazingly strong early. She's just so annoying in team fights. I feel like that is champion. If you know the other team plays it, then you should not let them get it.
Yeah, and then it becomes this interesting situation where because you know healers are more prevalent and you know that Summoner Heal as well just is going to remove that debuff, I want to see how much more we see Executioners calling on Morel and Namicon, because I feel like you're going to see healing comps more often. And if you have Executioners, like, okay, he removes the debuff, and you hit him again and it's back on. It's like, well, unless you healed in that quarter second, you're okay. And I wonder how much more the itemization actually shows up here. I know Morel and Namicon is standard against AD mid, so like you see it anyway, but I feel like there's room for the itemization to come through when you have a healer team and saying, well, we're going to remove that option.
Yeah. Executioner's calling has always been a weird item.
Yeah.
Kind of a money dump there.
It's slightly inefficient.
Yeah,
but
not anywhere really to go with the item.
Yeah. And that is definitely a concern. And potentially you could say, well, what if you, like, can you like get away with putting it on like a jungle Nocturne or a jungle Vi where it's like that's your second offensive item, like you ditch Brutalizer, and I know you lose damage for it, like that's obviously true. Maybe it's not even for AD carries because AD carries need all that multiplication, but if you're like, well, I'm just going to do mostly AD ratios anyway, like I feel like you can fit it in. There's some champions where it's like that's my second offense item. It will end up doing more damage to a Mundo than like a Bloodthirster would have just by reducing healing, and if you consider it that way, I think that makes sense in the situation. Like your total damage output actually goes up if they don't heal.
I say don't put that burden on the jungler. Put that stuff on top lane because make them build garbage. Junglers are carries now, freak.
Oh, sorry.
We don't have time to mess around with whatever little Executioner's calling garbage you want.
There's 2 supports now. It's the guy who's in the bottom lane, the guy in the top lane.
Yeah.
And the AD carry brings Summoner Heal, so he's a support too.
Yeah, there we go.
And of course, mid lane Orianna, mid lane Lulu. Just make the game about the jungler.
Yeah.
I think that's the way that Kobe would like to play League of Legends here. Pharaoh Flare, grab all the items, no big deal. At Trinity Force, do more damage, no biggie. Yeah, okay, so then talk about the other big change of 4.5 with the rune changes. And I've been profiling the players like mad. I went upstairs, every single game, profiled all 10 players, looked all the runes down. It's interesting because, so you mentioned this slightly, there's been rune efficiency changes.
Yeah.
The big ones
Attack speed, baby.
Attack speed quints are amazing now. Attack speed quints are good on pretty much any champion that likes to auto-attack. And it's interesting because there's 2 big sets of changes. So one is the efficiency change, attack speed quints being the very big one there. The other one being, I guess, health seals went up. The second one is the big set of seal changes. So with the efficiency I want to bring up is that actually a couple players actually are still getting the runes wrong. If you're going to run like attack speed and AD, if those are like the 2 stats you want, the best way to do that is attack damage marks attack speed quintessences. That used to be the other way around at 4.4. You'd run AS marks AD quints. Yeah. That's the other way now. If you're running Elise, this still the common jungle Elise rune pages have attack speed and hybrid pen. attack speed quints, hybrid pen marks. That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
For those guys out there, just with the numbers.
Yeah, so literally what he's saying right now is there is a way to do your runes wrong. This is not subjective.
Yeah.
You're like
they're literally just better.
The guys in the last game, like you can get the exact same stats, just more of them.
Yes.
If you do attack speed as quints and then attack damage on your marks.
Okay, so by the way, we didn't lie about the computer replacement. That's fine now. Unfortunately, one of the players has headset problems. So they are, by the way,
I got another one right here. We got them covered.
Well, the problem is they're in a studio in Cologne. That would take some time. I feel like that flight would take longer than our QA to fix it.
Is this going to help?
The Apple would not help. I don't believe that fixes headphones.
That's all I got up here.
You got a water bottle. I mean, if that helps.
I guess we can just cheer for them or pray.
Good luck.
Does that work?
I don't know.
I don't think it works.
You know what? It's fine. I trust the wonderful Germans over there making things work out. We will get ourselves underway before too long. I mean, these teams did play there yesterday. For those wondering, by the way, like what's up with Challenger, by the way, it's always actually broadcast in North America. It's always in LA.
Give away secrets. We're going into chat.
Giving away secrets. Just kidding. Never mind. I didn't say anything. Champ Selects has begun. Here we go. Ninjas in pajamas in blue. Cloud9 Eclipse in red. We're going to see what happens with these guys. The band's, of course, going to be starting up here. And the other part of the runes thing was that there's a lot of options for seals now. We can talk about them to get ourselves into the game. Nidalee banned away from Febiven. He's been playing a lot of Siege right there. Nuke Duck. He's a big LeBlanc player. I've seen it banned against him like 7 times in a row now.
LeBlanc, Zed, Lulu, these are all very probable picks for him.
Oh, Lulu's gone. Unlikely to pick Lulu here.
High probability of banning those champions because the players as well can do the same research that we do.
Arguably better. They probably played against them in solo queue.
Probably.
It'd be hard for us to play against them when we're in NA, but it's okay. These guys know what's up. NIP, their second ban comes through. That is actually Zed. Febiven, big assassin player, so no surprise on that one.
Yeah, interesting contested pick right there. I was talking a lot about Soraka. I don't feel like either of these guys has put in a lot of time on her. But Cloud9 did use her once.
Yeah.
So maybe they are that confident that they will use her again.
They brought it out in Game 3.
That it would be a strong pick against this NIP team if they're going to go with that early game strategy and they want to shove all their lanes, they want to bring a Lee Sin or a Kha'Zix from the jungle, then that would be a great mid laner to work around. And by the way, like this Cloud9 team, they don't practice that much, or they don't practice at all actually against the North American Cloud9 team, but they do have the same analyst. Now he doesn't give them the exact same strategies to work with because they're different teams and they have different styles.
Sure.
But similar ideas are going to be brought up in the discussions with that analyst. So same thing with the Soraka might happen.
Yeah, and you've got a team who's winning the North American LCS right now, right? And it's
they're doing something right.
They're clearly doing something right, right? #1 team twice in a row so far. Figure it's going to be some useful information to listen to. The ban does come through onto Lee Sin, so Ko's not going to get that champion here. Final ban from C9E is the LeBlanc away, and first pick Kha'Zix comes in, so NIP deny that.
I like that because I kept on mentioning those two. I like this stealing it away, only having to use one ban on jungle and being able to take Kha'Zix away. Pretty good opener here from NIP, I have to say.
The C9E, we think about, are they going to be aggressive? Elise is still available, of course, with Kha'Zix grab. There's no rush in grabbing your jungler here. It's not really the 0-0 play style. He's been really actually bruiser heavy so far in this season. Nuke Duck, I suppose, is a player who could play Kha'Zix. He's generally had a very wide champion pool. Or I guess deep is the word we use, but was like a big Fizz player back in Season 3. Like,
either way, you get more volume.
Yeah, no matter what, the volume's increased. That's all we care about is the volume of champions. Shogath makes your champion pool the largest. Simply just is the biggest impact with individual champion. Teemo doesn't increase their champ pool very much, but it's going to be Shyvana for Odwamna, also the Leona for the early dive, but NIP already have their pick.
Yeah, lightning fast lock-ins going according to plan here. Thresh is always a very high priority, so not really a surprise. And Freeze, very, very happy to be on Lucian. We saw the outplay already, the replay of it.
Yeah.
They get ganked, they get first blood. That should never happen. That's definitely a mistake by the other team, as well as just being played so well by this bottom lane. So having the bottom lane on this confident combo here, I think is not looking that great for Cloud9.
So we'll see if C9E can make something happen then for themselves. The hover on Sivir. Sivir Lucian's a fairly tough matchup. It is winnable. You can spell shield the Q, but it's a bit difficult. But that already gets locked in, so we got a Sivir lane.
So they were talking about NIP likes extending laning phase. Not a lot of people in Europe do the 2-1 switch. Sivir Leona could do a 2-1 switch. They've actually locked in Ryze and Shyvana. So probably the mid lane Ryze and then Shyvana side lane. Shyvana can jungle pretty well. A 2-1 switch would not be bad for Cloud9 if they want to try and throw NIP off.
Yeah.
Maybe since there's not that much of this 2-1 he was talking about over in Europe, then they want to throw him off that way.
Well, look at the difference, though, for NIP. They certainly got a very early game focused team because you've got Twisted Fate running around.
Whoa, Rumble.
Yeah, and Rumble, right? Rumble spikes like 9 to 13 in levels. Like he's not the crazy endgame carry like Ryze is. You got Twisted Fate, who's also only got 2 big damage skills. Was changed a bit in 4.5. Easier to lock in a gold card, then use it a bit later on. But you've got a team that's like trying to make plays early.
Yeah, and I also really like this last pick, Twisted Fate. He's good defense if there is an early lane swap. Mid laners with wave clear are very important in this day and age. Twisted Fate has that pre-6. Plus, then, post-6, he can get around the map very quickly. Since it's all about rotations towards the mid-game, it's a great champion to have in your pool. I do like the setup here from NIP. It looks like they're trying to get the first jump and catch Cloud9 off guard.
Yeah, well, C9E, speaking of off guard, switch the whole thing around. Jungle Shyvana, actually, the Ryze of the top laner. Ahri comes in for the matchup.
Ahri has assassination potential on Twisted Fate.
Oh, yeah.
So that right there is kind of a reaction to Twisted Fate. She can easily kill him post-6 as if Nuke Duck is not careful, or if he's not employing his Juke Duck skills.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be fun, though. Like, we've kind of all but forgotten about Jungle Shyvana. It always is in the back of my mind anytime it gets picked up. I'm like, I wonder if it'll go jungle there. But so you've got an interesting Ryze matchup there. Ryze versus Rumble. Like, it's weird because basically C9E managed to get a double counter pick this way because they locked in Ahri last, of course, knowing it's against TF. They picked up the Ryze, making it look like it was going to be a mid laner, actually, unless NIP knew like the likeliness of Jungle Shyvana. And so basically C9E got to say, okay, well, they get to determine their lanes completely at that point and say, yeah, let's send Ryze up, let's send Shyvana on jungle, let's send Ahri here.
And even though they did not get Lee Sin or Kha'Zix, they did not give up the plan of jungle invades. Shyvana can build Feral Flare. She's very strong with it. She doesn't need mana, so she doesn't even sacrifice anything by not going Spirit Stone. She already likes to farm very hard. She's a quick clearing jungler, and she likes to counter jungle very hard. So they can still do the same thing. If they can get some nice vision in early, then Shyvana can actually do some good work in the jungle.
Well, let's see. It's going to be a whole bunch
However,
of
her
fun.
ganks are
ganks
definitely
aren't great.
lackluster.
Ganks aren't great.
So it's probably going to be Ko looking to actually just fight the other jungler because then at least the other team won't get strong ganks either.
Okay, so Shyvana versus Kha'Zix, the jungle matchup. There's a TP for Odwamna, C9E's top lane Ryze, but 0-0 is running Ignite for lane dominance. So a lot of differences between these guys. Both supports running Ignite, both AD carries running Summon or Heal, both mid laners running Ignite as well. I feel like I want to recount all of them just because things are going to change a whole bunch, being 4.5.
The double Targons for shoving here. Targons with a Thresh is not a super common thing, but Voidal actually does it as well. So both of these guys actually preferring the extra health there and going to have to rely on their spells and auto attacks to actually land the last hit. They will not be benefiting from the execute. Also, Ryze starting Mana Crystal. Very offensive start here for him. Looking for those high-impact, long-range Qs to just harass 0-0 down.
Yeah.
As opposed to going with boots for the move speed. Much more defensive start.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if he can sit up here against Rumble very nicely. Rumble starting with Thorn Shield. It's worth pointing out, Mithy almost always runs attack damage marks on Thresh. He's got 57 AD, which I'm pretty sure is attack damage marks. Thresh has pretty low base AD.
Whoops. Stepped outside the bush.
What? Ward comes down, gets killed. 30 gold to C9E. So that ward going away from Mithy. It's 75 gold down the drain. But worth pointing out that, Targon's does not execute if you're Thresh. Thresh is a quote-unquote ranged champion.
I did go over that while you were looking at
the
runes.
Okay. Well then, I looked at the runes because we were talking about it. But yeah, the runes will help him. He still gets to do more damage there. There you go. All right. We've solved the
counter
case.
jungling starting already, as we mentioned from Shyvana. That invade made possible by the ward kill that they made in that little bush in the river very early on. It did mean, however, Sivir and Leona didn't get to have a very quick start to the lane, so they didn't get to really shove early.
Yeah, it's We're going to see, actually, a couple of minions miss right here. Good play. Yarnan going to take a lot of damage, actually. Already burned his potion as well, and the regen from the first 2 stacks of Targon's Brace used.
They are definitely going to have an uphill battle here, since they did not get to shove early, and they are short range, very short lane for this Cloud9 Eclipse. They're going to have to try and CS under turret now. Yeah. See how many they can secure. Pretty big upper hand here for the NIP bot.
Absolutely is. Hilberto is going to be able to grab the C9E red buffs. These guys are trading 2 buffs for 2. Ko already waiting around a counter gank up here. Yarnan still level 1 though. Q comes out bit of damage, but
so his AD carry is at 200 HP. It's very, very risky to try and force a gank like this. If Yarnan goes in for any extra damage,
ooh, the E from Voidal misses. No gank for Ko.
It's so dangerous. Like there is a very real possibility of NIP getting first blood again while the other team ganks them.
That was incredibly nice.
This is getting out of control very quickly.
Yeah, Voidal forced a flash. Now, Summoner Heal is still available for Yarnan. And you can see he's trying to wave clear a bit. That Q nearly hit right there. Honestly, NIP are like inches away from taking kills. Yarnan does not have Spell Shield as well. So if you land a hook, that guy is going to have to burn some Summoners to get out.
Yeah. Even dangerous for them to CS under turret, as you can see. NIP threatening to harass them under. Move up top, though.
Yeah, look how far back Odomna's forced to be right there. He's going to miss multiple waves now under the turret. The early pushing by 0-0 is working out.
Shyvana should be able to cut off Nuke Duck here.
Wow.
Think he might have seen him. Think he might have seen him get in that bush.
Yeah, there weren't any wards. He would have had to see it somehow. Because he went all the way down. Was like, wait a second, and turned back.
Yeah. That's pretty much the only way you get ganked by Shyvana this early, is if you walk into her.
It's true.
He does have flash, but if you don't walk into her, you should be fine.
Just gold card to the face, walk out. Not a big problem. Ko is going to try to keep the invasion going, though, stealing away some of the double golems down on the bottom side. Ko does have 16 to the 11 minions of Hilberto, so as far as that's concerned, it's going well. So he actually do have a gold lead overall. Their mid lane's winning by 11 minions. That stun comes in. Look at Ko from the back as well. Mythy's got to be careful here.
More red buff, though.
He's going to flash away, pulls the lantern in. Free's going to be pretty safe. Q comes out. Summoner Heal was used to keep the team alive. Ko in a really bad spot, and down he goes. Well played, Mythy.
Again, NIP bot lane get ganked. They get first blood. Shyvana's red buff had already run out. Their AD carry could not apply a lot of pressure because Yarnan is very low. Even though he has Summoner Heal, the other team have their Summoner Heal as well, and they used it.
Actually, wow. Here we go.
So this is a Shyvana gank for you. No red buff. Adds a bit of damage. But with so much displacement there, they're able to use the flash and the heal.
Yeah.
Heal giving a speed buff now. It's just such a strong summoner.
And Odomna has down to the top lane.
No hope up there. These pre-6 TF ganks.
This
is the second time he roamed up there.
Awesome play by Nuke Duck. He's giving up minions for it, but honestly, the fact that he's now snowballed that top lane into a good spot, Odomna does have his Summoner teleport back up, plus a tier. But still, I mean, that is a great start. NIP, and I've always wondered if this was in their back pocket, can NIP play hyper-aggressive early on? Because they're such good players, they're incredible. 3 of the 5 members here went to Worlds as Lemon Dogs. Like, these guys have a wealth of experience, and they're playing an early game aggressive team more here. The early roaming from pre-ult TF, and it's paying off.
People can change, Freak. I've always been told, you know, over and over, whenever we go over to Europe to cast some games and we get intel on the guys, like Nuke Duck is a laner who likes to control his mid lane, and he doesn't like to roam around much like that. But now, he is even before he's level 6 on TF, so exerting his will all over the map. Definitely has multiple playstyles. Maybe that's just a very old thing about him staying in mid lane, but regardless, he's coming out, roaming around quite often here early, and it's only going to get worse. He's almost level 6 here. There, he does have it now. The bottom lane has to worry even more. Sivir, Leona with Targons, whenever they shove up, they have to be very careful.
Yeah, absolutely. If Sivir's overextended, like you can spell shield 1 CC, but then you're pretty screwed. One thing I want to point out with this match overall, though, is so even though both these teams have qualified for the summer promotion tournament, we actually know all 3 teams that are going. Right now, I think these teams are playing for fear, because you don't want to get first pick. You don't want to play maybe Copenhagen Wolves, whichever team takes 6 in the playoffs. Like, the scarier you look, the easier your opponent is for promotion. That's ultimately the goal for these guys, to make it into the LCS. So the scarier you look, the later you get picked up in the promo tournament, and the higher chance you play a team who's been having a lot of trouble like Millennium.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about LMQ in the North American Challenger scene. It's all about your reputation in Challenger. Reputation does mean a lot. Now, I really would like NIP to continue to pressure Ryze early. Ryze is very easy to take advantage of early. He has no summoner spells. He started tier. He's very, very squishy at this point. Ryze takes a while to scale up. He'll be very, very difficult to deal with early. So with champions like that, you want to take advantage of the windows that you have with them. And I think TF being 6 would be a great opportunity for Nukeduck definitely to continue the pressure up there. Or maybe 0-0 could just do it himself.
Well, it's going to be a bit of damage coming in, a little bit more comes through, but doesn't quite have enough. The equalizer, unfortunately, I don't think he even hit Odwamna once right there. Would have been the solo kill for 0-0 though, but slight miss on the aim there. I haven't seen Rumble top in a while, but it's fun to see.
Yeah, the new skin probably upped his play rate a little bit.
He didn't pick it though.
Yeah, sad. Very sad. Maybe it's not available.
I know Void Fizz was actually played yesterday, so I think he just opted into being lame. It is available on the tournament realm, so 0-0 just is a hater. It's the official word here, the Challenger Series.
Well, players like, Faker says that he doesn't use skins.
He is also a hater.
He's the #1 hater in the world, I guess.
Yes, he is.
He's #1. Oh!
He's the hatest.
We will not see a fight here. Ku already, though, up 1 level on Kha'Zix. The hard farming here for Shyvana. Even though he died at bottom, is going that Wriggles build, and he's going to be trying to get as many large minions as possible because the late game scaling power of that Feral Flare is intense. Shyvana, he might not even have to build a Blade of the Ruin King. He might just be full tank after Wriggles. The only problem, he's going to need some slow from somewhere. So if he gets a Randuin's, and he should be able to stick on his target and only have to have 1 offensive item.
Viv in the battle with Nukeduck. One more shot. Is the Ignite going to be enough? No, it's not. This guy's forced to flash away from the turret, though. Viv not quite getting enough damage.
Dangerous right there, though, with Alberto coming up on Kha'Zix. He didn't really have an option of going any deeper. Tough luck for Fibibin.
We're going to just watch the top lane for a bit, though. Despite the couple of early ganks overall and Odwamna getting pushed around a fair bit, honestly, is still keeping up in minions with 0-0 in the top lane. This game, only 900 gold apart. Right? Dexter talked about outplaying NIP in their own game. C9E just saying, we're going to scale, we're going to scale. They've only given up 2 kills, and the gold's still close.
Yeah, I think that there's still a pretty big window for NIP to attack that Ryze, but we have not seen an ult from Nukeduck yet. He made more ganks pre-6 than he has since he's gotten his ult.
That's true, actually, yeah. It's been probably, what, 4 minutes or so since actually he hit that level 6 right there. Ko looking down towards the bottom. Nice hook on Avoidal's going to get slowed down. Puts the ulti down right onto Freeze, though. Bit of damage comes through. Ko waiting in the wing.
It's going to be a dive?
Summoner heal is up, though. Is going to be a bit of risk for C9. Nice Q lands, though, from Yernin.
Yeah, so they call off the dive. Probably a wise call right there. Yernin did pop his ulti for it, though. And as you can see, Shyvana is just making her home in this jungle side, doing a lot of counter jungling. Ko's trying to keep that Kha'Zix in check early, and he's done a good job. Kha'Zix has not had high impact ganks yet.
See what else they can find on this one. 0-0 happy to remove these minions one more time before getting pushed back. The wave clear coming in for Odwamna. Popping his ultimate. It's a fairly low cooldown when you're Ryze. It's actually not a bad thing just to spam your ulti, just to get the lane into control.
Yeah, especially if you are using your spells to CS, it will further lower the cooldown. Everything that you do cast, getting a nice flash out there. It's not a lot of effort that Ko is having to put into these top lane ganks. All he had to do was walk by, and he was awarded a flash. So that was a very, very efficient gank there, especially since he's Shyvana and not a lot of threat.
Yeah, so that one's not going to work right there. Mithy looking for random juke patterns for Yernin, but generally speaking, those hooks are not landing on the C9E AD carry. The dual lane, 13 minions in the lead, though. I do have to commend Freeze and Mithy for doing a very good job in this lane.
Whoa, Ryze is dead. So he was blinking there.
Solo kill.
So
the ulti lands.
0-0. No flash burn either.
Yeah,
and
so much damage.
I mean, there's a lot of slow from Rumble. but not hard CC, so I probably caught him off guard up there. Let's take a look. He just gets a good equalizer this time. Able to squish him against the wall there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably should have ran downhill in that case. You never want to run over a full equalizer like that.
Yeah, he managed to clip the side of it as he was walking through instead of like flashing the wall or flashing past it. So, of course, well played. That's 0-0's now 2-0 in this lane matchup overall. I mean, making the kills happen. Very impressive stuff by this guy. So, NIP just winning the lanes a little bit.
Yeah, NIP, they got their extended laning phase here. It's already 13 minutes. No towers have gone down. They have a healthy lead. They're feeling pretty good about this game. Cloud9, though, they have a lot of late-game scaling. Sivir with Shyvana is always a great combo, even if it is coming from the jungle. She'll be a little bit less tanky, but not that much. And it's always really good with Ryze, too, who scales up late game and also benefits greatly from move speed.
It's going to be a fun one to watch then. How good is the C9E late game team fight? Can Odwamna rejoin his team into fights and all that fun stuff? We have seen Ryze be very effective in the semifinals, actually. C9E fell afoul of that champion.
Uh-oh. Okay, burnout.
Yep.
Not going to be able to take it away.
Charms it. There we go.
Not many people take the bladed, whatchamacallit, mastery.
Yeah. Well, it won't steal it anyway. It's
oh yeah, it's a
health.
percentage. It hits really weak.
Yeah.
As the monster gets lower.
It should be impossible to steal. But yeah, the weird thing is, like, just as a random aside on that mastery, if you're a slow clearing jungler like someone like Nautilus who doesn't kill the big camps very fast, you actually get a substantial amount of clear speed out of that mastery. Because the big guy's going to be at high health for a while. If you're like Shyvana, I can see not wanting to pick it up because you'll kill things fast anyway. I think it helps slow junglers.
Yeah, it doesn't help him enough though. TF there, long range ulti back to lane. So he was walking up towards Ryze, but there was no slow landed onto Ryze.
Yeah.
So that's why he popped the ulti. Yes, it was a little premature, but he was looking to go top. He wasn't just using that to get back to mid lane.
Yeah. He cares that much about the landing phase. You know what? I'll ult to make my trip back quicker.
Minions.
Yes, please. 0-0 does have his ult back up.
Guess he does like to control his lane.
Yep.
Do all my ganking before I get level 6.
To be fair, it watches for counter ganks too. You'd be like, oh, Shyvana's bottom. All right, I'm safe.
Yeah. And also would give them vision around Dragon. There's 15 minutes here. Haven't seen it taken down yet. Not a lot of control around that area of the map either. You can see NIP very defensive here. They even just shove one ward over the back of the Dragon Pit. They're not looking to set up a lot around it. They just want to make sure that C9 weren't taking it. Huh.
Well, it's going to be their choice for now. Febiven looks for the worm down, but sees Hilberto, realizes he's spotted, pieces out of that one. Hilberto, ward over the wall. That one's going to get killed, but Febiven, he's actually in a bit of a tough spot. He's going to get locked down, forced to ulti. The damage coming through Ignite as well nearly takes on Hilberto.
Yeah, I don't know. Febiven has been playing very careful.
Yeah.
He does not overextend for trades, it looks like. The second time he's gotten someone extremely low, and someone else on NIP shows up to save that person, and Febiven completely backs off, does not even want to try and go for it, even with someone who's up. But it's a safe way to play. They're going to try and take advantage of the jungler being chunked down and just take the easy objective.
Yeah.
I like it. Low risk. Low risk play here from Cloud9.
Yes.
It looks like they are trying to use this late game NIP scaling against them.
Yeah. And Ko just finished Feral Flare. That was actually his first camp since Feral Flare was the dragon. It was his first soul consumed.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
16 minutes is a very decent Feral Flare.
Scaling
Fastest one I've had was 15 minutes, about 15 minutes even.
Oh, nice.
And that's if you're doing really well.
Yeah.
But 16 is also very strong.
I got a 5-minute Wriggles once. I got a triple kill off teleport bottom lane. It was great. I backed and got a Wriggles. I don't know if I got it by like 15 minutes before, but yeah, plenty fast. Hilberto does have Lizard Elder. For what it's worth, guys, later on in this game, I'll be tracking Conservation versus Wriggles money later on in this game. 0-0, though, to be in a fight against Odwamna and Ko. The teleport comes out for TF. Ko has to ulti over the wall, but still taking damage. Forced to flash as well. Hilberto on the wings. Nuke Duck. Will he flash the slow onto 2? The Q is going to land on a 1. Ko still trying to run away. Looks like he'll be safe, but the counter gank works. Now in the bottom lane, a fight erupts. Sivir ulti pop. 2 box walls, maybe a third soon. A lot of damage. Febiven gets the kill back into 0-0, but now in the bottom lane, Freeze trying to run away. Ulti comes in. Voidal going to be able to dodge most of the culling here and keep himself alive.
All right, are we top or we bottom? Kills everywhere, 1 man down for each team. Both top laners dead. Nobody bites the dust down bottom, but a lot of summoners as well as the ulti is blown.
Yeah,
looks
3
like
summoners and 4
Cloud9 retained control of the lane here after the exchange.
Wow.
All right, so up top, they started. Whoa.
That was the clean.
That was
kill.
live. No, that was replay.
Yeah.
This was live. The PIP, confusing.
Oh yeah.
All right,
was a
so they
kill
get a. That was the answer kill onto Rumble.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, despite the TF ulti, I gotta say, good roam made by Febiven.
Yeah, so the thing that was unfortunate for Cloud9, you know, Ryze flashed out of that 2 vs 2 exchange and then hung around because he was worried for Shyvana, tried to land another snare, and ended up going down himself because he was trying to save his partner there.
Oh, rough. Wow.
Oh, what you're saying about the jungle items, though. Generally, Conservation will award you more money than the Wriggles passive or the Feral Flare passive, unless you're just permanently farming your jungle, which is a fairly poor jungle style to play. Okay. So generally, the Conservation awards you a little bit more gold, but you also have to take into account the ward that you get to drop.
Well, attempted kill again by 0-0. That's true, yeah. You get a third of a sight stone, basically. Voidal in a bit of a damage. Wow, the flash from Mythy keeps himself alive. Eclipse is still on, though. Voidal not taking much damage. Mythy will disengage.
Small window for him to flash out there. Gets to safety. Bottom lane turret down, though. That should afford them some control for the next dragon.
It's interesting, actually, I want to point out. Voidal rushed face the mount with no other items.
That
is literally his first item.
He loves that item. Like,
Yeah,
he gets it on Thresh. He gets it, like, he's a very big
on Annie.
fan. Yeah, he's a very big fan of Face of the Mountain. And it's going to help them out because they do need a little bit of extra tankiness to shore up with Ryze and Shyvana since it's a jungle Shyvana. I do like that pickup for him, getting it really early. Affords them a mid-game tank that they don't really have otherwise. And Cloud9, with their late-game scaling team, have actually gotten ahead in gold despite being down kills.
Yeah, and that's even despite the TF passive, too.
Now, we talk. Okay, so this is a shifter move right here.
Oh, the juke! Nuke Duck, though, taking a bunch of pain, dodges the second Q. Ulti comes in. Febiven does not have the damage. Nuke Duck with the escape.
That was a really strong escape. If the charm had landed, 100% dead. But it did not, and Febiven does not get his kill. Quick thinking there by Nuke Duck, getting off the fast stun into TF ulti.
Yeah. W almost came back up. You saw him dash forward and couldn't quite put the damage through there. Face the Mountain, of course, available. Looks like Sightstone already picked up as well, plus boots. So Voidal's basically equalized the item lead right here. Gonna see what Mythy goes for with the items. He's starting part of a Chalice, but he's also getting a Ruby Crystal. We'll see where that ends up moving.
Yeah, interesting item pickup here for TF as well with the changes to Lichbane. Not trying to get that early at all. Already going to needlessly large Rod, just looking for more burst power with his spells.
Yeah, we'll see where the transition keeps moving him to. Voidal and Yarn are going to make their way towards the mid lane. They walk through a ward, though. Nothing going to be too crazy in this one. Ko making his way top lane as well. A bit of a fight looks like he's going to start here. 2-on-2 into the rush he goes. Equalizer misses completely. And Odwamna looking for damage now here. Roberto forced ult, trying to run away, down very, very low. 0-0 now very much alone on this one. He's going to take down Ko before he falls. Odwamna does not have flash, cannot catch Alberto 1-for-1.
Man, Equalizer missing like that in a 2 vs 2 is terrible for your team. You can see how close the fight was even without Equalizer damage. Would have changed everything here. But now the mid lane push, and Mythy does not have flash this time.
Stun comes in, DFG. Febiven picks up 1 kill. Odwamna gets the root on a Nuke Duck. That's going to be a whole bunch of pain as well. Yerna gets the kill. C9E now with 4 kills in the map, 2-for-0 in that
And they're looking to press it here. Calling for a shove on mid. Continued power play here. They do not have a minion line, though, so they're going to have to wait around. Nobody's got enough armor to tank a turret this early in the game. They wouldn't even get a lot of damage down on it. Great rotation over to Dragon, though. They should have the timer. 3 more seconds on it. Good Solar Flare, able to catch out Mythy. As we said, he didn't have flash this time, so there is no hope. And they do get 2. Gromne coming in with a teleport from the backside there. That deep ward, not only does it allow for mid lane picks, but also it allowed for that deep teleport by Rise.
Yeah.
So awarding them a good flank opportunity and fortunate timing for Dragon coming up right then.
Yeah. C9E are in really good control. 2 Dragons for themselves. Just as a quick update on the jungle items. During that replay I checked, they're both at about 250. So they're holding equal so far. See if it transitions out anywhere else in the future in this one, but see what happens. Vivin actually has been staying top lane for a bit in this one, actually. He's second time he's been holding this lane, but looks like 0-0 plus Hilberto. Actually, 0-0 plus Mithy might be enough to just control this turret right now. Vivin forced back, turret does go down. NIP find their first of the game.
Yeah, you gotta respect this 0-0 Rumble right now, going a lot of damage and penetration here. If he does land a good ulti, then it will be very hard to deal with. They really need his next equalizer to be the turning of the tides in a team fight here. I feel like it's slipping away from NIP. Yeah. And they need to make some sort of move either with the global teleport from TF or with a strong equalizer to make their comeback now, because this late game from C9, it looks like their rotations are very strong, and they're the ones who have Sivir, and they have the teleport.
Yeah.
So the only thing they have to deal with is this global teleport from TF, which he has not been using very often.
Yeah, he used it once for a gank top that got turned around as a 1-for-1, once to escape away from Ahri. The Rumble ult you mentioned before is also available. Looks like C9E have the way in on the red buff, but Hilberto doesn't want to give this one away. We'll see if the red buff is...
There's no Shyvana here, so there's not going to be a smite away. At best, Cloud9 could deny it from maybe freeze and force Hilberto to take it, but that's not a very big deal. Junglers love having that red buff.
Yeah.
It is a little bit more effective on melees than it is on range anyway.
Ooh, flash by Nuktuk gets him away. The slow lands from the ulti. He pops the ult himself, but goes down too quickly for Bivin. Gets the kill credit on this one. Killing spree.
They're going to cut off Rumble too. 0-0's in trouble.
His health bar might get removed to 0. No. Oh. What? He turned... Okay. I guess he didn't think anyone was coming to stop him.
He got in some reinforcements here. Kha'Zix as well as Thresh coming up to back him up. Blue should probably go over to Cloud9 as long as they finish that top turret in time. They can easily collapse here. They're also getting a lot of good ward coverage here down on NIP's jungle side. There's no blue wards on Cloud9's side of the map. Pretty much all of the fighting going to be taking place over on this NIP jungle. And Cloud9...
Middle wave clear is going to be enough to keep the turret in completely full health right there. NIP do stop that one. Code makes his way back around. Did rush a Randuin's Omen. He actually bought a cloth armor and sold it at some point randomly. He had that very early on in the game, but got rid of it. Wanted Merc Treads anyway. So Randuin's Omen now done. Only 1 offensive items. You did identify that one.
Oh yeah, Randuin's Omen. As I was saying, he needs a slow from somewhere. And he's not going to be building that blade since he started Wriggles. Big pickup right there.
Yeah.
Going to allow him not only to chase Lucian, but TF as well. This TF, he just used his flash and his ulti. So he's a very immobile, squishy champion. If anybody gets on him, he's going to be in trouble. He does not have his Zanyas. That's what I thought the needlessly large would go into, but he's actually gone Death Cap.
Yeah.
So he's playing really, really offensive here. It's a bit of a gambit from Nuktuk here. But we'll see if it pays off. Does it give him more wave clear?
Yeah, it'll keep him ahead of the curve as far as one-shotting casters with his Q. It's always a sort of a battle with TF, is because casters gain 2 MR every couple of minutes as well as some health. You kind of have this race of like, can I get enough ability power and magic pen? And with him going Merc Treads, he's got to keep his AP up, otherwise he'd be in danger of not getting it. But yeah, last time I really saw Nuktuk TF, it was a while ago, but he was his dedicated split pusher. He would always be able to put pressure on turrets. He was always able to kill off minion waves. And honestly, he's so good at stopping the pushes there. You've got Lucian, Twisted Fate, and Rumble all ready to clear out minions. Like, C9E actually sieging is going to be hard.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking for the team fights. And it looks like NIP have decided we do not want to take any of those. Even though we have Rumble, we're going to have our TF build more for the wave clear and not for the team fight with Azanias. They're going to try and spread out the map here.
Let's see if they can find it. Dragon's up in 1:15. C9E has already been controlling the objectives right there. They did not steal the rabbit, but they did steal the blue. Rise, of course, continuing to scale. Has Seraph's Embrace completely done. Hook comes out, does not land. Nor do the Void Spikes. NIP do have some defensive pink wards, though, keeping their jungle fairly safe.
All right, well, 5 men middle here. If the team fight does break out towards the mid, it's going to be a lot of pressure on Zoro to land his ulti. His ulti will do a tremendous amount in this team fight because he as well has gotten extremely offensive with his build. He's got a death cap as well. Going to need a good one for them to land. However, Cloud9 have so much mobility. They can easily reposition. Sivir ulti, Ryze even has his own move speed that he'll be able to make use of, and Ahri is extremely hard to lock down. I really like Cloud9's chance in this team fight. They're looking to flank from the side.
Well, they look maybe in for this one. Ko a bit far away, 10 seconds till Dragon. They're at least controlling the rotations on it. TF ult pop.
Ah, there it is. Draw them over to the Dragon Pit.
Okay, 5 versus 5. Poke coming out from Hilberto. NIP, maybe they push mid lane for this, but right now, CNE have started up on the Dragon. Ninjas in Pajamas waiting far enough away. Looks like they will not go for this whatsoever. Dragon going down rather quickly, and Ko will claim a victim there. Dragon actually goes over to Yernan. Scumbag Yernan stealing a Pharaoh Flare stack with that one. Ulti comes in, it's going to be a dash away. Hilberto, Nuke Duck, they're all in the mix. Nice knockback, but here comes the fight. Equalizer comes across the entire team. Nuke Duck goes down first. The backline still safe. Ko forced to run, but he's going to get traded down, backed by Mithy. 1-for-1 fight, flashed by Yernan. Good damage comes through. Can he find much more? Hilberto takes a crit to the back of the head. The Bivin off on the side as well. More flashes used. Oh, the hook doesn't land. And down he goes. Picks up the kill on a Mithy. 2-for-1 C9E.
Yeah, and NIP were able to get 1 kill because it was a good equalizer that cut off the rest of the team while they focused down the Shyvana. But as we said, this TF extremely squishy, very immobile, not able to get out alive. Getting the slow from the Solar Flare, they started off, they go right into the box and equalizer. So 3 members sitting on box plus equalizer. Everybody else kind of gets zoned out and Ko gets focused down, so they trade it 1-for-1. But one team has Sivir, amazing at chasing down, and then Mithy trying to tag somebody on the backside, but Bibin just turns around right in his face.
Yeah, that I feel like
the hook did land. So you said the hook didn't land. It landed, just not on the target that was going to kill.
Yeah. Not the one you just really want to stuff right there. Yeah, well, there you go. Update on the jungle items. 500 gold for the Lizard Elder of Hilberto, about 450 for Ko's Shyvana, but 22 Feral Flare stacks for Shyvana so far. So, worth it.
Definitely worth it.
Couple of wards
like I said, it's the late game option for the jungle. And since the early game did not have a lot of action, that's the kind of jungler that you want in these long games. Cloud9 came into this game thinking they were going to play the long game. They were going to try and go with option number 2.
Yeah.
Outscale NIP, play them at their own game, and it has worked out beautifully for them. They use the Ryze, they use the Sivir pick, and they've also got the farming jungle. So it looks like Ko is not just an early game jungler here, not just able to put out great ganks, great early game with Lee Sin.
134 CS Shyvana. Gotta say, actually, pretty high minion score game overall. No record-setting paces, although 310 for Fabivin's pretty good. 3 completed items there: Death Cap, DFG, Void Staff. Not much mana regen, not much CDR, but if you can one-shot people, who cares? It's gonna look pretty okay. And Ahri there, we'll see what his next item ends up being.
I really like the item path for Ryze too. Anytime he's against strong AP, it's actually good for him because he loves building Spirit Visage. Cooldown reduction and the increased health, the increased healing is so good on Ryze. He's very happy that it also doubles as the best sort of defense to build against a double AP comp.
Yeah, he'll be happy. I wonder if anyone's going to go Abyssal here, because both these teams are running double AP comps. And in fact, Shyvana's going to probably do more magic than physical to champions anyway.
Yeah, she definitely will.
So, almost triple AP in a certain way. The AD carry is the only main source of physical damage for both lineups here. I guess Kha'Zix's actually another big one. But you can see how fast the wave gets cleared down. But Yernan staying around, low health, jumped in from freeze, good damage. Sivir ulti popped actually. Was almost in range of getting equalized. 0-0 holds it though. C9E disengage.
Now, Odoamne does have his teleport available, so he should probably just go soak up the minions that are going to run into the bottom turret there, as the rest of the team had to back off. I don't think that he would want to stick around mid if the rest of them do not collapse here. It's an interesting choice for Cloud9 right now. Are they going to collapse and try and defend the secondary turret? TF is trying to take advantage.
Yeah. Well, they got the mid lane turret down.
It backs off.
Well, that's by Nuke Duck, though. He ulted to reveal locations to get mid without getting jumped, and then just cleared away with bottom for a bit of pressure. But I mean, NIP have always been very risk averse.
So Cloud9 were able to get the Kenneth Minion wave at turret, didn't even lose money there. Even though they failed their push top, they didn't have to pay for it with anything. And NIP were unable to make a strong push, either mid or bottom. I mean, there was one hit left on that turret, so I guess you can award them a single turret kill.
Outer turret number 3 does go to Ninjas Pajamas not long ago. Cloud9 Eclipse have gotten tier 2 mid for themselves, so a small lead on that one. Aegis gets picked up for Voidal, so his investment in getting a lot of money on himself grants the team a bit more. Of course, this is with the 4.5 changes, so Locket is plus a Kindle gem in the recipe combination. We'll see that he's going to be close to that pretty soon. Ninja Tabby as well for the Leona. Although standard stuff here, Mithy has a lot of CDR. We'll see if he finishes his item or if he goes towards Ascension late game.
Oh, face checking into Ahri is always very, very painful.
Yep.
She does ridiculous damage when the charm lands, and that's a guaranteed charm to land walking into it. Now it's going to be really hard for NIP to stop this.
Well, it's going down really quickly. Equalizer.
Great equalizer!
Amazing damage comes through. C9E forced to disengage. They jump in. Nuke Duck taking a bunch of pain. Charm will not land. 0-0 off in the wings of the box. Doing a fair bit of damage as well. Can they re-engage? They look for Odwamna right now. The Baron is still fighting. Odwamna very low on health. Nice shot comes in. The hook onto Yernan. He's going to go down as well. Febevin, can he find Mithy? He gets flayed back. Huge damage comes across. Ignite is on. And down he goes.
Well,
3 kills for NIP.
Well, we talked about the importance of that next team fight equalizer. It was godly. Inside the Baron pit, always very dangerous to group up, especially against double AP comps.
Yeah.
When Baron does make it rain on your team, then you will take increased magic damage. And let's see there. Yeah, I think cuts off the exit, traps pretty much everybody in with Baron, so they're taking more damage too. And then the box for the secondary line of peel.
Yeah.
They have 2 very strong lines of peel here on the NIP team. Answer kill onto Freeze.
The Baron gets interrupted. They go in, they find a guy back. Looks like Baron's going to regen all the way back to full on this one. So Ninjas in Pajamas, they got a couple of kills, bringing the scoreline within under 5,000 gold. So still a very close game. Neither team able to cement major advantages.
Cloud9 will be more wary of the Rumble ulti after that last fight. So I don't know if they will be a bit more timid around that Baron area. It was a pretty good opportunity for them, but the Dragon is up as well, and it is a much, much less scary objective to go for.
Yeah. Buffed a bit, 4.5. Ulti comes in, slows 0-0. He does have Flash, uses it. Gets the wall. Yernan still in the chase. The Flash Randuin's used. Equalizer's not bad. He takes a land from the way out. Nuke Duck's there as well. Odwamna Rune Princess takes a bit of pain as well. But there goes the disengage from TF. Looks like no kills picked up.
Yep, they didn't get anybody, but they did get the equalizer down. So they don't have to worry about it the second time around. Decent ward coverage from both teams around Baron Pit. And we'll probably see more sweepers coming out. I mean, 2 is kind of the mid-game standard for sweepers. Usually by this point, 35, 36 minutes in, they'll start swapping out a few more of those trinket the warding trinkets for sweepers. Need more vision control, or at the very least buy more pink wards.
Yeah, true. Honestly, these guys...
Not that much true sight here.
Yeah, both teams are really allowed to get a lot of wards up right now. You're seeing a giant scattering of them around the Baron pit right there, on both sides of the wall. A couple of defensive pink wards I can see in the Blizzard jungle of NIP. Going to be the Dragon started up now for Cloud9 Eclipse. Looks like Voidal and Pavivin going to start that one out. Ko is coming around as well. Sunfire plus Randuin's for himself, also likely to get a Banshee soon. I could actually see Visage. He's going to have some health regen in fights. See what he ends up picking up in this one. 0-0 freeze, though. Happy to keep the mid lane minion wave gone. So, man, I mean, 40 minutes in almost. What a game. These guys fighting back and forth rather closely. No one's in a definitive real lead here.
Yeah, because no one is really making that strong effort to control the vision completely. It's very hard in the new patch to actually black out the screen for someone, like completely make Fog of War for the other team. And you really have to commit to it fully. Okay, they picked up one more sweeper, but really everybody has to do their part with the pink wards. So probably just be looking at more picks coming down here. I mean, the Sivir team with Ahri has a very high potential for picking somebody off. And it doesn't seem like NIP have been able to use TF ulti to catch anyone out of position. So I'd probably give the advantage in picks over to Cloud9, since Nukeduck has been mostly trying to shove waves, and now he has a list bench. He'll probably be split pushing.
Yeah, we'll see. Honestly, the teleport up for Adwamna, the teleport up for Twisted Fate from Nukeduck. The Void Staff coming in soon for the Rise right there. But 0-0, I mean, adds a Death Cap into the mix. He's got the Rileys as well.
TF to escape with his ulti. Another defensive ulti burned.
Gonna see 0-0 making his way around, but he's actually walking through wards right here. I mean, C9E, they own much more of the jungle with Vision. Gonna control right now the Baron Pit as well. More wards gonna go down on this one. Looks like the Baron Pit might be what these guys want. Odrom's gonna go bottom lane with his Summoner Teleport available. Might help him a bit. Top lane not really doing much.
So they have the global advantage here. They can easily defend waves. They've got Sivir for wave clear, Ahri for wave clear. They have no problem defending sieges. Really, they have this small window where TF's ulti is down, yet they have the Rise teleport. So they have a small advantage there. And really, they just need vision more around the middle of the map so they can catch NIP in a rotation with the Ahri and with the Sivir. So all they need is catch one person out of position. They've got plenty of move speed to capitalize on anybody being caught.
Okay, so safety in numbers for NIP. We'll see if they can keep themselves from getting caught out, or if Cloud9 Eclipse can make these openings happen. Blue buff right now. Looks like it's going to be given to Forbidden, actually. Adwamna has enough mana for himself anyway. Yarnin and Freeze going to battle over Pink Ward's going to go NIP's way with this one. Still about 6,000 gold, slightly growing here. Cloud9 Eclipse getting a small gold lead in this one. Alberto level 17. These people farming a lot, waiting around for the late games in this one. No one waiting on the bottom side of the map. Again, the battle being for the Baron Pit here. The wards, very much the objective for both teams. TF ulti doesn't even need wards. Sees them anyway.
Not for long, though.
Cheating.
Not for long. Now, they need to get pressure on one of these lanes here. They have TF shoving mid. They sort of have Cloud9 cornered here. And they're going to make them respond to the minion wave that they've created at middle. Good little move there from NIP. They're not getting caught around Baron. There's not enough true sight for them to have to face check it. So they divert Cloud9's attention very successfully.
Let's see what we find with this one, honestly. Slower game. Farm's coming in, 289 minions on Rise. Void Staff is done, so he's very offense focused. Chain Vest grab, that might be a GA. Could be Randuin's.
Once they get a full tank Shyvana, then the options for tower dives will actually open up, though.
He's got 2 slots to go.
Yeah, so it's a long ways off, and they don't want to do it before then, because if they do it before then again, they have 2 lines of very strong peel here for NIP. They've got the Equalizer, and they have the box from Thresh. You do not want to dive in onto that unless you know you have a very large advantage.
Okay, so slow and steady going to win the race for these guys. Wouldn't be a NIP game without it. Nice long laning phase for everybody. Voidal, they don't even let him get any of those last hits right there. Scumbag Yarner just takes the entire wave and says, at some point you'll gain gold.
They're feeling very strong about the team fight, though. If they can catch somebody out, again, we already mentioned so many times, Leona ult, Ahri, Sivir, there's so much potential here for Cloud9 to catch somebody. If they can grab one, it'll be a huge win for them. They're just continually trying to force over by Baron, but again, look at all this true sight they're trying to work with. Only one pink ward in the unupgraded sweepers is not going to be enough. They need to upgrade some of those sweepers. Because look, there's a 1 ward still inside Baron Pit they haven't been able to grab. And NIP can continue split pushing, trying to draw them out across the map.
Yeah. That's why you always pink ward in the Baron Pit. Never ever try to seek Baron unless you pink ward inside the pit itself, because you will.
Of course, again, gotta watch that Equalizer.
Well, it's going to be 0-0 off on the side. Will he jump in? Will he do much with the Equalizer? It's like the reveal, going to put Voidal in the mix, going to get a slow on 0-0, misses the E. Lantern is not going to find anybody.
Sivir ult down.
Can
they wait it out?
Spells. 2 spells for 1 in this one.
Rise ult is down too. All this move speed is gone here for Cloud9.
And they even snuck a ward in as well. So there's another 10 seconds before you can even get
that was a very favorable exchange for NIP, even though no action went down.
Yeah, and
huge favorable exchange for them. They can shove with a cannon minion here. TF should make quick work of that turret. NIP do a good job in the late game. This is why they like going to the late game. They're very calm and collected.
Very, very calm. Didn't force the issue. The threat of Rumble stopping really any of the Baron attempts there. Nukta just walking back and forth between waves. 376 minions. Before, I was saying the only guy who was breaking 10 CS a minute was Fabivin, the Ahri. Now, Nukta's beating him in
There's
minions.
no ult for TF here.
Well,
So he's got to walk his way all the way back to the pit.
But it's on top of ward. Some good damage comes in from the Equalizer.
They're still tanking Baron.
E come back in for this one. Ojwalma takes the Baron debuff, reducing his damage pretty heavily. Now the same for Fabivin.
Oh,
over the wall.
Man, again.
Nothing grabbed. Culling comes across, doesn't find much though. Baron makes it rain. NIP forced to back off again. Freeze actually aggro's Baron. NIP want this fight. They've got better positioning though. C9 and E split up in two different halves right here. Poke comes across, Ojwalma half HP.
Solar players back up.
And they're going to go in for this one. Ojwalma's caught out. Stun lands. Rune Prism's not going to mean much. Down he goes. Fabivin takes a card to the back. Jump in from Hilberto. Lands a bit more damage. Overextends though and goes down 1 for 1. And meanwhile, minions are pushing down turrets on different sides of the map. But NIP have the inside track now towards the mid lane.
Yeah, that was definitely too much for Alberto to go for. NIP still have the momentum though.
Going to be some decent wave clear. Hook's not going to land, but they've got minions. But looks like they're going to back off. Afraid of Ahri coming back in with home guards.
That's Sivir wave clear. Okay. Solar flare landing.
He pulls in 0-0. Some good damage going to come back. Coast slowed down. Hooked in as well. Half HP. Dragon gets him out a little bit of the way, but there's more damage on the 0-0. There's going to be 2 kills picked up. Fabivin getting both actually from over the wall. Yerman in the melee range goes down. Bit off more than he could chew.
Oh, Freeze shot him in the face. Flashing in to die there. Where's Yarnin? All right. Exciting little bit of action there. Now this is the very end of it, where the 3-man Cloud9 group actually are able to make NIP stick around, which they do not want since they burned all their ultis. Fabivin comes in at the very end. He does not have Ahri ult, so can't jump over to join anything. But the TF stun right there, locking up Niran as soon as he jumps in. And again, Cloud9 return to the Baron pit, and again, TF ulti reveals what they're trying to do.
TF shows with Freeze, but the stun comes in, and Fabivin just goes in. Down goes Freeze right away. I had no word for that. He just goes and like, well, he's disappeared. Freeze got thawed. Melted. That's the word. I don't know, thawed sounds great.
Good one. All right, so Domna is able to send him to Rune Prison. How about that? And
yeah!
Bivin actually executes the sentence there. But that's a huge win. Cloud9, they finally get what they were going after. They return to the Baron, and they actually get it this time, catching Freeze out. NIP were a little disoriented after that last fight. We're not able to regroup.
Rip up goes to Ahri. Interesting. He just got one off killing Freeze.
Man, they were doing so well too. NIP was doing so well, pulling Cloud9 around. Even though Cloud9 had this pretty big lead and this stronger team fight, NIP were positionally outplaying them until that one misstep. It only takes one misstep. And remember, it all started with Kha'Zix jumping back in to trade back a kill. NIP had gotten a clean kill. TF ulti, they took down Ryze, one of the biggest parts of the C9 team. But they wanted more. Kha'Zix went in and could not click the lantern back out. From then, it was hard rotations for NIP to make up for.
I guess that's kind of what happens as well. Like, if you're the one down in gold, you make all these great plays, but if you suck yourself into a just dedicated fight, you saw exactly what happened with that one.
Yeah, so it's really easy for you to just make one mistake because Cloud9 have this amazing chase team. Like, they have all the speed and they have this great team fight power. You have to play it perfectly. If you make one misstep, then you're going to lose out on not only Baron, but looks like they got Dragon as well.
Dragon, I believe, actually went to NIP in picture-in-picture. So Ninja's Pajama, because, yeah, C&E ran over to start Baron after the few catches.
So they traded.
Yeah, NIP with, like, I think it was just Freeze and Nuke Duck took that one down. I also like that during the chase, the replay we had a second ago, Fabivin took those 2 kills with a single Foxfire each one. It just, like, shot over the wall, like, invisible, and, like, knocked him down.
Efficiency.
Yeah, very well secured. Didn't even have to aim. Just press W and it happened.
All right, TF does have his teleport once again, but it's going to be, they need him at the turret to wave clear, so I don't think he's going to be split pushing here.
Yeah.
Can't wait for a teleport in. There's also the drawback whenever you're teleporting into a team fight late. There's a giant circle on the ground that tells the enemy where you're going to land. And they can hit you with all sorts of skill shots.
Like that hook right there on the minion, down it went. help the team pick it up, but this turret's down to half HP right now. Baron buff on, I think, 4/5 of Cloud9 Eclipse. So some good regen for everyone but Yernin. Silly Sivir died in the last fight. We're waiting just in between every wave. They're going to try to go in, find some damage.
So
here we go again.
Coup hovering on the outside here makes me think that they're looking for a good engage. Good equalizer. All they have to do is back off.
Good stun. Voidal goes in, loses half his HP. Ko jumps in as well, gets hooked in, has the shield, and goes down. 2 for 1 so far. NIP's favorite. 3 kills coming across. A lot of deaths on all sides. Hilberto into the back lines. He's trying to get away, goes down. Looks like 2 surviving members for each team.
All right, so they get inside the base and they get the buildings down that they wanted. It could have been cleaner, though. Equalizer goes down. If Voidal did not engage over that equalizer, the rest of the team could have added some damage and backup to it, but kind of cut off the rest of the team there with that one.
Yeah.
All said and done, though, 3 for 3, and they get both the turret. As see, everybody else is backing off. Voidal's going in, so he's going to go down, but they do have the damage to back it up here. Ko's able to soak up a lot from that turret. The pivot goes right into the heart of the team to take on everyone. But eventually Rise will be able to get across the line to clean up. So 3 versus 3, two buildings down. Big cleanup there for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Because as a short-range team, they do have the toughest time with the first inhibitor turret to go down. Now that they have one down, they have a much clearer path.
Yeah. You saw like how hesitant they were. You talked about like when Voidal went in, the rest of the team was like way back.
Yeah, everybody's has the same idea. Retreat, retreat. Except Voidal. We got to kill them now.
Voidal went in. Yernin was like waiting for Equalizer to end, and it was like completely in turret range. We like did nothing for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I was like, guys, I'm helping. And then just knocked the turret down afterwards. But yeah, honestly, 9-2-3 on Tebevin's Ahri. That's working so well for him. For last pick, pick that knew he was fighting against TF in the mid lane. 1 in minions, though not by the end game at this point. You're seeing TF wave through Rick, but oh no, still on the chase. Good Harpoon going to stop him, though. It's a gigantic slow.
Yeah, he got a few too many bullets in the face as well. Man, he does have the last item, Guardian Angel, though. This is maxed out Rise. It's one of the scariest things in the game. Full item Rise, even upgraded boots for more flashes, more flashy plays.
More teleports, too. He actually runs faster after flashing and teleporting now as well. It's going to be all kinds of fun dealing with this man. Level 18 for the entire lineup on both sides, except for Mithy, who's only 16.
All right, so both AD carries with the one defensive item look like they're opting for Banshee's Veil. I like that one, rather than trying to cleanse any of the CCs or go with a Guardian Angel.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot
Blocking one spell is pretty much the highest impact that you're going to look for with that one defensive item. Right now, though, 5 versus 4. Cloud9 just shoving down outer turrets here as Roberto was forced to clear top lane.
So only Inhiv turrets and Nexus turrets left right here. C9E looked down towards the bottom lane. Roberto. Now Nukeduck going to be part-time defending top against these super minions. Looks like he times it right, though. He waits until the wave dies at bottom, then heads over, clears the wave, and has 30 seconds to get his way back down to the bottom lane. And looks like Nukeduck will be there in time to defend once more.
All right, their eyes are going to be on who can we land a stun on here for NIP. They want to lock somebody down who does not have a Banshee's Veil. Hopefully who does not have a Guardian Angel as well. So he's looking at Ko or Voidal. Even locking down the front line is not bad. TF focuses the first person. He does have Void Staff. He's got plenty of penetration. Burning down the front line is actually a good strat here for NIP. They've got plenty of peel. As we mentioned before, the Equalizer plus box is very good at defending versus turret dives.
C9E going to lurk their way into the brush with their Voidal actually going to be the one scouting out. They look for the flank, they get the stun on 0-0, and here comes the team. Sivir ulti in tow as well. Huge burst, Nukeduck goes down. Voidal in the front lines does not care if he dies though, because they're going to find more kills for the team. 1 for 1 so far. Roberto in the back lines looks for Yernin, but 3 kills already picked up for C9E, and they look for the front door.
Yeah, great job there by C9E, collapsing, catching them out of guard. I don't think they have to even go inhibitor turrets. Should be the end of the game here.
The inhib respawns, but you know they've still got a super minion here. Cloud9 Eclipse going to look to close out game 1 of this grand final best of 5. Nexus turret number 1 under fire. Number 2 about to go down as well. 52 minutes into the game and a phenomenal team effort, but Cloud9 Eclipse will win Game 1, the grand finals of the Challenger Spring Series.
52-minute game.
Yep.
Not much of a surprise there. We thought it would be a long one with NIP. And Cloud9, they did go with option number 2.
Yeah.
More late game power, beat them at their own game.
Yeah, and despite how hard Odwamna got camped too, he started 0-3-0 on Rise. So much attention was spent up there, but NIP unable to capitalize off those kills to do much more. The turret stayed equal. Dragons actually, almost all of them went to Cloud9 Eclipse as well, and the outskilling worked.
Yeah, it's been said time and time again, even if you kill Rise early, he's going to scale up late game. So you want to take advantage of the little window that you do have.
Yeah, so I actually want to bring up a replay real quick, though. It's a really sweet hook by Mythy. Even though they lost the game, it's pretty fun stuff for Mythy if you want to bring that one up there.
Oh, yeah. So this was the best fight for NIP that they got. This was started off by the Equalizer, and then the hook by Mythy across the very thick Baron wall there. They were able to capitalize and get a lot done. But after they won the fight, there was a little bit of indecision here. They're like, whoa, should we start the Baron up again? Take a little bit of extra damage there. And they didn't get much out of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, they started on it, but they had a couple members dead already. And the fact that 2 members of C9E were still alive, I actually kind of want to see the second half of that one because, yeah, basically they stopped the Baron attempt. Like, Baron was at half HP. NIP had started fighting it already. And it was just the 2 of them kind of coming in there and stopping the entire exchange, getting a kill as well for it. But yeah, C9E, basically the story was, despite all the good early moves by NIP, and in general, like, NIP fought pretty well, no objectives could go blue team's way. C9E stopped everything from getting lost. They never gave up Baron, very few Dragons overall, and just kills were just kills for NIP.
Yeah. I also want to point out that Code did go with that heavy counter jungling style with Shyvana with the Pharaoh Flare, and it worked out pretty well for them. His ganks were definitely uninspiring as he died down bottom.
Yeah.
But it still worked out. They had a good game plan and they executed well.
Yeah, well, congrats in the late game. So, guys, that's 1 Nexus down, at least 2 more to go. In return, it's time for the rematch between Cloud9 Eclipse and the Ninjas in Pajamas. We'll also be joined by Dexter from CLG. 2014 Challenger Series Spring Playoffs. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2014 Challenger Series Spring Playoffs. It's just about time for Game 2 between Cloud9 and Eclipse and the Ninjas in Pajamas. Now as the teams get set for the rematch, I'd like to welcome CLG's Dexter to the desk. Hey. Welcome back. So, first impression of that game, 52 minutes long. C9, you ended up playing the will out late game you style. Did it play out as you expected?
Going into this match, after I saw the picks, I was like, okay, NIP actually has the game. But I think they misplayed the team comp completely. And I think what they should have done, they should have just lane swapped against the Ryze. And they had TF in mid lane who can just farm up fine against Ahri. The way it turned out, it was like, okay, Rumble got a few kills, but Ryze farmed up. And with the 1-on-2, they also would have denied the Feral Flare item on the Shyvana because she had to push the 1-on-2 wave, right?
Yeah.
It would have stopped her like 5 minutes from stacking it up to the point. I mean, Shyvana died at bot lane with double buffs. I was like, okay, this is going to be a hard game for C9. But yeah, I think what they should have done, starve Ryze from farm, from any items, and then have TF TP into his lane and kill him over and over again to keep him down. And also, they should have contested every dragon with Rumble, because you pick Rumble for early dragon contest. That's like, Rumble hits level 6, you go dragon instantly. And there's no team comp that can fight Rumble, because Rumble is so strong at contesting dragons or objectives. And yeah, I think it was just like pure execution from NIP. Maybe they had a good game plan. I didn't know exactly what their thoughts were. But also, like, blind picking TF is something really risky. But I guess they wanted to really shut down Ryze. But I don't see that happening when you just play normal lanes 1-on-1 and 2-on-2. So it's a bit, I guess, misplayed part from NIP in this game.
So then, talking about sort of the NIP style then, because they've been playing consistently for the late game every time, long laning phases, everything else, they play actually fairly aggressive early on. They actually roamed up to Ryze a few times. They killed him 3 times in the first 20 minutes or so. Is that surprising, or is that just like, well, they know the game, of course?
I used to play with Nukedag in the team, and I know how he plays TF. What he likes is, when he sees the opportunity to just roam before 6, and he pushes the wave up, he calls the jungle in the lane to hold it, what Kha'Zix did. Kha'Zix got like 1 wave of farm, while TF went up to the top lane and dove him. So that was really good for him, and it gave Zoro the advantage in the top lane to actually dominate the lane on Rumble. But yeah, it didn't do anything, because Ryze got the farm anyway, and even when Ryze dies 1 or 2 or even 4 times, it doesn't really do anything to him, because he can still farm. He has TP. He can do everything in the lane and just farm up pretty much.
Yeah, so that seems like, do NIP just not ever play quick games? Like, individually, okay, I'll go make a roam, but like it seems like that team is not one to look to close games out anytime soon.
I have no idea. Maybe they just don't want to show anything what they have prepared for the playoffs, like when they go into LCS against Millennium or whoever team it is. But yeah, I think there was like a misplay from them, and their team comp looked very late game, like with Rumble and TF and everything. But yeah, I don't see them closing out games really soon or changing their style significantly before playoffs.
Yeah, so you mentioned both of the solo laners. Like, we didn't get to see a lot of Rumble ultis around early dragons, which is something we usually see, and we didn't see a lot of TF ultimates used for ganks to get advantages in lane. What about jungler here for Kha'Zix? What did you see from Alberto?
Well, he just farmed up. He didn't really try to force anything. I have no idea how the communication in the team is going, but usually it's like, I'm fine, you don't need to come, you know? Like, so, I know it best because, I think their bot lane is really good, like 2-on-2, Mythi and Freeze, they can hold their own. And usually every lane can hold their own, but it doesn't force the jungler to do anything. He just farms up, and I have to give it to Shyvana, because Shyvana is way better in later games, in later stages of the games than Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Even when Kha'Zix is like acting as a tank and is super good, and I really like the Rumble and Kha'Zix together, because it's like it sets up Kha'Zix resets so easly.
Yeah, get everybody a little bit low,
and then you go in for resets, and then have TF port into the backline, assassinate them. That was like how I would have made the plan for our, like, if I would have been a team and had the team comp, I would have made the plan, okay, we do this Rumble ultimates, we have Kha'Zix jumping in, soaking damage, and then TF porting in the backline, and then assassinating the AD carry or Ahri even. But yeah, C9 played a pick comp with Ahri, and Ahri pretty much solo carried the game for, I think, a misplayed team fight at top lane or skirmish cost him the game. Rumble ultimate missed there and caused Ahri to give them the advantage, and then it was just a snowball.
Yeah, so then you come into this game then, and you're saying, okay, it's a best of 5.
Yeah.
And let's say you're NIP right now. Is it a difference in champ select? Is it a difference in game plan? What do you do to win the second game?
Well, actually, I have to give props to C9. They did a really good job of keeping Zoro 0 down. They banned, I think, top laners as well, and then their first rotation Shyvana. And usually Zoro 0 is the one that wants Shyvana.
Yeah.
So I think getting 0-0 out of the comfort zone is really good, and just keeping their style. And then they might even win against Ninjas in Pyjamas. But I think next game we might see some different picks from NIP, and we just have to see how it works out. I don't think they will get the Kha'Zix again. Even when he didn't do much this game, it's just like if he gets 1 or 2 kills, he can just solo carry the game. And it's always a threat to play against Kha'Zix. Even when it's on the 4.5 patch, where he got a bit nerfed, he's still really strong and probably the best jungler in the game. So yeah, we just have to see how it works out next game.
Yeah, I really did like the sort of switch that they did with early Shyvana and then putting her in the jungle. Not a lot of people are going to be expecting that. That only works one time. This is a best of 5. Yeah. It works with the opener. In the consecutive games, then you can't really pull those surprises. Do you expect Cloud9 to go more early game now, or do you think that they're going to continually try and just, oh yeah, we'll continue to out late game, we'll just go with the same sort of strategy over and over till it loses?
I think picks and bans might change a bit. I'm surprised that NIP banned Zed out, because Nukeduck is usually the best, like he was by far the best Zed player I've played with, and he knows everything about that champion. So maybe he had plans of picking TF specifically for this game. That's why he banned it out, and he was afraid of Zed killing him over and over again, one-on-one. But I don't think it will be banned on purple side, and he maybe wants it for a counter pick or something, and then we might see a different game.
Okay. Well, Dexter, thank you very much. We're going to see if NIP makes any adaptations in the second game, but we're going to get ourselves into champion second in just a little bit here. So coming into this one, honestly, NIP down 0-1 in the series. You've got Cloud9 Eclipse, I thought, with an incredible sort of game 1 champ select play in the Shyvana switch, the Rise top, bringing it out for late game. See what NIP can do in the second one.
All right, so we're looking at Lee Sin bans maybe one time again. I don't think that they're going to want to let Cloud9 get that one. Even though they went with the late game, Pharaoh Flail style jungle, you don't want to leave those options open to them.
Yeah, and we'll see. So Morgana removed. Right off the bat, still banned away from Mythy. That was, of course, paid, I think, almost every single game by him in the semifinals. And Cloud9 Eclipse say, you know, we're worried about this one. We're worried about the disengage from NIP. Let him get into fights a little bit more. Lee Sin still removed from Ko, so still afraid of early game aggression from C9E. Of course, Elise went through champ select unpicked in the first game. You think about other early game junglers, so there's a lot of options still up in the air.
Yeah, and another thing is, a lot of the LCS teams are complaining about this. On Provo side, we always have to swap because of there's no vision early, and you have to do an invade with your jungler to secure him buff. Are we going to see Ninjas in Pyjamas actually do a lane swap? Because everyone's been saying they don't like, you know, the 2 versus 1 situation. They like standard laning phase. Yeah. So I don't think they will go for that. Cloud9 Eclipse can try and take an advantage. The reason that people always do that lane swap to secure buffs is because the jungler, it makes it so risky for you to not know if the other team is invading your red. Cloud9, they can go invade Ninjas in Pyjamas red side if they know that they won't do a lane swap.
That's true, actually. And I'm actually curious to see what happens, because I'm just sort of thinking in theory with NIP. Like, they have probably one of the most dominant dual lanes in Europe. Like, Freeze and Mythy win their lane almost every single time. And if you put them in a 2-on-1, it like, partially wastes that advantage. Yeah. Even if it's strategically the right move. And it's always interesting to see, like, will they make the one where they're going to win dual lane for free, or will they make the one where it's strategically more sound?
Yeah, even when they get ganked, they keep on getting kills. Yeah. So they probably want to keep those guys matched up in a standard 2 versus 2.
So Febevan going to be getting Nidalee for himself. That was banned away in the first game, but Lucian still for Freeze, and Leona grabbed away, so Mythy's going to get that champion. Ko now hovering over on the Evelyn.
Interesting. And Morgana's banned out, so won't have that in the duo lane versus the Leona. I still like it, even though a lot of people are like, oh yeah, you can just switch targets with Leona, stun the other one. If you spread out and don't stand next to your AD carry, then it's still going to work.
You just dark binding her when she goes in.
Yeah.
It's like, switch targets now, Punk.
So we'll probably see another Thresh, because both these guys, if it's not Leona, then it's Thresh.
Yeah, oftentimes. But they got 25 seconds to make their choice. Evelyn, I keep getting those names wrong. Evelyn, not a very good Wriggles jungler. I feel like you really need the mana sustain. Yeah. So for what it's worth, if that Eve does come through, a different look here.
Standard build is still really strong. As I keep saying, like Kha'Zix and Elise and Evelyn, they all still are just as strong as they were before. There's a 10% nerf on the Lizard Elder jungle item, the Spirit, but it's minimal. It still has completely the exact same effect, and Ellen will still go by that. She has great early game damage and great late game tankiness, so it provides a lot of threat all over the map. You have global threat, basically, because they have to respect the Evelynn. They don't know where she is, and all the lanes have to play a little bit safer when they do not have any intel on her position.
Well, she's going to be picked up there. The stealthy jungler here. Karma as well, picked up by C9E, which actually, for the first time, gives NIP pause with their picks. Normally they come in so quickly and they know what's going to be coming in, but with Karma, they take some time and say, okay, so Karma plus something versus Lucian, Leona in the bottom lane.
Karma
right now
adds so much level 1 poke to your team. The early lanes from the Karma lanes, I feel like determine so much on if the skill shots are going to land. The empowered Q, if the first couple empowered Qs lands, then that gives you such an advantage in your lane, especially against something like Leona, where if they take a lot of harass early, then they lose all their threat. So that might be what's giving them pause.
It's going to be Elise picked up for the jungle. Anyway, so both E junglers, I'm going to get that one wrong maybe 5 times this game. I'm going to count. Shyvana top lane for 0-0 going to be safe. Jax the counter pick here for Odwamna. And it is Sivir once again for C9E.
Oh, so 0-0 does get one of his favorite champions, though. So that is a pretty big win for NIP. Going up against Jax, that will probably be tipped greatly by jungler influence, that matchup. Interesting to see here. They've got a Nidalee at mid, so if it is a lane swap...
yeah, it'll be an advantage.
Oh, I haven't made the final switch yet. Could be a Nidalee support, Karma mid.
Unlikely.
They switch it back.
Yeah. So you're right. So let's think about that sort of game plan then. If it's like a 2-on-1, right? You've got Ahri with the push lead against Nidalee, who it's a bit hard to last out under turret with. I've seen people succeed with it, but it's difficult in general. Nuke Duck, I feel like has kill pressure over Vivivin as well, though.
Yeah, and then you got your Evelynn will probably be showing in lane with the 2 vs 1 switch.
Yeah, true.
But again, they like their duo lane to have the 2 vs 2 matchup, and they like extending laning phase. Zoro's also going teleport here, so
yeah,
probably be standard.
Double teleport top laner, Elise versus Eve in the jungle. Elise, it's interesting because they gank so differently. Basically, the reason Evelynn works is because she could just always be there and you can't ward for her, but the Elise gank itself is so powerful. You've got a second stunned, way more damage. You've got a move block. You can turret dive and drop aggro. I mean, so you've got so many cool potential, like so much cool potential there. Where like, it's also interesting because you've got a no CC top laner Shyvana with a stunning and slowing jungler with Elise. On the other side, you've got no CC jungler with Evelynn, but a Jax there to set up stuns. So I feel like the actual fight between the 2 lanes is kind of comparable with jungle interference.
Jungler and top laner stuff.
Yeah,
that would be interesting. What I really like about Evelynn, though, is that since you can bypass all wards, she's good at counter jungling. If she can find Elise at a camp, already attacking a camp, then she has a great advantage. And you can get, you can relieve all this early game ganking pressure of Elise that way by finding her in the jungle. And Ko has been one to seek out other junglers in their jungle and set up wards. So we'll have to see who can get the early vision down.
Well, here we go into the matchup, guys. 2.4 thousand gold on each team. Equal game. Tie score. Got a GP10 picked up for Voidal. No surprise for these guys. Mithy is one to sit at the tier 1 gold pretend the entire time. And just buy sites from the rest of his items later on. See where these guys move. Cloud9 Eclipse. I've seen this before.
Yeah, so I would really expect them to make an early game move. Since for all the reasons that we went over in Champion Select. It looks like they're making a bottom, though.
See what they can find. Ko's going to make his way up first. He sees, okay, that Freeze is actually going to watch for this one.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So he's going to be safe. And he's going to see... Freeze actually backs up a little bit here. He doesn't know that Evelynn is around, but, you know, he's going to be okay anyway. So far, Cloud9 Eclipse going to make their way slowly towards the jungle. I think this is interesting because if you're not camping in brush, you could theoretically, although this team doesn't have it, like, create an opening where, like, you could land a hook on someone because Eve sees them. Not the case in this game, for what it's worth. Ko going to make his way back around towards the mid lane there. Cloud9 Eclipse just watch for the early, kind of just watching for the early invades, but not finding their own way in.
Yeah, they're not even actually setting up in the bushes here. Everybody grouped up, though. They might be able to 5-man defend this blue. Placing the ward here, looks like they might even have a trap laid for NIP. Oh, the mind games early here. Great early ward here. They're expecting the blue side invade. They actually want to catch NIP attacking their blue.
And the whole team is there. They come across the wall. They do get spotted. Javelin comes in as well. Good early burst to Mithy. The powered Q already burned as well. Some damage on a Horfeld. He's forced to run away. Nice Javelin lands onto him as well. And Cloud9 comes with a big health lead on their team. And they grab the early buff. So teleport to the bottom lane for Zoro0. He wants to go bot. It's going to be a 2v2 top lane.
Yeah, I like this play from Cloud9 Eclipse early. They expected the blue side invade. They countered it very well. Got a little bit of a lead, taking the jungler low on HP. It's going to cause Elise to use more of her health potions. However, she does not have a problem with health in the jungle. Having started Machete and health potions, she can easily use her spiders to tank things. Chugging a few of those potions won't mean the end of her.
Just now, level 2 for Hilberto finishes his first camp, whereas Ko on Evelyn already finished the Wolves and has finished the red buff for himself. So a level lead for the jungler of Cloud9 Eclipse before 3 minutes is already around the map.
And he knows that Evelyn was weak, or I mean, he knows that Elise was weak. Now you got me even doing it. He knows that Elise was weak from the failed invade, so you want to go continue to fight your opponent who is at a disadvantage. Going into the jungle, waiting for her to start blue. Once he starts blue, then he'll engage here because he's taking a lot of damage from it. He's low on mana too. Great job from Ko. Continuing the pressure. He'll be able to easily steal away that blue as well. Might even get a kill.
Flash. Oof, forced to flash the wall. 100 health left. Ko has Trinket Ward, pops it in the brush, starts up the blue buff. No one is around to stop him.
Man.
3 buffs start for C9.
Cloud9 are going to be sad when they don't get to use Ko. He's too young. Man, he's a really big part of their team, though. Again, very good early start here from Cloud9 Eclipse. Complete control of the jungle. A lot of poke landing early, too. As I said, it's all focused onto one target. They were targeting Leona, take away all of her threat.
Yep. I mean, you've already got the recall as well. Like 22 to 13 in minions. Freeze now stuck, hiding underneath his turret. Cloud9 Eclipse going to freeze that for a while. And, of course, to finish your point, Ko's birthday, I believe, is in about September, so he'd be available for Worlds, but pretty much none of the summer split. If they make it into LCS, of course.
Doing the counter jungle.
Level 4 versus level 2. Vivian takes the last little camp right there, so no experience at all to Hilberto. He's got Boots of Speed and the Machete. That's all the jungle Elise has right now. And with only a red buff, not the fastest jungle clear.
At this point, you do not leave the enemy jungle. A level 2 Elise is not a threat to you. Your lanes are winning. They can collapse pretty well. I mean, well, Nidalee's not really winning. She's even. That's all that you need, though, because you have such a huge advantage over the other jungler. He can set up camp and continue to die all of the big minions. Make sure that this Elise stays under-leveled, does not apply any pressure early, and it's a very, very big win for Cloud9 Eclipse, especially since they have the late-game Nidalee to rely on and a late-game Sivir.
Ko's going to make his win towards Nuke Duck. Level 5, and the R is going to jump away. Foxfire burned right there. A bit of mana taken off, but not too much damage at the end of the day. Bivin, 35 to 39 in minions. Staying pretty close, 10%, not bad. Hilberto finally level 3 to the almost 5 of Evelyn. More harassment out of the turret, though, from C9E's duo lane here. Putting some good damage in.
Yeah, they've been able to shove with a clear conscience because they've had complete vision of the Elise. So being able to take advantage of all of their AoE damage, shoving waves in, get their advantage that way. It's like a pretty good foothold they have in the top lane.
Yeah. It puts Manifest is 500 gold in the scoreboard right here, but it feels like quite the start for these guys. 39 to 32 in minions for the two top laners as well, although they're, of course, at the bottom, but Odwamna is winning against Zoro0. And is that late game Jack. The all-in from Nuke Duck. Charm's going to get flashed by Thebivin. Level 5 to 6. Nuke Duck tries the all-in. Only finds so much.
And you can see how quickly he backed off there. It's because he's playing against an Eve in the jungle. Like, he wasn't scared of this Nidalee who's low on mana pre-level 6.
Yeah.
There's no repercussions there. He needs to make his move and then get away just because there is an Evelyn on the enemy team. That's the kind of threat that I'm talking about. That's the kind of passive power that you gain when you run this champion in the jungle.
You're going to see the ping towards the top lane right here. Javel's not going to land on a Nuke Duck, but you can see the moves made here by Ko. He's actually going to find Hilberto. 5 versus 4. Oh, actually, they're going to cross paths right here.
Yeah, he's going to get a good chunk of HP that he's going to be able to take off. We even lost track of him. There he is.
Ko has a lot of wards down. Spots Hilberto half HP. Forced to run away. More damage coming through. Now there's no flash for Elise. But he's just forced out of the jungle. Ko, as you said, is living in there.
Yeah, not only does he have a huge experience advantage, but also Elise purchased that pink ward, 100 gold. Evelyn will find that pink ward very quickly as he's spending so much time in this red side jungle, and you can't defend that pink ward. Your mid laner is not in position to defend it, 2 versus 1. Your jungler is not even there. So if Ko walks through that bush, not only is Elise down a bunch of experience, but also a lot of money. She didn't have a lot of money to start out with. Also, there it goes.
Yep, spots it.
That precious 100 Gs down the drain. Oh, they didn't kill it.
Well, I think they're trying to get this red buff. They know the timer on it. Because remember that basically he got...
Well,
they know the
spend a
timer.
couple seconds and kill the pink ward.
Yeah, okay, finally
there
they
we
go for it. There we go. Vivin goes into Cougar form, gets a bit more damage that way, gets the reset on the Q. But Hilberto, mind games right here, goes for the other-sided red buff there. And he actually might be able to secure a buff for himself 8 minutes in.
Yes, it's a good job making the best of a bad situation. You have to give up control of your side. He's making a risky move, but since there are no wards down that saw him enter, he's okay.
Yeah, I have to celebrate how smart that was, though. It's like, okay, the dual lane, right, it's on the other side of the map. I'm not going to get jumped by Jax. Even gets to rappel over the wall to Dragon. Doesn't get even spotted on his way out. I do have to celebrate that. It's a good play, but we'll see if C9E can control more buffs here. Ko is making his way towards the blue buff soon.
This turret will go down whenever Cloud9 want it to as well. They're in complete control of this game. They've got this 1,000 gold lead before the turret even goes down. So this is going to get even worse for them.
Ko, he's looking to dodge the charm and just keeps juking back and forth. Nuke Duck's not going to commit for this one. Ward over the wall, but they pulled it into the brush. Smart play by NIP that will give blue buff. Actually, to Hilberto, a Spiderling stole it. Could have switched to human form. Oops. But good pull. They knew Eve was around, but it does still mean that blue buff is secured, even if mistakenly to the wrong champion. Cloud9 Eclipse will be able to get blue buff onto their own neatly before too long. There we go. Top turret is down. Ninjas in pajamas, though. Despite the very rough early jungle play, managed to go 2 for 2 on buffs in the second rotation. But Cloud9 Eclipse are just winning all their lanes right now. Looks like 13 minions for Odwamna versus 0-0, and of course the turret will be a
that
carry.
is brutal down there. Jax winning at this point is very, very bad for NIP. He's going to have a very strong late game, especially coupled with Ko. Let's see here. This would be it'd be hard to pull off a kill here, as Shyvana does have her ulti and flash. So yeah, not a lot of potential there for success if they go for a dive.
Okay. Looks like not the case then just yet for these guys, but it is maybe Dragon the potential right here. 1,600 gold in the lead as Cloud9 Eclipse. They're going to make that close to 2,500 with this one. No one is even looking to stop them right here. Ko and Vivid just by themselves. Gonna take that down rather quickly. Kill goes over to Ko, and you can see now 15k versus 12.8.
Man, look at the items for AD carries. BF Sword and Vamp Scepter. If they meet up before... Okay, mid lane there. Nuke Duck's in trouble.
Root's going to land Javelin as well. First blood goes to Voidal. All of the skill shots hit right there. Cloud9 Eclipse, big lead.
Oh, the Karma Tether.
Yeah.
That'll get you every time. All right, so they're actually able to kill Ahri despite ulti and flash. Odamna here, though, in trouble.
Gets out to a Trinket Ward. Nice. I'm always curious if I should, like...
Whoa, he stayed around, and Zoro-Zero's going deep.
All right. So to clear the wave, looks like it's going to be safe.
Yeah, just quick clear the wave. He's not worried about people collapsing on him either, just because he saw everyone mid before. So that's why he was able to go aggressive here. One wave successfully denied from Jax.
Look at that mid lane kill again.
Here. 3-on-1, no fair. The slow from Ko was enough to keep her in range of the tether despite the flash.
Yeah. Nicely done right there. So that's going to manifest in a bit of a minion lead right there. 0-0 did manage to equalize CS okay in that bottom lane. Is going towards the
he got it. Wow. Yarnan taking away everything from Freeze.
And a 31 minion lead. Massive, massive lead in that top.
This is against the team that had a perfect game yesterday.
Yeah.
NIP had a perfect game yesterday, and Cloud9 are just obliterating them with a great early game. This is a complete snowball off that early game.
And they've got late game insurance too. They got Sivir Jax, they've got Nidalee. Like, yep, C9E looks so good right now. Wave clear by Nuke Duck. He's going for the early Deathfire Grasp. They've been chilling out. A couple of taunts, no big deal. Goes off the minions.
Yeah, at this point. So Nidalee starts off like very weak mid lane. Not a lot she can do. Not a lot of wave clear. Just trying to sustain there and CS. Once she gets post 6 and blue buff, she becomes a menace in the mid lane. It's so hard to shove her out. She can stay there forever. She can poke you down. She can gain control of a lot of objectives that are around mid lane because she can roam, heal your jungler, as well as land the long range spears. So now he actually has a lot of presence in mid lane. Ko is feeling that much stronger about continuing his invade path because now he has a very prominent player who can assist him from the mid.
Yep. It's going to be all kinds of fun to watch the teamwork play out. Febiven, Nuke Duck still in battle, level 10 to 9. Good damage comes out though from Nuke Duck, honestly. Doing a good job trying to hold his opponent down.
Spam heals. He'll
Yeah.
be fine.
Yeah, generally speaking. Blue buff did. I think it's going to time out very soon though.
He just has to worry about the all-in. That's where you can grab Nidalee. But it's a flash barrier Nidalee. The highest.
The engage comes in, stuns onto Voidal, culling. Big damage comes in as well. The ignite onto Voidal, but the team not able to keep following up on this one. Summoner heal was still available for Yernan.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of AD carries. Okay, will he get out of this one? Doesn't even have to use Spell Shield. We've seen a lot of AD carries jumping on that heal bandwagon. Yeah, it's such a good summoner spell right now. Better than Barrier, but down bottom we have some aggression. But a lot of the AD carries have not been using it to save their supports.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
They aren't used to it yet.
They're selfish players, as all AD carries are. I know from experience. Nuke Duck, though, takes a jab on the back of the head. Looks like the push's going to be good. Nice charm predicts the juke. Febiven gets him down to half HP, but Nidalee's going to probably kill these pretty quickly. Yep.
Yeah, I like how the juke, the mind games behind jukes change the higher you go. At one point, you just expect everyone to juke, and so then you start throwing your skill shots off on purpose.
And they walk into them, and you feel like a chump for walking into skill shots, but that's how it is. Oh, Ko actually grabs the blue buff. Javelin's not going to help him with that one. Just wants to kill it quickly. All right, maybe he'll get his own, but Nuke Duck, though, pressing this mid lane very heavily. Febiven, you're seeing, that time he didn't even shoot the skill shot. Juked himself. That one hit, though.
Evelyn is in the area, but he's actually doing Wraiths, so he's not going to provide some backup here. He doesn't have his ulti, so kill potential not that high. Ari can easily ult away.
So, okay, it's going to be the minion kills once more in this one. Febiven going to clear Brother aggressively in this one, but looks like he's not going to miss much CS for it. And he's pushed Nuke Duck back. That is one thing I've noticed about mid lane Nidalee, is you have to kind of show no fear if you want to actually control your lane. Just go into Cougar form, clear things out, know if you're going to get killed for it or not. Rely on the heals if not.
Jax as well, showing no fear, going Blade of the Ruined King, first item, full offense here for him. Gonna be scary for Zora Zero. That's why he's continually pushed into his turret. There's just control all three lanes here for Cloud9 now. Yeah. Look, they have 2 pink wards in their own jungle for NIP. They're playing so defensively right now. They're trying to get control of their own jungle back, desperately buying some pink wards. Yeah. Those are good bushes to put them in, though.
Yeah.
That one at the top, by the top turret, almost nobody ever walks through that bush. If you're going to buy defensive pink ward for your jungle, that's a great place to put it.
Yeah, they are very deep, though. I'm curious to see how much they're actually going to watch Ko. Because, like, right now, the general roam path, he's going to bypass.
So
he's going to spot it.
So he went through also the little one in the river. I think
okay.
that one spotted him this time around.
Ko just killed that ward, by the way.
Ko's got the mind game. Almost.
Ko does. He knows.
Finds the other pink ward inside red jungle. They are taking everything from NIP.
Even the pink wards aren't even surviving very long. Cloud9 Eclipse, 1 turret, 1 dragon, 1 champion kill to 0 across the board for NIP.
Jack's gonna go ahead and solo that dragon. Don't even need the smite there.
Wow. Karma Nidalee is a fun little combo because if you turn back, you'll take the second Q. And if you keep walking forward, it's like a really easy javelin. Nuke Duck, half HP.
Look at this team here. The Cloud9 Eclipse team can kill someone. If they hit all 3 of their skill shots, the Sivir plus the Nidalee plus Karma, that will kill someone.
Yes,
if those all hit at the same time. So this is a very heavy poke squad.
Yeah, Ninja's in fear right now. Mid lane outer turret about to be going down. It's going to be level 8 to 11 for most members of C9E. That's turret number 1. Turret number 2 under fire now. Going to be some quick wave clear. Hubotar at least has some wave clear, being Elise. Spiderlings help with that a little bit. Minions hit some traps. They've been bushwhacked. They're going to go down.
So jump tag him a little bit here. Full tank. Blade of the Ruined King's still active. Or the active is still available. I mean.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep that in mind.
I see some players actually spam that almost on cooldown. Just if they don't think
just
they're
for
going
the
to fight.
regen.
Yeah, just for like, send a message.
Well, it's good DPS and it is good heal for you. So if it's kind of like the Trundle idea, where if you're spamming your Trundle ulti on cooldown, and if the cooldown's pretty low, then you can out-sustain your lane opponent.
Voidal once again spots the pink ward. C9E.
He's got backup too. This is pink ward bait at a next level here. Ooh. This is baiting the bait of the pink ward.
One more attack for Voidal. It does get away from the myth, the ultimate. Is that a solar flare down right now? And Cloud9 Eclipse look all
and they are going to collapse there on Elise.
Vector on the run, stuns, not going to land. Ko does get away with the W. Javelin nearly hits him in the face.
That was a good dodge.
Yeah. I think we made it a while ago, so that skill shots will show through Fog of War if they're close to you, regardless of it being on twos. So it helps him a bit with this one. Looks like top lane tier 2 turret does go down though, so C9E completely crushing from their duo lane. Now a 36 minion lead for the AD carry.
So the jungler having this much success is crucial for this Cloud9 team comp right here. They get ahead early with a Nidalee Karma Sivir tower poking squad. It's going to be pretty easy for them to end this one. I don't think we're going to see another 50-minute game here.
Yeah.
Cloud9 Eclipse have a very clear strategy to finish this. They have a great advantage when they have a blue buff on their Nidalee, and they can easily siege up at turrets. It's the only thing they have to worry about is picks. Picks from the Ahri plus Elise combo, and then a flanking Zoro-Zero. If they can avoid those, avoid that solar flare from Leona that's going to start it off, all they have to do is land maybe one round even of skill shots. And it will give them enough of an advantage that they could probably even survive an all-in team fight.
Well, Yerna's got to be a little bit careful. Nice Javelin, though, pushes back Zoro-Zero, down to half HP for both these guys. And look at this, C9E in control now of NIP's blue buff. Looks like it will be the refresh here for Febiven. More Javelins coming out. Athene's still the only completed item. He's got a lot of money.
Sivir ulti popped.
Well, can they find much? The slow comes in from Eve. The tether not going to land though. Zoro-Zero trying to run, but his flash is already down. Kill picked up. Yerna gets the kill credit for that one. They're going to back out.
Going with a split push Jax. He's actually going to stay mid. 4-man squad here should be able to handle themselves. Tank already down for NIP. The hard engage, very, very risky for them at this point.
Let's see what these guys can find with this one. The minions all going to go down. Javelin helps with that one, but honestly, C9E not really pressing the advantage right there. Zoro-Zero up in 10 seconds. They're not going to get much more. Dwamna.
Nidalee had a fresh blue buff too. That's an interesting call right there.
But I think they had a lot of money in their pockets. I want to see what they buy. So there's a needlessly large rod. There's a Hex Drinker and a Giant's Belt picked up. Finished Frost Queen's Claim as well for Voidal. So
those are pretty substantial increases in power.
Yeah, and a Chalice and boots. So
Jax is doing a lot of counter jungling actually. Just took Dragon himself, taking Red himself.
Yep. Well, it's a team effort here, right? You said counter jungling is a team effort.
I did.
Jax can do it by himself. Doesn't need a jungler. Kobe.
All right, they do give up the mid turret for that. Well, no, everybody going back to buy.
Yeah, true.
Spent,
no perfect game.
A lot of money there.
We'll see if they're going to capitalize off this one, though. It's going to be most of Trinity Force there for Dwamna, plus his 2 Doran's Blades. Ko does take his own red buff here with this one. So it's both red buffs now, plus, I guess, both blue buffs for C9E taken right here. So the entire jungle now belongs to the blue team. 21.5 minutes in, 8,000 almost the gold lead. Spot Zoro-Zero. He does have Dragon's Descent with some good early damage. There's the tether as well. Exhaust on top of that one. Zoro-Zero's rooted up, but he's waiting for his team. In comes Nuke. They're going to dodge away from that one. Good ulti from Ko. And the dash away from Ahri.
They're able to get the flash away too. Karma survives, and now the re-engage.
Wow, and in they go. How much is this fight going to mean? It's going to be the nice ulti coming across. Voidal does go down. Caught too far into the front lines. 1-0 to NIP.
Dangerous re-engage here for the Poke team. Trying to go in and capitalize on that one. A good little skirmish win for NIP, but it's still a blue buff Nidalee.
So we'll see what these guys can do with this one. Looks like right now Yearner just being the minion clearer for now. Phantom Dancer is done. Let's be happy for that, man. Mid lane maybe still under fire. Of course, Voidal's back up, but will they do much with a 4v5? Looks like the team happy to retreat for now. Just keep the pressure on. Dragon up in 10 seconds. That's going to be the rotation soon from the team. Voidal making his way over, so is Ko. C9E set up a bit of a trap with the Warden a bushwhack, but it's not going to mean too much. And now they get Dragon.
All right, so there was a little window here for NIP, though. Cloud9 could get sloppy in their rotations because a little jungle skirmish results in a kill for them. It was Voidal flashing out of the charm, but then re-engaging once Sivir comes back with the move speed. And they don't have a lot of hard engage there.
Oh, wow. Nukta just gets exploded right there. Odwamina landing the CC, landing the kill.
It's a lot of times when we just flash over and somebody's dead.
Yep. Spirit Rush just came up after death right there. Yarnin's still going to kill away some of these minions, but being safe, not taking any turret damage for it. Freeze trying to wave clear. Odwamina going to hold the top lane. See, he's getting massive. 211 minions right there. Would have Triforce going back to base. Ko taking a bit of pain right there.
Sloppy.
Trying to run away from this one, gets blocked up again, but does get away from the Lightbringer, but no, down he goes. Mythic finds the kill credit. The fight still come in. NIP find 2 kills so far. They're still chasing down. 0-0 in the front lines. Voidal has very few places to go. In fact, he's just going to go down into the ground right there. Double kill for Freeze. Odwamina not around to help.
Cloud9 getting really sloppy here. Actually, both teams come up with picks. Nuked Up goes down, and then Cloud9 don't feel like they're threatened at all. They themselves get into a bad situation. I was talking about how clear of a path it would be for them to end the game with all this poke. They actually overextend a lot here. Teleport in from Shyvana from behind, and they cut off Ko. He's going to try and get out, but they lock him up very, very well here, even with the shield pop from his Hex Drinker. Good job from NIP. Zoro teleporting in to cut off the team.
Yeah. He got so much time from the backline as well. Like, everyone, like even the Frostweed's claim act was used to slow down Shyvana at the beginning of that fight. Was not available for the retreat, and you saw all the kills picked up. 0-0, despite having such a rough lane, having now a better impact on the game. 0-1-4.
The 2-man Baron, they don't even have the Jax on it, though. Jax would be a crucial part in a quick Baron for this team, since he's got Blade and Trinity Force already completed.
Yeah. NIP instead, they're going to have to try to control the Baron area, because C9E do have great ward control right now over it. Pink ward in the pit, pink ward on the brush on the opposite side as well. You're going to see that might be the same game plan as before. Cloud9 Eclipse still to hold on to 7,000 gold and will need.
Well, if you're NIP, you're looking to land the exact same thing. Catch somebody out. Cocoon, Charm, or Solar Flare. They're looking to tag somebody. Zenith Blade misses over the Wraith camp.
So let's see, how much of it is split push, how much of it is dedicated siege, how much of it is all of the above. Febiven going to join the rest of his group here. Odwamina up in the top lane.
Yeah, it should be the Jax split push and then poking from this Cloud9 team. They're doing just that. They do have a little bit of side coverage here as far as wards go. Yeah, good rotation there just to finish off the turret. Now they want to ward up all the sides around the turrets that they're pushing because they're worried about the flank. As we said, Leona ulti, Shyvana coming in from the side, Ahri even, any of these things could be disastrous.
See what they find with that one. No Boomerang Blade damage, but in comes Febiven again. Does have the new blue buff there stolen away from NIP's jungle. Once again, that's been controlled by Cloud9 Eclipse. In comes the culling. Good damage to Febiven, but he can always heal himself back up. You see the health bar. Twice that should have been missing, but Primal Surge, and now it's all back.
Looks like that last team fight sobered up Cloud9. They're returning to their game plan. We're going to have 4-man poke squad here, split push with the Jax. We disengage with Karma if anybody gets close to us. Just continue to throw out as many spears and boomerang blades as we can to keep the enemy low.
This is such a good
It's actually just it's actually just 3-man poke squad if they
Yeah.
do send it over. This time with Jax. That's a big difference.
And it makes so much sense, though. Odwamna's normally missing anyway. Oh, here comes the engage. Good spell shield by Yerna. Keeps himself pretty safe. It's going to be... Looks like the engage not going to happen. And of course, Evelyn normally invisible. Anyway, Yerna's going to ulti over to look for Zoro. Zoro's going to spot this out at the last possible second. Baron goes over to Cloud9 Eclipse. And the siege going to continue.
They're also going to get the turret and the flash here.
Wow. Charm, not going to mean too much. Nuclear takes a bit of pain, though, from Voidal as well. Zoro on the retreat now. Mid lane, second tier turret's gone down. Mid inhibitor turret under fire as well. That will also fall in just a second. And there it is. Now the inhibitor laid bare. 27.5 minutes. Cloud9 Eclipse controlling 99% of the game. Couple of missteps, but they're now looking for the bottom lane as well. The minion wave is already here for these guys. Once again, turret under fire. Culling coming across, getting rid of a lot of minions. But the poke coming through. Duke Dog at half HP.
One more hit on the turret.
Down it goes. 8 turrets to 1 this game. C9E have given up 4 kills, but they've controlled the map basically the entire
Shyvana's trying to flank here. Might be a desperate engage from NIP.
Yeah, well, 13,000 gold lead is a pretty big deal. Ko gonna find Zoro there in the back lines. Ulti comes across. Zoro forced to ulti away from this fight, so no engage there available. Bottom lane and Hip now also gone. C9E, will they close this game out right here with the lead they've got for themselves? Looking now for the top lane. A big wave's coming by for that one soon. Iren's gonna say, you know what, screw the turret. I've got spell shield. Down goes that wave. Get some mana back. No spell shield available there for Yeren's going to land the cocoon onto his head, though. This is going to be a great solo play, but the flash keeps him alive. Odwamna in the front lines there. Fight engage. 0-0 in the front lines. Looks like it's going to be C9E backing up. Playing safe. More poke coming through. Nice charm. Shield keeps him okay. But in comes Mid at the end of the front lines. Forced to dash backwards. Odwamna does barely survive. Exhaust on the top side of the fight as well. Still tossing skill shots back and forth. No one going down. 0-0 going low.
All right. They're able to chase him off here, but 2 inhibitors down. Their base is in shambles right now. NIP are barely holding on at this point. It should just be the same standard plan from Cloud9. They got a little lackadaisical in the mid game. If they lapse again and they split up, they give over a couple more picks, they don't press their advantage, then NIP could climb back in, but if they just return to the top lane, it's pretty much all they have to do.
Yeah.
They could even actually just go for Nexus turrets.
Yeah, both would work, honestly, at this point. We'll see what C9E does with this one. Don't think they're going to take too much more time with this one. Peppervin does make sure that they take the dragon down, though, so not leaving anything up in case something goes wrong. And if he has 1,000 less gold, they can grab for themselves. Dragon's going to be full value, 270, so fully late game Dragon, 1,300 gold for that one.
Yeah, they're not messing around here. You're allowed to go back and purchase, and then you're returning to pressure. It looks like the call is here. Nidalee going to grab his own blue buff, too. Stopping off at Wolves, he better just be barely hitting an item threshold. Otherwise, that is wasted time.
He's got 3,800 gold in inventory. Death Cap would cost 1,700, and Void Staff's 2,300. So if he hits 3K, then that actually is...
Oh, they go the engage! Cloud9 are split up. They have their Nidalee getting blue buff and farming Wolves and White.
Uh-oh, the stun onto Odwamna as well. Can he get out of this one? Puts the dodge on, looks for some damage, but he's going down.
This happened at mid-game.
Yep.
They laxed in their play. They got caught out. They're giving the small... There's a trail of breadcrumbs here for NIP to follow. They're way back,
catching people out.
Yeah, they're way back into the game. Is through the jungle here, catching out people when Cloud9 are split up. Nidalee hasn't. Did she even go back to purchase? Yeah, she did get the combo. So she's got Death Cap Void Staff now. Even with losing 2 people, it's very, very hard to deal with.
To be fair for Peppervin, he's got like 60 gold in inventory. So the Wolf Camp was
So he needed the Wolf Camp and the White Camp. It was the team.
It was teamwork. It was a teamwork wolf.
He wanted the team to back off.
Was 4K.
But they got caught.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
Red team's
here you go.
So,
Nuke Duck only level 14, not the highest he wants to be. Zoro 16 in this one, chased down by Peppervin and Co. Some good damage. Dragon's Ascent used Javelin in the back of the head, like 5 health left. Zoro.
Predicted juke to the right, almost cost him his life there.
Nice attempt on that one. So, see, if he gotten the kill, that would have been because of Void Staff.
So even with the extra items.
Oh,
picked up,
you're right. Sorry. He should have taken
didn't
another
need
camp
anything.
out of Blue Elixir.
Yeah, there you go. He should have kept farming jungle.
Should have ran an ability power seal.
All right.
More selfish. Mid lane and Hip. Of course, these have respawned at this point, so Cloud9 Eclipse going to re-up their control over the base. Mid and Hip's going to go down. Bottom and Hip is soon. But they might just go down the mid right now. Big super minion down there. Minion Wave's going to be falling rather quickly. There comes the respawn on this one. Minion Wave not yet there in the top lane. Down goes almost the inhib, but C9E forced back. Ku gonna get hit up by this one. Puts the ulti down. Can he stay alive? Looks like yes. Has a Randwood's Omen. Meathy now on the front line. Slowed down. Down he goes. Kill picked up an illusion. 3 kills so far for C9E. This could very much be the game. Stun on a Peppervin might not mean too much. Javelin hits a Spiderling. Ko back in the lines. Peppervin still in turret range. Gotta back off. There you go. Keep himself up, but second Nexus turret now surely to fall.
Garden!
Cloud9 Eclipse.
Ooh, gets a heal.
They're gonna find themselves a 2-0. At this point, they're just kind of fighting for KDAs, but the game is surely to go to the blue team. 2-0, making it happen. Cloud9 Eclipse. They make it explode 32-48 into the game.
All right, so Cloud9 Eclipse with a dominating performance, really snowballing the early game well. However, there were some windows where they laxed.
Yeah,
and they did pay for those. Didn't matter because they had such a ginormous lead. But those are things that you want to shore up, because if you're trying to get into the LCS and you're going up against one of those teams, those type of windows can cost you the job.
Yeah. And those are the windows that were actually played well by NAP on top of that one, right? Where it's like, hey, people are going to make mistakes. People aren't robots. They're humans. They make mistakes. They're going to be out of position once in a while. You find those catches. You go as a group of 5 saying, you know, someone's back and killing wolves. Someone wants to get the dragon. Someone's grabbing a death cap or a void staff. Hey, let's go kill the Jacks, knock him down, buy some more time to farm the minion waves. If the gold lead wasn't that big, getting 3 more waves would have maybe been enough to make the fights closer.
Yeah, NIP, they do not collapse when they're losing. They stay in the game. They're trying to find the window back in, and they were able to capitalize on a couple of those mistakes, so that was good.
Yeah, very well played overall. So guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Cloud9 Eclipse goes for the sweep and the first ever Challenger Series title. Don't go anywhere. We've got Game 3 coming your way right after this. Welcome back to the 2014 European Challenger Series Spring Finals. The Ninjas of Pajamas and Cloud9 Eclipse are getting set up for Game 3, and as they prepare to jump into the lobby, I want to welcome Dexter back to the desk. So that game started out with some pretty incredible jungle play. Ko did an amazing job starting that one out.
It basically decided to win the game. Evelyn versus Elise, the matchup is kind of equal, but Evelyn has the slight advantage, and if Evelyn gets ahead a tiny bit, then the damage is too overwhelming for Elise to handle. Like, even with all the peel and CC, Elise can't really out-damage Evelyn, especially after the Elise nerfs. It's really much into Evelyn's favor, and if Evelyn ever gets a chance to just be in the enemy jungle and one-on-one Elise, then there's no coming back pretty much, because you can't help you can't call your teammates for help or something, otherwise they will lose the lane. So you have to make the sacrifice in the jungle and have an underfarmed Elise compared to an Evelyn that always has the omnipresent pressure in the whole thing. So it kind of decided the whole game, to be honest, because Elise is supposed to be an early game jungler. She scales into late game, but yeah, Evelyn is better in late games than Elise. So, and Evelyn had the game the advantage the whole time. So
yeah,
kind of snowball from there.
And even the dual lane was like really crazy. There wasn't a lot of jungle intervention. Maybe that was the Evelyn being invisible, but NIP's dual lane got destroyed.
Maybe it's because of the first game, or the confidence is gone or something, but Evelyn pressure on bot lane is huge. Like, when I play Evelyn and we play against Evelyn, it's like completely different on bot lane, simply because of the pressure you provide. You have no idea where Evelyn is, and if you fall behind against Evelyn and don't get those deep green wards, usually the support just walks into the jungle and set up the wards at double golems or Brace, and the jungler usually has the wolves or something. But it didn't happen this game, so Evelyn had complete control over the whole game, pretty much.
Plus, she was always in the red side jungle, countering jungler.
Yeah.
So I feel like we can't put too much blame on them, but they also knew like Elise is never going to help us because she was level 2 at 4. That was pretty much the story of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, what would you do? Let's say you go into the situation where you go with that blue side late invade, and it gets turned around on you. Okay, so you're a little bit behind. At that point, he's only a little bit behind.
Yeah.
But he's got to worry. This Evelyn knows that I'm a little bit behind. He's probably going to continue countering jungling. That's where it really snowballed, when he went for the second blue. So what would you do instead?
Well, there's not much you can do if the jungle is really snowballing. If you have an unfavorable matchup like this, Elise versus Evelyn, and you know Evelyn has the advantage in the jungle, it's really hard to come back. But what I would have done is I would have probably tried to force Evelyn into a lane, to give vision on her at least, and force her to come. Like, I would have probably went bot lane and tri-lane it until Evelyn shows up. And then so I give my other laners, like my solo laners, the opportunity to do something, or ward, or get back in the game somehow.
Yeah, at least you relieve some kind of pressure.
Yeah. If you don't, if you just try to duel the Evelyn in the jungle and you go into the jungle, get chunked, and have to recall again, he knows it. And then every 3 lanes play aggressive, plus Evelyn pressure, plus dive potential on every lane pretty much. It's there's not much you can do. So
there's one thing that he did where he bought a pink ward. Like, you have very little money because he's not getting any jungle camps, and he bought a pink ward, and he tried to defensively ward on his red side.
Pink ward doesn't help against Evelyn. It's if I'm honest, the game was over when he was in the red side jungle. When he took every camp over and over again without getting anything back and no gold, and then he invested gold into a pink ward that doesn't even do much, then it's kind of over. Like, I would just probably walk into a lane, try to get experience, and try to get the Evelyn down, so my team can maybe catch up on other lanes, and then wait for the vision to fade out. And that's the only thing you could do, possibly. So,
yeah. So then we talk about some of the other matchups and kind of how the game played out. Of course, it ended, mid 30 minutes in the game, pretty short. Basically, Jax got ahead in this isolated matchup, and the thing is, I feel like the Evelyn was spotted a fair bit just because he keeps revealing himself, killing the camps off. So the Jax was beating Shyvana in the isolated matchup. Mid lane was actually going pretty equal as well. Like, it seems like no one on NIP got their footing.
No, it's. If they just farm and try to do something, but the jungle backfired horribly. So the jungler couldn't do anything. And top lane, Shyvana versus Jax, it's like, I think it's equal in the first levels at like level 9 or something. And then slowly, Jax, when Jax gets like 1 or 2 items, it highly swings into his favor. Yeah. Since both had TP, Jax has the advantage on Shyvana pretty much, because Jax with TP is way better for split pushing, because he can just force her out and can take towers better than Shyvana can. and there was nothing on the bottom side of the map to TP to for Shyvana for 0-0, so he couldn't really do any plays, and if he decided to TP bot lane to help them, then he would have taken the in at top lane. So it's, yeah, with Evelyn being in the top lane jungle too, it's like, yeah, you can't really do anything then. So I feel that the picks and bans were okay for both teams, but the first invade, like, you need to do something at level 1. You can't just do it. You need to have something prepared, and yeah, I mean, they tried something, but it backfired this game, and sometimes you have to accept it. So
sure. There's actually one thing in the early game. You mentioned it early on about, like, well, maybe get a tri lane, get her to focus, get Evelyn to show her face somewhere. Both teams actually set their dual lanes to go top lane at the very start of the game. From the invade and the defense, actually, both of them. Was that, in your opinion, was that C9E guessing that NIP was going for 2-on-1 and matching it, or were they both looking for 2-on-1 and it turned around?
Yeah, I guess C9 guessed it correctly and wanted a 2-on-2. So yeah, but the thing is, even if it doesn't turn out a 2-on-2 or 1-on-1, Evelyn is better than Elise in 1-on-2 setups, simply because Evelyn has more faster clear speed. She gets level 3 earlier. She can dive way earlier and has like 20 seconds clear speed or something on Elise if she doesn't get a leash. And then you have the E from Evelyn. You can just E a creep and attack the tower with more attack speed. And attack speed helps a lot in early game for the tower, so you win the tower race.
Wow.
Okay, so I do want to move forward, though. You know these guys on NIP personally.
Yeah.
After receiving 2 losses and a best of 5, do these guys tilt? What's the mentality like? Because they're looking forward at the next games. They want to try and move on from these last games, but also they can't make the same mistakes.
Well, I played a best of 5 once against Fnatic with them, and it didn't turn out well after the first loss. So I know how they feel. I know that they're tilting already, but at the same time, there's not much on the line except prize money. They already seeded. Like, it doesn't have to do anything with seeding or something. It's just who can get the Challenger title or the Coke Series title, who gets more money. So, I mean, it's still something to play for, but I guess after getting 2-0'd already, it's really hard to come back. And yeah, I don't think they have the mentality to pull like 3 victories in a row. So I guess I have to give it to C9, and yeah, they played pretty well, and especially their jungler played good this game.
All right, Dexter, thank you very much. I suppose I do want to challenge you on that point, just to say that, like, you fight to not get picked earlier on. The earlier you get picked, the harder your opponent is. So I suppose the stronger you look, the easier road into LCS.
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically, he's saying they're fighting to try and impress LCS teams and say, like,
so they fight Millennium, basically.
Well, yeah, I mean, C9 doesn't play with their jungler in LCS, and he's the star player probably, so
yeah,
it's hard. But yeah, Deny looked a lot weaker, and Reason Gaming too, than those 2 teams, so it's probably still unchanged how teams pick them.
Okay. Well, Dexy, thank you very much. We're going to get ourselves in a champion select now in just a minute. Game 3 coming up here, best of 5. As we said, fighting for the challenger title. Maybe even not fighting for bragging rights there at that point if everyone considers NIP to be the strongest team regardless. But it's going to be the continuation of the BO5 coming up in a second.
All right, we'll see if they can actually pull it out and regroup, because this is one of the things that really tests top teams. Can you make it through a best of 5? If you just collapse after losing only 2 games, then that's really not going to bode well for your teams in a lot of these higher pressure situations, and especially the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. The LCS promo tournament's a best of 5. Copenhagen Wolves, if I recall correctly, started 0-2 and then won the series. I know SK did it when they beat Super Hot Crew. They dropped the first 2 and then came in for the next 3. So certainly your mindset to go through in a BO5 and actually keep it up. Like, this is still valuable practice for what it's worth. C9E is the caliber of team they're going to be playing against.
Yeah, and they look really strong so far. They've done the late game outplay, they've done the early game outplay. So they've actually used both options when defeating NIP. Very interested to see what they're going back to. Again, the Lee Sin Kazakhstan, so trying to deny that early game power.
Yeah.
Still have to worry about Evelyn, though.
You know what's interesting
That's
to me,
the
actually?
one where they did it with last time.
Yeah, true. What's interesting, though, is Kazakhs, unless I'm like completely not remembering properly, Kazakhs went unpicked and unbanned in Game 2. He did get banned. Never mind, I'm just wrong. I could have sworn I didn't see it, but I guess that's not the case. I'm silly. Lee Sin, Kazakhs banned away from Ko. The Lulu and LeBlanc still removed from Nuke Duck. We've not seen those champions in play whatsoever. NIP, even though they picked it up for Roberto in Game 1, not going to let that one go through anyway. We're going to see what the last few bans end up being.
So Zed is still on the table. Haven't banned that one out. It's the last ban here for Cloud9 Eclipse. Do they want to deny Nuke Duck that champion? Dexter was saying it's Nuke Duck is like the best Zed that he's ever played with. So that could be NIP's road back in. When you're down like this, you're down 2 games, everybody's has not a very good mentality. They've been sort of crushed. The morale is down.
Yeah.
It's good to return to those safe champions.
Doesn't get it.
But again, Cloud9 take it away.
Well, the Morgana does go through unbanned, though. That was, I think, the one big change that C9E brought in, is that Morgana is going to be available for Mithy if he wants it. The more defensive laner might help, but it's not even a ban that matters. They might just first pick Thresh.
Yeah, we said Thresh, Leona, top 2 for these guys. Probably see that matchup again. Karma worked out really well last time, though, I have to say. Not only because the team comp, and it was like a full poke team, so they needed the speed as well as Karma's added poke, but it worked out in lane. It worked out at all stages of the game. So maybe we'll see a return of Karma here.
See if they go for it. 10 seconds to go. NIP taking their time with this pick. They certainly want to make sure they're doing the right things here. Shyvana's still open. Rise still open. And actually, it is going to be Rise here for the top lane. So it's going to be removed away. Odwamna did have a good late game in game 1 on that champion.
So the other thing they can do is go back to, we're just going to go super late game scaling. NIP, we're going to try and play our normal lanes. We're on blue side this time. We're going to try and make everything standard and play their normal, a long, extended game. We'll have Rise scale up in the late game. They'll probably look for some other scalers here as well.
Well, let's see if they battle for the jungle in this one. Shyvana, we'll see what kind of Shyvana that ends up being, but it could be a good throwback to game 1 right here. Cloud9 Eclipse. They know pretty well that it's going to be top lane Rise. They can find a counter pick here, a lane matchup that'll work for them.
Yeah.
They can take him down early and actually capitalize on that. You could see another aggressive early C9E game.
Definitely like to focus a lot of power against Rise early, take advantage when he's building mana.
Yeah.
He's trying to build up all of these stacking items that will build up his power later. You need to kill him a few times. So they do lock in the Shyvana. I don't know about the kill potential there with that lane. It would heavily depend on the jungler that they choose.
Yeah, and I know Dexter talked about it after game 1, saying if you fight a Rise, go for the 2-on-1 lane swap.
Yeah,
right? Like
that's one way to way to take advantage.
It's gonna be level 1 for like 6 minutes, and then just snowball the game when he's like sitting there trying to freeze a lane and farm back up. He's got no push presence.
Yeah. The thing is, a lot of people, if we do the 2-1 lane swaps and 2 turrets go down, or even 1 turret, a lot of people will freeze that lane, will try and at least keep it there as long as they can, and Rise will run teleport anyway, so...
Yeah. I'm curious, like, because we've talked to now 2 CLG members about this. We had Doublelift on the desk in the NALCS last week. We had Dexter right here, and he's like, yeah, everyone right now is freezing the lanes, but it's like, just push it, show up with 4 people, and push the other wave really hard. Just snowball and kill 2 outer turrets, and then you just continue to grow your advantage, and we'll see if that ends up being the counterplay right here. What's fun for me, though, is NIP picked up Thresh Draven.
Thresh Draven, one of my favorite lanes.
Scary lane.
They are very scary. The Wife Steal lane. They have the matching dances. They also, like, if they get control of a lane, both of them will gain huge advantages. So you have to be careful early. If they get control early, then you're going to have a very rough time.
Yeah. Well, you got
also,
Sivir.
Yeah. I also want to say
horrible matchup.
Freeze was known long time ago. Best Draven. Like that's how he got his name. Like Freeze Draven. Everyone's super scared of this. That's why Edward was calling him best AD carry or whatever. He had this huge.
Last year, most fearsome AD carry in Europe. Let's see if he can hold on to this moniker there. Of course, NIP will be heading to the promotion tournament. We'll see if he can flex his muscles back there again. Got Elise. Nope. Evelyn. It's my second time. Evelyn picked up here for Ko in the jungle. Leona's still going to come through. Actually, for Voidal. No Karma this time. Wants Leona versus Thresh. Interesting anecdote, actually. NIP, despite the team getting relegated, old NIP, actually, Deficio and Freeze had top 2 KDA in European LCS, despite being the 6th place team in the playoffs.
The Wife Steal lane is Thresh and Lucian.
Yep.
Why was I saying that? I just like saying that term.
It's good.
Anyways,
I mean,
Draven and Thresh is amazing, too, because they have matching skins.
Yeah, that's true. That'll be fun. We'll see what happens with this one. Here we go. Last couple of picks now for Ninjas in Pajamas. They need a mid lane, but they need a jungler. I don't think we're seeing jungle Thresh.
Probably not. Let's see. So, if they're going to be facing, they know for sure it is Evelyn jungle. Wow, it's going to be the Nocturne, so that's probably a Feral Flare.
Yeah.
As I said, they're looking for more scaling this game. Nuke Duck onto the Fizz. He's happy with Assassins.
Yeah.
This is kind of classic Nuke deck.
He's got to blind pick the matchup, and he says, you know what? Let's go back for Fizz. Played it all throughout the last split. You know, do what I can with this one. Honestly, I feel like this is NIP going back to comfort picks.
Yeah.
Like, I know this is like CJ Frost would do this, where they'd go down 0-2 in a best of 5 and be like, just pick the things you're known for and just go be a playmaker. Like Mad Life would pick like Blitzcrank and things like that. So NIP are like, yep, we'll bring out the carry jungler for Alberto, we'll bring out the Ryze for 0-0, bring out the Draven for Freeze. Just go all out.
Yeah, the thing
be
is,
individual players.
They're all on their comfort champions, but they haven't made Cloud9 switch up a lot. Cloud9 are using the same things that have worked for them already. They've got hard engage here. They've got Sivir backing a Leona and Shyvana. This is Stampede right here for Cloud9. They got a Stampede comp already. They have a very strong late game here, especially with Ziggs, who can get them. Ziggs can get almost any team to the late game by wave clearing everywhere.
True.
It's very hard to close out against Ziggs.
I wonder if you even want to be late game against NIP. I know I'm kind of like tunneling on Ryze right now, but it's like Pharaoh Flare jungler, Ryze in the top lane. Like, I know you talked about it. Do NIP go full late game status? I feel like this is their attempt at it.
Yeah, well, Draven will max out earlier than other AD carries. I haven't done much Fizz since the reworks to the Lich Bane. He did get sort of a compensation, doing a few ratios of his own, so I feel like he's fine. But I haven't seen him a lot since the rework.
Yeah, his damage doesn't
changes.
His damage really doesn't go anywhere ultimately. The Lich Bane total nerfs was a 0.25 ratio, and the ratio changes on his W, which is gonna get multiple times regardless. So the DPS is gonna be the same, potentially even higher, just slightly less burst.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he's got just as much carry potential. The Shark can still come in there. I'm wondering like how much kill pressure is all around because there's really no engage. It's like you've got Fizz, like Nocturne's going to be squishy for the first half of the game. Ryze has to walk in there. Fizz has to walk in there and put himself in danger. Thresh is not a Leona or anything. It's no hard engage.
So they have to get creative with their teleports then. If Ryze can come in with a teleport on a side and cut people off, as Zoro showed expertly in the last game where they actually made a little bit of a comeback, teleporting in deep, cutting off the rest of the team, that could be an option.
So we'll see, and I mean, really, they're not the team who's looking for hard engages anyway. Lit game, play the lanes, capitalize on mistakes, use a global from Nocturne or teleport from Ryze, see if they can turn it around from there. Of course, Fizz is nice and slippery, Thresh is nice and slippery. But yeah, I think C9E with a much more well-rounded team, Leona Sivir for the engage combo, I think. If they do get ahead early on the red team, I think they can close it out rather quickly.
Plus, you know, Ziggs and Sivir, they work both offensively and defensively in sieges. They've got amazing wave clear. It's really hard to push against this team. However, they can chase people down, pop that Sivir ulti, and they've got bruisers to back it up.
See if they can do it right here. 30 seconds in the game. The welcome message comes out. Let's see what we can find on this one. Febivin chilling in the mid lane. Ko not doing the same level 1 antics as last time. Cloud9 Eclipse, I believe, with a different level 1 comp each time. Alberto going to be spotted there. Ko knows about this. Has stayed out of detection range, though. But just battle lines for both teams.
Yeah, it's funny how they both had plans last time, and they both revert to the defensive spread this time around.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like Cloud9 Eclipse are much more well-prepared for this series. I feel like they've mind-gamed every single game in a certain way really well. Game 2, they completely outplayed the level 1, right? Evelyn found out where people were going. Game 1, I feel like they just did this really cool thing with picks and bans, where they gave away the Kha'Zix pick early, but picked out so many good things for themselves right afterwards. Yeah, it was the Shyvana into swap in the jungle. Like every single game, they've had some kind of fun mind game that completely paid off and messed with NIP's picks. So we'll see if they have
this time around, you know that NIP being down are going to be playing defensively. So they're trying for another invade here. The defensive ward from NIP, though, we'll see. So it should be an even trade.
Yep.
See, Cloud9 Eclipse go with the aggressive move. They don't pay for it. Even when it doesn't work, it doesn't hurt them at all. It's an even trade here.
And they
are going to do that swap, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so Ko smites away, gets his blue buff. Alberto not going to be far behind at all with this one. Is a Nocturne, has his Q down, smites it up. No big deal. So 2-on-1 lanes. Odwamna will be not even teleporting, actually. Yeah, he's in a 2-on-1.
Now, Zoro actually got some experience because he was in the lane. Odomne didn't do any jungle camp either, so he hasn't really gotten any experience here. I think he gave full experience to Evelyn.
Yeah, he hit 2.
So he actually has not gotten anything yet. He's going to have to go check the blue.
Gilberto didn't stand on his Q when he was killing that red buff. He's missing out on some bonus AD right there. There he is. Gets it the second time around. It's going to be clearing the red faster than Ko will anyway, so can't complain too loudly. Febivin versus Nuke Duck. I want to see how this matchup plays out. Nice little jump into the air. Nuke Duck actually takes a lot of pain doing a 200 health, but has the flask to regenerate.
And it is the barrier Ziggs, so he's even harder to kill. It's pretty much all Ziggs has to worry about in this matchup. It's the all-in potential. Nocturne making a quick rotation there over to mid lane, but does not decide to go through with the gank. He gets seen by the River Ward, so he won't get a dive off either. Good play here by Omni on the Shyvana, playing defensively. Zoro doing the same thing.
Nocturne and...
Oh, he just saw him.
Well, they're going to get spotted, but he's right in the melee range. Zoro takes a whole bunch of damage. Rune Prison used. No flash, but 100 HP on Rise. It's going to give complete control over the top lane. Looks like that's going to be pushed down rather quickly. We'll see if Ko can keep the pressure in.
No minions left to use an E on, though, so that attack speed that Dexter was talking about, not going to be there.
Yeah, but there we go. 4 minutes.
There he goes. He gets
356. Turret's down at basically the exact same second. NIP getting it a quarter second faster.
Now, I have to say, Elise also has attack speed steroid, though.
Yeah, and Spiderlings. I think Evelyn has better AoE, though. So you get rid of the minions faster, and your minions survive longer.
Nocturne's got a steroid of his own.
Yeah, he does.
Like, straight up damage.
Nocturne's good at this one. You got Shyvana waiting around on the wings, looking to leech as much XP as possible. But still.
Evelyn, look at Evelyn, though. He's going behind the turret here.
Oh, wow.
This is super deep. They want to get a kill.
Can they set up the trap?
They've got Leona level 3. Yeah, she's level 3. They could very well go for a dive here.
See if they can find it. Ah, wow. Turret already going down. NIP have 2 turrets engaged towards Zoro. He has been forced to flash for both these guys, actually. The Voidal doing the same for himself, but...
They're going slow, though.
Yeah, this turret's going to be going down rather slowly. 0 CS still for both top laners, but Cloud9 Eclipse, will they give up Dragon? Will they give up inhibitor turret control, or will they at least equalize turrets here?
They really need to be able to get this quickly and return to defend the inhibitor turret because Shyvana's doing everything that she can.
Uh-oh, Febivin, can he flash successfully away, taking a bunch of pain, does dodge the hook. The barrier keeps him alive, but there's the dive from Nuke Duck, jumps over the wall. Nicely picked up, Nuke Duck, first blood.
The rotation there from Mithy heads over to mid lane. We've seen this so many times in the 2vs1 lane swaps. The team that has Thresh support, often the support will make a trip towards mid lane to look for first blood. He's rewarded with it this time. Good job there for NIP, starting this game off much better than last time.
So, it's going to be a 200 gold lead. I looked at the numbers wrong. 200 gold lead for Ninjas in Pajamas. Turrets equalized, but the first blood worth a fair bit here. But even despite the first blood, gold fairly close to equal now among these guys. Voidal and Ko going to start up the Dragon for themselves. Both teams reacted to this one very slowly, though. Thresh around the wall puts a ward down.
Dragon does a lot of damage here early game compared to how much life you have. They would either need to give it up completely.
And Voidal's at 200 health. Hook not going to land Yearning, but Spell Shield down anyway. No big problem there. 6 minutes in, though. Ninjas in Pajamas looking a little bit better here. Wave clear in mid, and they've got actually the inside track on the mid lane outer turret as well.
Now, that does give up a lot of map control, but they have Ziggs, so cannot push.
Yeah, looks like not too much going to be grabbed for this one. Freeze going to be happy the last hit for now, equalizing in minions now against the enemy Sivir. Couple last hits for Mithy as well to be fun on this one. So we're going to take a bit of a break now in this game. Where do the lanes go now? Well, 0-0 top lane with Rise, slowly getting the push going down.
Yeah, usually what you look for is a little bit of lull in the 2vs1 swaps after this, and then you look what are the teams going to do with their big minion wave that they've built up after the big push in. Nothing here from Cloud9. They don't get much out of this at all. They only have their AD carry down here, so they actually lose most of their minion wave. They don't have much to work with.
Big wave clear. Nuke Duck gets rid of the entire thing without losing basically a bit of health on that turret. Yearnin and Voidal show up, but Mithy's there to defend, so nothing picked up on this one. Ko on Evelyn. Still waiting around in the wings. Goes back to his own jungle. Going to start with the blue buff. Yearning, great play onto him. The kill be safe. Ko does start this one up. Fibivin will be able to come down and pick this one up if he wants it. Looks like standard buff situation now. 7.5 minutes in. Both teams in a decent spot. Level 5 only, though, for Eve. Not the highest level right now. Going to take some time before the ulti comes up.
Looks like nothing comes of the large wave up top either. So even though Rise is able to nurture his wave, shove it all the way up, they don't get an objective out of it. Yes, you know, some gold was lost to the turret, but they don't get substantial damage on it either. Now it will be more of a calm game.
Yeah, yeah. The only big spike I see is maybe junglers at 6. Actually, the rotation from mid as well. They figure, you know, there's no real push to be had bottom lane, so show up mid there. Turret's down to about half. The super Doran shield is now gone 8 minutes in, so mid turret's much easier to kill. But NAP react in time. But Nocturne has no hit level 6. Hilberto, actually, and Ko both actually 6 now, so junglers could make an impact if they wanted to. It is a Wriggles opener for Nocturne.
Yeah, that's definitely 100% the build from now on with Nocturne on live on the new patch. And it's another side benefit of doing the 2+1 switches. He wasn't able to clear as many camps. Yeah, it does start counting already. You know, however many camps you pick, even if you don't have it completed into Wriggles, it will count towards your Feral Flare. So any of those that you can deny him, any amount of time you can keep your opponent out of the jungle killing those, will help you later.
Wow, Nukeduck made sure that red buff had timed out from Hilberto.
There's been a couple of misses on blue buff transfers here from both teams, actually. So being extra safe this time around.
Waited a good few seconds, no big deal. All right, so 0-0 now versus Odwamna. Later on in the game, 46-38 in minions. 0-0 set up for success in this one, has most of a catalyst. Yearn and Ko making their way back toward the mid lane. It seems like C9E, they'll just push the bottom lane down and then make their way back to mid to try to make this one happen. So far, not been successful, but honestly, pushing against a Fizz is probably one of the best things to do against him.
Uh-oh, Ko gets hooked in.
Good play, doesn't have anywhere to go. Ignite is on, pops the shield to keep himself alive. He does disengage with Flash. Oh!
Freeze! Whoa! Known for Draven a long time ago, he's still got the aim there. Beautiful ulti from downtown.
376 bonus gold from Adoration for that one. Peppervin also caught up. The Shark is there as well. Urf! Not gonna just to be a mode, but also summoned by Fizz. There you go, guys. If you miss Urf when it gets disabled, just pick Fisherman Fizz.
All
you can
right.
still have it in your games.
So the preemptive pink wards pay off this time for NIP. Now the reasons they didn't turn out well last game is because they were already really far behind and they could not defend those pink wards. But since they were strong this time, they had their duo bottom, they had positioning. The defensive pink ward did pay off there very big. They were able to get a dragon off of their kill onto Ko.
Yeah. And they snowball that now into a 1,600 gold lead for themselves. So Ninjas in Pajamas looking pretty happy. Nukeduck 1-0-0. Yeah, he lost in minions to Fizz, but that's no surprise to anybody. Fizz doesn't win with minion kills in this one. But he has made the things happen in the mid-game, killing the minions rather quickly. Featherven now a bit on the back foot, forced to clear in front of his turret.
Alright, missing a couple of those CS under turret.
Shame on you.
Tisk. But everybody just trying to farm up where they can. Taking jungle creeps here. Not a lot of vision either.
No. It's worth pointing out, though, Sheen already done for Nukeduck. He is still doing the Lichbane Rush. That is the standard Fizz build still. It's actually less nerfed early game because the AP ratio is what took the hit. So you actually come out pretty decent on a Lichbane Rush. Actually, it doesn't hurt you. It's end game, but that's where the other AP ratios kick in with the champions. More wave clear. Pretty easy gold income for Nukeduck. No one's really threatening him. You're seeing the threat of counterattack was too great. And they're letting him just get his farm going right now.
They're actually extending this push of the top lane here for Shyvana. He's only got one ward, but they have pretty good vision in lane of everyone else since the wave pushing is pretty much the most important thing right now. It's actually going to be Ryze that's in trouble. This is a lot of the things you can do when someone's trying to freeze. Send an assassin down there into the lane. Rise extremely squishy.
All right, double ultis pop. Zoro 300 health, flashes the wall, but there comes Otwamna. Guesses the wrong direction, heads back upwards. Zoro takes the lantern. Miffy with the save. Zigzult almost takes him down. 50 health.
Zoro does get out alive. Whew. The extra speed from his ulti, too, was able to keep him just barely in front of Shyvana. And Mithy with the lantern right on time, able to escape over the wall.
Exceptionally played there by Ninjas in Pajamas. They pulled 2 ultis, trade flashes, and overall, got to say, nicely done right here. Free's going to take away the enemy white camp. And he says, hey, you know, I got wards on blue buff. Guys, you want to take this too?
There's no Evelynn here, because Evelyn's shopping, so nothing that C9 can do to take this one away.
And Freeze gets it for himself, actually. He's going to be nice and happy with that one. Wriggle's Lantern, of course, also done. Gilberto adding another longsword as well. Only 11 stacks, though, on Feral Flare, so you talk about the lane swaps hurting him. 30 minutes in, not even halfway there.
Yeah, it's going to be a while for him. That's it's also very important for Nocturne to be able to get all the last hits on objectives that he even does with his team, like Dragon and stuff, because those, you need every single one. They all count.
Yeah, they do. Now we'll see if anyone scumbags any more jungle last hits from him. Right now, red buff going over to Ko. He does have Lizard Elder. He's doing fine, despite the very slight clear speed nerf. Still going Lizard Elder Eve. Merc Treads might be the next pickup there, or Hex Drinker, I suppose, is also very common.
Yeah, Lizard Elder plus Hex Drinker is pretty much the bread and butter build for Evelynn nowadays, if you're up against any kind of magic damage. And he's up against 2. This is a duo, double solo lane magic damage team here. There's no flash this time around. Mithy's pretty far away. They're pinging Mithy already. Cloud9 Eclipse are pinging him.
He's trying. There's the lantern.
And he's got him again.
Ulti. Nearly takes on Odwam. The hook's going to come in. Actually finds it. In comes Freeze as well. Finds it. 266 for that one. 0-0 Scumbags the other kill away, but it's okay. You already cashed an adoration.
NIP look like they do not want to give up. They are putting up a very valiant effort here in the end. Mithy, once again, able to save Zoro. So not only do they save him, but Freeze comes in to kill him. So they're taking their heads for this one as well. They cut them both off here, and Zoro knows that now that he has backup, all he has to do, keep vision of Evelynn, make sure she does not sneak away. 2 more kills for NIP, and a turret for them. Complete control of top side. Nothing that Cloud9 can do about this.
There we go. Ninjas in Pajamas now get themselves a turret lead, 3-2. Mid lane untouched, but heck, they've got top outer turret. Not too bad for these guys. Freeze's comfort pick of Draven is working. Hilberto's Nocturne as well. Mithy's Thresh also one he's known for.
I like that Draven with blue too, just because you can spam Blood Rush, which you don't usually get to spam. Or is it Adrenaline Rush?
No, it's Blood Rush.
Blood Rush.
Ooh, not quite. Hilberto grabs the blue buff. Couldn't wait for Nuke Duck. Febivin almost got the steal on that one.
Ko's going for blood, though. He wants a piece.
Well, Nuke Duck's got no
He was
mana.
AFK!
Wow, Ko! The flash, and the lantern, the flame. Ko is actually not going to take down Nuke Duck. Oh, no.
Oh, Nuke Duck was looking at his shop and was not even paying attention. But Ko did not commit. He did not commit to that. Oh, actually, he was just being mannered, freak, and he thought it was a DC.
Oh,
so
yeah, of course.
The manner thing to do, yes, when you have your opponent you think they're DC'd, you let them live.
Never, ever. Febivin, Voidal. They do get the mid lane turret down. For what it's worth, Ko gave his life to allow the mid turret to go down, but yeah, not ideal. 5-0 in kills, still. Actually, now a 3,000 gold lead. NIP keep growing this advantage for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to take full advantage of this Sivir Ziggs wave clear because Cloud9 are completely on the defensive now. So they've just got to try and hold this outer turret here.
Yeah.
It also means that they really need to protect blue buffs because Ziggs is gonna need that blue buff to help clear it. Can't fight even this dragon.
There we go. Early smite. Hilberto not going to get the last hit. It's going to go to Freeze.
He doesn't even get the dragon big monster kills.
Freeze is so fed, he outsmites Smite.
Out damages Smite?
Nope.
Okay.
Draven has Smite even when he doesn't pick Smite. That's how it works. Evelynn going to be squaring off against Fizz in the top lane. I feel like a bad matchup for Ko here. Adds Ninja Tabby for himself, still sitting on the Null Magic Mantle. Late Hex Drinker here. For good reason, he's afraid of Freeze, though. Gotta say, Ninja Tabby, a very smart choice at this point.
Freeze as well. Another VF sword after that Bloodthirster. I want to see Bloodthirster into Infinity Edge, Freak.
I've seen it once before, actually.
I like it.
I think it was actually Freeze who did it. He was so fed on Lucian. Uh-oh. Ko.
But he's not looking again. What? Ko, what he... Oh,
Does
God.
not juke the shard.
No, he does. He uses his W after it.
Yeah.
Too early, too, so he doesn't cleanse the slow. You want to use it after you get slowed. That was all kinds of bad.
Very unfortunate. He actually nearly juked the brush properly, but got spotted out. Because Nuke was ready to just recall. He's like, wait a second. I saw a Smurf. Chases him down.
He'll be watching his screen like a hawk from now on.
Yeah, right? Well, the wave clear comes in there. Looks like NIP not going to get any more off the mid turret. But 6-0 in kills. Ninjas and Pajamas having such a good game 3 right now. Blue buffs come back up as well. Zoro Zero's there. NIP in control, but C9E really not. They don't want to give it up. They're trying to contest. I just don't know if it's going to be likely.
All right, Cove's coming in. Too slow, though.
Oh, Dwamna gets it.
They don't even need a smite. Nobody needs smite in this game.
Uh-oh, Freeze might... Oh, nope, takes the lantern. He's safe. Here comes a jump in. Shyvana across the box while Voldy comes out. Zoro Zero on the wings as well. Wizards might go well. Voidal. Rune Prison up. Nuke Duck on the backside. Looks for something. Finds damage in the code. Down goes Yernan. Almost. Yes, he does fall over. 2 for 0 so far. Zoro Zero looking for a bit more. Who else can they lock up? The burst comes in. Odwamna, Rune Prison. The double flay as well. Almost everyone is gone. Only Ko alive. 10-0 NIP.
They clean up big. They Cloud9 Eclipse chase Thresh all the way through the box. They try and retreat as soon as they see Nuke Duck on the backside, but Nuke Duck's able to keep everybody there with his slow.
Uh-oh, Mithy with the flay. Takes him down. All right, at least Ko gets one.
Also, while everybody was focused on Nuke Duck, there was a flash in from Voidal. So they chase this really deep through the Thresh box. Right here, everybody decides to go backwards, but Voidal flashes forward once again. He flash ignites, and then he gets caught up there in the Rune Prison. Nuke Duck, 1 versus 4, surviving and getting a kill for himself.
Yeah. He got a 4-man slow with Playful Trickster. Like, that is so much damage. And it did not go well for C9E right there. Of course, a good comeback kill by Ko. You saw him waiting around, waiting for recalls. Very Metal Gear Solid there. Okay, the guards turned around. Time to get to my objective. He did it.
Freeze got his objective.
Red buff. So, yeah, so the finishing of my Freeze story, though. Semifinals, he had BT most of Trinity Force, and then they fought for so many times, he just like one-shotted like an eye edge on his next trip back to base.
Yeah.
With like a Sheen like chilling his inventory.
When you go back with 4K, you want to get the most expensive thing you can get.
So, easy kills and caster minions. Always feels good when you one-shot casters as Draven. Like, you can't screw it up, and you're just like, gold and adoration.
One-shotting anybody, any sort of thing always feels pretty good. Even the little wraiths.
Yep. I feel good about those, too. I feel like a red card, wild card, kills a full wave. That feels great. Ko will take the white. The engage, though. Freeze. Wow, the lantern again. Mithy. Why'd you ever stop picking Thresh right here? He's doing great right there. 21 minutes in, though. Feral Flare actually still not combined for Gilberto, but he doesn't need it. His team's doing great anyway.
Yeah. Pretty much the team is doing all the work here. It's basically the lantern saves.
Yeah.
And the ill-advised dives after letting people go. But yeah, NIP have complete control here. It is a slow game because they're the ones in control. They like playing slow. They are on their comfort picks. They're playing their comfort style. Not really in a rush to finish it off. They don't have great range for sieging up. They're mostly about team fights. And Cloud9 Eclipse don't want to team fight. So they're kind of at a standstill here. Zig's wave clear and Sivir wave clear that we mentioned so often will allow them to extend this game.
So 6,500 gold separates Ninjas and Pajamas above Cloud9 Eclipse, making that a 20%, more than 20% gold lead, actually. Nuke Duck hopping his way around the map. keep the wave clear going, no big deal, honestly. As you say, NIP, slower players, not a big problem. They'll take their time. They've got the skilling anyway. Ryze is in there, Nocturne's in there, Draven has the eye edge. There you go.
Yes!
Ko,
Did it.
not sure if he wants to be there. Nukeduck does not betray the fact that a pink ward's there, but Voidal finds it anyway.
Scaring him off, too, by himself.
They can't kill him. He'll jump the wall, so... Oh, doesn't go for the ward, though. Looks like NIP going to look for the mid lane right there. Yerned's got to be a little bit careful there. Takes one spinning axe. The Q lands as well. The wave clear comes through, but Yerned about to go down. Does get killed by Freeze, and he takes a lantern out.
That damages. Bloodthirster Infinity Edge crit.
Gonna hurt a bit.
Looks good.
So Freeze 3-0-5, getting even more money on this one. Another push in is going to be the Dragon falling rather rapidly. Okay, Hilberto vs. Draven, can you do it? Yeah!
Got it. Feral Flare success. 23 minutes in. That's what happens when you do a 2 vs 1 lane swap.
Yep.
It's delayed all the way till 23 minutes for old Hilberto there. And that's a winning team too.
Yeah.
That's a winning team where you don't have to gank lanes.
But still 2-0-4. He's ganked a little bit at least. Ulti comes across. He's going to find some damage there. Not a good thing for poor Febiven. Down he goes. 12-1 now. Ninjas in Pajamas just opportunistic this game.
Yeah, the complete opposite story of the last game. They have 100% control here. Can Ko come up with the steal, though? This is where games turn around, Freak. Baron pits.
Okay, Ko knows they're hitting it. Does see. Got a glimpse of the health bar.
Got a ward in there for him.
Solar Flare comes in. Oh, Ko gets spotted. Down he goes. Zoro's going to pick up the kill. That should be an uncontested Dragon. At this point, Smite as well for Hilberto. 13-1 plus Baron. Ninjas in Pajamas. Solidly winning game 3.
Yeah, they've got the Ryze maxed out on not only his Guardian or Archangel staff, but also the Rod of Ages. So he's scaled up every piece of mana that he needs to, and he's only going to get tankier from now on. So it's pretty hard road for Cloud9 to come back. Febiven's got a hard road because he's going to 1 vs 1 Ryze here.
See him
and
back. Bite! Okay, Febiven, what can you do?
Round 1.
Satchel charge, Satchel retreat, trying to get away. 0-0 pops the ulti. Rune Prison comes up. Gets into melee range. More damage comes through. Bounces to minions, though.
Laughing.
Off the laugh down. One more spell to go. Barrier Flash. Flash Q. Barrier times out. 0-0 gets the solo kill.
Fatality.
There you go. Both of them burning the summoners, but of course 0-0 getting the better fight for that one. Mithy just kills off some minions by himself in the mid lane. Hilberto making his rotation. So Ninjas in Pajamas, what do they do with Baron buff? This will really tell you what the team feels about this game.
Well,
they're up 12k. They could siege and win.
So the thing is, their Nocturne does not have any armor. He's got a cloth armor. That's it. So it's hard to dive with that.
Flimsy.
Your Feral Flare is attack speed now, so it's going to be harder for them to actually tank a turret. However, they're so far ahead, they might just be able to kill people and dive anyway, only have to tank a couple of shots. Or you could just pick people off who are trying to get vision down. Zoro!
Voidal hooked up, has the Eclipse, but might not even matter. Puts Solar Flare down. Freeze gets the kill, plus 148. And now not a good place for Sivir to be. Does block some. One more attack to go down the line. Red buff secures the kill, actually. It's going to be even more money for Freeze. This one's 16-1. And they do group for the siege.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do power down this turret even against the Ziggs. They've taken out Sivir. No wave clear there. Just overwhelming power right now. Crushing them with their money bags.
Yep. Gotta hurt. I mean, gold's kind of malleable, but it's heavy enough that you don't want to get hit with it. It's gonna be the mid lane 2-2 turret going down. A couple minions left to continue the siege if they want to. 26.5. Yarnan about to respawn, but Freeze happy to hit this one up. Mithy, of course, would be there for the Lantern if needed. New wave coming in shortly. How good's the wave clear from Cloud9? Voidal forced back 900 damage crit. Takes about half the health bar off of Leona with one attack.
Oh man, yeah, he's got full high-powered build here. Full flat damage. Like the Last Whisper thrown in on top. They're doing a split push as well. I mean, Fizz can handle himself against anybody at this point as well. We're We're talking a lot about Draven because he's rich, but Fizz also has the combo that he wants. So it's very hard for anyone to deal with him, even on that split push.
One engage, 0-0 Vic caught out their nuke duck around. The lantern comes down, but they don't even need it. Good ulti comes across, but it's blocked out. Shark comes out, Voidal about to fall down, picked up by Hilberto. The fight continuing, dives towards the backline. Febiven not in the best spot right there, gonna get feared up. Running towards the backlines if he can. The flash from Hilberto, though, gonna keep the fight going. Odwamna forced to run away as well. Damage comes through, the team will survive. Freeze, one hit from Dead.
Life steal.
Survives enough. Ko picks
Ko's
up
gonna
one.
clean up.
Can he find more? Does take down Freeze. Double kill for the Evelynn. Making that actually triple kill, 3 for 2. Cloud9 Eclipse stay alive.
He's hunting for number 4 here. Febiven keeping vision. Will Ko try and guess where the recall happens? Will Hilberto get lazy and recall mid lane? No. Goes to farm jungle instead.
And he's not walked the reward either.
Ko will not find anyone this day.
0-0 doesn't want to pick a fight with Odwamna either, who did rush first.
Oh!
Banshees.
He's gonna find him at the Wolves.
Ko goes in. Spell Shield comes out, blocks it with a Q.
Fear should save his
Damage
life.
Through. Yep. He tried. But 18-4 though. I mean, every single kill that C9E has is on Ko right now. So he's going to be like a fairly tanky Evelynn, but you look at that score line and you're like, man, life is difficult.
Now, how many times have you been caught out just recalling with low HP when you know people are chasing you and you just decided that they were going to give up the chase? It's happened to me several times. It takes about 1 time per month. I'm like, oh my god, I'm never doing that again. I'm always walking all the way back. And then after about a month of it, you're just like, they're probably not going to keep following me.
Yeah, I think that definitely happens to me a lot. My favorite, oh, hold on. Yarnin, yeah, he's going down. Blew up the nuke duck. C9E forced to retreat right here. My best recall death story is when mid Ezreal was popular. And I knew he had ulti, and I knew I was low, so I ran to a side brush to recall, and he guessed the brush anyway. And I was like, okay, you deserve that one, well played.
Gotta give him credit.
Yeah.
For those ones. Febiven still having fun here, cracking himself up. 19-4. And NIP probably could easily go for another dive, but focusing down a turret should probably be #1 priority. They have not taken down one of these inhibitor turrets, so they still need that window in.
Yeah, last time they tried was, actually last time Sipper was dead, but that ended up going -1 kill for them in the dive, so maybe they play a little bit more reserved. But it's a 15,000 gold lead for NIP.
Hourglass done for nuke duck, so he's not even scared about going in for the dive. He has 2 untargetable moves that he can pull off. Really, it's all about drawing out Cloud9. Can they draw them out of those turrets and pick somebody off before they go for another dive?
Well, so far, C9E looks pretty reserved here. Yeah. Dragon goes down, increasing the gold lead. 40 seconds till Baron.
They could do it with Baron.
Yeah, I feel like the smart choice is to wait for
Baron is a pretty big, juicy bait there. It's a big worm. You can pull out a lot of big fish from the from the base.
But I thought Nuke Duck wanted to kill it anyway.
Wait, what?
Well, you talk about fish.
Yeah.
Nuke Duck is playing Fizz.
Yeah.
I feel like he'd want to kill it anyway.
Okay.
I feel like at that point it's not bait. It's just lunch.
Okay.
We'll see if dragons like to eat
What
worms.
does Urf eat?
Champions.
I guess so. Yeah, he's had a couple here.
Yeah. I forget who does the voice of Urf. I think it's the guy whose screen named Udyr is the voice of Urf in League of Legends. Which is ironic, but...
Is that the only voice work that he's done?
I think so.
Seems like a pretty specific...
Did you know I'm in Draven's VO because a bunch of riders recorded the chants for Draven's recall?
Oh, you're one of the chanters?
I'm one of the chanters.
You're a Draven fanboy?
I'm definitely a Draven fan. Uh-oh, Nuke Duck's going to find a kill on a Voidal. Ulti comes across, but he dodges it. Half HP on Leona, hit by the box. The team of C9E comes in. Down goes the first kill, picked up by Freeze. Yerna's got nowhere to go as well. Double kill, 107. He's not even worth money anymore.
All right, there they go. They drew him out. They got the picks. Baron is up. They don't have to do it. Fizz is not going to get his wish. But he is going to be able to end the game here. They crack the base. Inhibitor turret going down.
It's going to be an inhibitor soon to follow. 30 seconds of 5 versus 2. 5 versus 3 even would be enough for these guys. 22-4 in kills, 32 minutes in, just as fast as C9E won a game against them. Ninjas in Pajamas happy to bring the score a little bit closer and fight for that first place title right here. Ko waiting in the wings. Nothing much to do. Turret's going down.
He's
That can go follow.
hoping for another one of those triples.
Yeah, please give him the quadra. Not going to happen.
Now.
Down it goes. Ninjas in Pajamas bringing game 3, bringing the series 1-2. We've got a series on our hands.
Oh yeah, they came back fired up.
Yeah, they did.
They're not going to give up. You know, Dexter was like, I don't think they have the mentality to come back from down 2.
What a hater.
They showed up pretty big this game. Maybe they've changed.
Yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas, honestly. New change of clothing, maybe. And they're looking good. Look a little bit more fresh in this one.
Use some Fizz, use some Draven. Everybody back on what they really, really like to play. The core of the players.
Yeah.
Trying to use their favorite champions.
I mean, you talk about the favorite champions. Freeze on Draven. I think he went unkilled the entire game. 8-1-8. He did fall. Unfortunate for him, but still a great game, of course. And in fact, actually, I want to watch a replay of his first kill, the snipe. Yeah. Snipe, we got a replay if we can bring that one up, because it's just so much fun to watch the Draven snipes. Shortly, we'll get that one. There it is.
What are we looking for here? How does he aim? It walks right on over, and success.
And he waited till his team actually, he disengaged. He wasn't trying to steal. He was like, oh, he's safe. Don't worry. Take those axes back.
That sound is
menacing.
It is menacing. They're just crawling for you. The blades, they're coming.
They're so sharp they cut through the ground. They don't even slow down. That's when you know it's not happy for you. Takes you out.
Dangerous things to play with.
One thing I actually want to see, because you can do this, but it's really, I guess, difficult. So
me juggle knives, I can do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Can we see that?
Continue with your story.
Can we see that next cast?
I don't have any knives.
Okay. You have an apple. No. No, okay. So the Draven ulti, right? When it hits a champion, stop it. When it hits a champion, it decelerates, right? And so I want to see a guy go for a champion and hit R right when it's here, so it decelerates and just double taps.
Yeah.
At the exact edge of the radius.
Yeah. That's something you have to get used to for farming minion waves. If you want to make it farm the minion wave, the distance that it takes to slow down is something you have to get used to.
You know, it's like 500-ish, something about that. And you're like, okay, you double tap it, you get the wave, and you get the rest of the money. All right, guys, we're going to take another break. When we come back, it's Game 4 in the best-of-5 showdown between Cloud and Eclipse and Ninjas in Pajamas. The European Challenger Series Finals will continue right after this. Freeze might take the lane to be safe. Here comes the jump in. Shyvana across the box. The holding comes out. 0-0 on the wings as well, which might go well. Voidal moves president up. Nuke stuck on the backside. Looks for something. Finds damage in the code. Down goes Yeren, and almost, yes, he does fall over. 2 for 0 so far. Burrows are looking for a bit more. Who else can they lock up? The burst comes in. Ozwanga Rune Prison. The double play as well. Almost everyone is gone. Only Ko alive. 10 Welcome back to the North American Challenger Series Spring Playoffs, brought to you by the wonderful champion that is Earth. We're headed into Game 4 of the championship match between Cloud9 and the Clips and the Ninjas in Pajamas. And once again, got Dexter chilling here at the desk with us. How's it going?
Good, good.
So that game, CD9E had a pretty rough early game. Ninjas in Pajamas did a great job of turning things around and really pulled that one out.
Yeah, basically what happened at mid lane when Fizz got the first kill, it bought them time on the whole map for Ryze to scale up. And then Draven got a kill, and then he got all the adoration stacks, and then that got him going. So, yeah, I think the main part was the first gank when Mithy roamed mid lane, was really good roam.
Yeah.
He missed the hook, but it forced the flash out of Fizz too. But Fizz doesn't need flash in the lane to kill people and to have the pressure. I mean, back then in the days, Fizz played with Barrier Ignite without flash anyway and killed people. So you don't really need flash to kill a Ziggs without the barrier and flash. So it was a pretty easy lane for him to farm up. And then after he got like 1 or 2 more kills, and he could just split push, and no one could really deal with Fizz. So after that, the game was pretty much over.
Yeah, it seemed like NIP just played like their kind of old standby, like Zoro split pushes, Nuke split pushes, Freeze Mithy hang out somewhere else where no one wants to be.
Yeah.
And that style just keeps working. Is that, basically I'm asking you on a strategic level, is that like NIP style, is that the right way to play League of Legends? Is there a counter to it? Like, what are your thoughts on this sort of gameplay?
Well, you can't just go into the game with the thought of having, okay, we're going to 1-3-1, right? You need to see how the game turns out. And if you have a team comp in mind, it opens up possibilities for 1-3-1. Like, if your mid lane gets incredibly strong, like a Fizz, you can 1-3-1 easily, but at the same time, your Ryze needs to be strong too for that. And if one of the components doesn't work out, for example, the Fizz fall behind or something, then the 1-3-1 doesn't work, and you need to give Fizz the time, and you need to give him time to ramp up again and get items. Like, he only needs 2 items, Zhonya's and Lich Bane, and then he's good to go, and then he can 1-on-1 anyone in the game. I don't think any champion in the game can actually 1-on-1 Fizz in a split push later in the game. So, yeah, but Fizz, it's really hard to actually get going, and it's a risky pick, especially on blue side.
Yeah.
I wouldn't blind pick it, for example, but Fizz is NukeDuck's favorite champion, and he's always been known as the best Fizz player in the LCS. I mean, Tubbs didn't play Fizz.
Yeah, of course.
I have to give him
He's
credit.
made a carry, so
I have to give him credit
in
for
the
that.
LCS,
But, yeah.
true.
I mean, he played against MYM, but yeah. I think NukeDuck is a pretty good Fizz player, and he can pull it off like he showed, and he had an incredible start.
So do you think that NIP are going to come back out of this with the same sort of plan and go back, like, just repeatedly use these comfort picks? Or will now they be super serious, try and come out with some level 1 thing? Because they haven't really tried much level 1 after their invade failed for them.
Yeah, I really think that most of the games were decided by the jungler, actually, or doing stuff at level 1. I think they never got to the point where they actually wanted their opponents to play their game. But in this game, it really showed that if NukeDuck gets the snowball going in mid lane on Fizz, then the game is pretty much in their favor. Even if it takes them like 20 minutes to close out the game, and they drag it out forever, they just played like really low risk and just have 1-3-1 split pushing and eventually get a tower after like 10 minutes. Even when they can just dive, they don't take any risks. They don't want to do this. They just keep going and play their style. So yeah, honestly, it all depends on level 1 next game and picks. Like, I don't think that they're going to do the same mistakes having an unfavorable jungle matchup. Like, Nocturne against Evelyn right now was pretty good, I think. And Nocturne actually was a threat in that game compared to the last game, to release.
Yeah.
So Evelyn didn't really do anything this game, and she got shut down pretty heavily.
Yeah, what I liked is that they really looked like they learned how to deal with the Evelyn this time around. They bought that defensive pink ward when they were in a position to actually defend it.
Yep.
And that's where they got that first kill for Draven. That's how they shut down Evelyn. That's kind of where it all snowballed from.
And it's interesting because, as well, NIP still played a composition where they don't, like, I guess they can kind of dive. They have, like, Nocturne and Fizz, but, like, no tank for a long time, right? It's like, it seems like they're still not trying to close games out necessarily early. That, you know, they're happy to take their time and split push forever. I mean, I guess if they just keep building leads, that works for them?
It will work for them. Like, if he keeps building leads like this, and they don't have a tank to dive early, like, tanks are really good at diving early, and if you have a Shyvana with 2 items or a Renekton, he can dive the inhib turret pretty easily. But if you have a Ryze that just barely got his 2 items, he can't really dive. But at the same time, he's going to be unstoppable split push. And it gives the enemy a chance to come back, but at the same time, it's incredibly hard to actually come back.
Okay.
But with Evelyn, you can always maybe do something with like flanks. But yeah, it's all about Nip having vision control and setting up vision. Like, the thing against Evelyn, what you want to do is, if you siege a tower, right, you always want to pink around you. You want to pink behind you. So Evelyn never gets a chance to actually flank you. That's what you want to do against Evelyn. And yeah, I think they did a pretty good job at that this game and just kept playing their style, played it down, and crushed the game.
Seemed to work really well. So, final question for you, prediction?
Well, I predicted that it's going to be a loss for NIP, like 0-3, but they pulled back, and I don't think I can make any predictions. It can happen that NIP is going to win the series after they pulled this convincingly victory. But at the same time, I think Cloud9 always still has confidence in them, and if Ko can get back into the mindset of he has to shut down the jungle and actually gets a good matchup and can maybe do something early game, then I think it will go in C9's favor still. But yeah, like I said, if NIP gets the opponents to play their games, then it's nothing that can stop them. So
okay, well, Dexter, thank you very much, and we'll see who takes out in Game 4 now. Actually, Cloud9 Eclipse winning the series 2-1 so far, and it's a best of 5. So C9E has 2 chances to win that one last game to get themselves into this one. We'll see if there's any new adaptation to this matchup as well. Of course, it was interesting because the Evelynn did so well the first time and then kind of fell flat the second time around. Just kind of getting a little bit overextended.
Yeah, so like I said, I think it was really that crucial mid-game one play where they defensive pink ward and they catch him. They got a dragon off it, they got Draven to cash in off of it, and they set behind Ko. Ko is the carry for this team. He's making all the moves for Cloud9. A lot of their game plan, pretty much their whole game plan, is based off his success at counter jungling, at controlling the game. So if he is able to have a good early game, then Cloud9 definitely could close this one out right here.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do with this one. Picks and bans starting up the Lee Sin. Every single time, Ko not allowed to play that champion. The Lulu from Nukeduck as well. Febivin, not a player to really play this one out in here. More bans come through, we'll see what they are in just a second. The Zed still removed from Nukeduck. We're the NIP bandit in Game 1, but C9E removing that one as well.
2 Nukeduck bans already. Will we see a third? That Fizz maybe? To kind of close out the comfort champions for him.
As well. I mean, Febivin also might be allowed to play Nidalee in this one. He won with Nidalee before, pulled bans the other few games.
Yeah.
We'll see what NIP does with their third ban as well as what C9E does. Is it the Fizz? See when that icon shows up on the screen right there, because that is one to be worried about. And I think Fizz is pretty good against Nidalee as well. No, it's actually the Morgana from Mithy. First pick Nidalee does come through. So
interesting, because Thresh was a big problem for them already last game. Bending at the Morgana here.
Yeah.
I guess it's a comfort pick that they're taking away, but I feel like taking away the Fizz would be kind of a blow to the morale of NIP.
Yeah, well, unless they really think that Nidalee's going to shut it down anyway. He blind picked the mid lane Nidalee, saying, yeah, I know that's an option for you. In fact, NIP forced to ban LeBlanc for themselves. That was one ban that C9E had usually been using here against Nukeduck. So the threat of that champion too much for them. And now we'll see. Yeah, Thresh, Shyvana, 2 big picks, I feel like would make sense here.
Yeah, those are pretty big for them. I don't know about the Shyvana, though.
Lost to Jax.
First pick early Shyvana. Showing that one so early, I don't think it would be. There we go.
Sense.
Go back to the Rise instead. He looked a lot better on that one, even with all the pressure early.
Yeah, okay, it is a Thresh, though. It's going to be Mithy once again. I mean, so many saves that game. I figure if he was any champion but Thresh, you would see like 4 times the kills for C9E in that game. And
there were at least 3 that would have been definite kills.
Absolutely.
Were it not for the Lantern save.
Yeah, and just for the picks he managed to make for the team. So he's going to be happy with that one. Thresh still back here for Mithy 0-0, still to play Rise. Blind pick top lane with no top lane bans, really. But last time Odwamna's pick of Shyvana didn't work against it. So a thing to keep in mind there. Ko looking at Nocturne right now, saying, let's switch gears, play a different champion maybe on this one. Lucian maybe the pickup as well. And now Lucian, I think, went unbanned last game, but you know, Freeze wanted the Brave, but Lucian Zyra here.
Interesting.
For Voidal and Yarnan.
So they have anti-dive here. They've got Nidalee, Poke, and then Zyra to sort of deal with the hard engage that inevitably will come when you run a Poke squad.
And you know what's interesting, actually? I remember at the beginning of the season when it was like a bunch of double bruiser, and I was always wondering, like, why aren't teams playing Zyra? And the bros would tell me where Zyra is not good against tanks. She can knock up assassins and squishy fighters, but like Mundo doesn't care if Zyra hits you. But now that we're seeing Pharaoh Flare junglers, top laners like Rise who aren't tanky for a while, it's like, oh, well, suddenly Zyra fits back into that whole mold, and I like how that kind of works with this one. Of course, NIP to make their next 2 choices, though. Nocturne, I mean, heck, they can play the exact same comp if they want to.
Yeah, question answered right there. I was asking Dexter, will they just use these comfort champs over and over again? Yes, they will.
They will.
All exactly the same.
Yeah, it's actually funny. NIP did the exact same thing in their semifinal. Both games against Reason, they ran the exact same lineup. Maybe one champ off, but pretty much the exact same lineup. And once again, they said, hey, we got success with this one. Run it again.
All right, Cloud9, though, they have the specific plan here. They've already got 2 good parts of Poke here. I mean, they got the offensive part, which is Nidalee and Lucian, and they've got the defensive, which is Zyra. Elise is a great jungler that would add a lot more to that. She's great in sieging up, damaging under turrets, as well as taking them if there's nobody there. 2 versus 1 situations, she can come to the 2 lane. She can add a lot of damage and harass under turret. Easy dive as well if somebody sticks around.
So they grab Elise Jax. Now, I want to see actually if this happens here. So yeah, Fizz comes through for Ninjas in Pajamas. Fully the same lineup as NIP. Same game plan. New one from Cloud9 Eclipse, so I believe every single champion now different here for them.
And Cloud9 Eclipse have to have seen this one coming because
they
didn't change anything in the bans. They didn't ban out anything that Ninjas in Pajamas used, and they didn't try and take anything away either. So this second time around, if you lose to this team comp twice in a row, same time around, then that is definitely on you. They would get another game even. They would even get another chance. In which case, we would definitely see them change something in the ban space.
Yeah.
But really, they should have corrected everything in this pick bans right now.
And I feel like I really like C9E's change-up right here because they went with a very good aggressive early siege composition. Right, set up Zyra plans, Lucian can wave clear Nidalee for all the javelins and whatnot, at least the early game jungler to set your team up as well. Like I feel like there's so much room for C9E to tread water or go up in the first 15-20 minutes and then turn it on, siege an enemy tower. Fizz doesn't have any real items yet, nullifies that lead. Draven hasn't cashed any stacks yet, he's not far ahead. All these things could snowball for C9E.
Exactly, I really like hitting that point before Fizz gets Lichbane, before Liz gets Azanya's. He won't have the escapability that he needs. He won't have the burst that he needs. Even if he does get somebody, your Zyra ultimate is going to be down. Also, the Zyra passive. If they go for Zyra, she's not only going to be knocking people up, it's a lot of true damage as well. She's great at sieging up turrets because she can harass people under the turret with plants, like you said. And also, starting Spell Thieves, she does a lot of damage to turrets.
Yep. And it's going to start out with the Spell Thieves in this one, so let's see what the lane matchups end up being. Odwamda starts with the Doran's Blade. We'll see if that means much for him here. Doran's Shield will help you, I think, a bit more against Ryze, but heck, if he goes to jungle at the start because the 2-on-1s, Blade is the better choice.
Now, I think there should be a lot of focus up towards this Ryze and Jax matchup. Ryze is very snowbally lane matchup here. If Jax gets ahead and he can all-in Ryze, Ryze cannot get away from that. There's always the opportunity of a leap strike. If he's ever in range for harassing Jax, Jax will be able to leap strike on him, counter strike him, and Elise is easy to go for early dives. So this Jax versus Ryze matchup, if left unattended by NIP, then it should be an easy move for a Jax and Elise combo to take advantage of the squishy Ryze.
Yeah. See if they can find it. See. I feel like there's a lot of good options here, right? You have Jax Elise with so much gank pressure, but at the same time, again, Dexter talked about putting Ryze in a 2-on-1 and making him just sit there and try to farm for a long time to catch up, giving your team room to make moves. Now, to be fair, when that happened last game, C9E, they didn't make a big push bottom lane. They let Nuke Duck clear that entire wave without sieging the turret, and that wave went to waste. That opening where you can all show up bottom lane.
Not only did it go to waste, it went to the champion that has the hardest time CSing, Fizz, at the worst time possible to be giving him money.
Yeah, so he was going to be okay, but Cloud9 Eclipse definitely looked like they want to do things early on in the game. To point out, Code did start Doran's Blade for himself. So he's going to be all about being able to fight someone else in the jungle early on. That does slow his jungle slightly. It has to. Hunter's Machete just does more damage there, but if you can make things happen with this one, if you can get the fight going on early on, you can knock down Hilberto and maybe get a gank.
Yeah, especially with a lot of Elise junglers running attack speed from runes. Increases the benefit of that. Looks like 2 versus 1 initiated by NIP. They don't want any part of that Jax Ryze dive capability. And Elise will be making use of that Doran's as well when she goes down to siege up on a turret.
We're going to see what these guys can do with this one, honestly. 2.5 minutes in, Cloud9 Eclipse still just sitting in the lanes for now. Of course, early game, why wouldn't it be? The junglers taking, in some cases, their sweet time getting around. Looks like it is going to be Jax taking the Wolf Camp for himself. Roberto does grab double buffs, but not yet level 3. He's leeching some of that experience with Ryze. So 0-0 will have a bit of experience in this matchup. And we'll see what happens when the junglers make their way to the lanes. Pretty standard course here. Now, of course, to keep in mind, Ninjas in Pajamas are the team to have set up the 2-on-1 swap. Now, Doran's Blade does do more for killing turrets, so maybe that still helps C9E with this one. So we'll see what ends up paying off.
We'll also see if they actually can find Ryze, because 0-0 is going for the leech strategy, trying to leech experience and actually run him out of the bush there.
Yeah.
Kind of good for him. He won't get caught there by Elise, because Elise would have caught him from the back.
Look how sort of greedy Cloud9 Eclipse are playing right now. So Roberto goes in to try to take down the turret. He's going to join in there for the 3-on-1. But with C9E already knowing that 0-0 has to hide back, Ko is just like, well, I'm going to kill some jungle camps. I'll take away the white camp. I'll kill away maybe some of these wolves right here. And there's enough damage coming out from Lucian Zyra that he doesn't have to do anything but counter jungle.
So they're counting on the top turret having that champion damage reduction to make up for the fact that their jungler isn't helping with the turret damage. Now, though, after the jungle is cleared, he's actually going again for the kill on Ryze. This is something he did last time. They weren't able to get the kill last time because he was Evelynn. With Elise, it's even higher probability of getting that kill, though. Very, very strong tower dive here. However, wasting more time on turret damage, and they've actually recalled Gilberto here, who, as well, took a white camp. So he got jungle money, and he's going to be there to defend with Ryze. So this dive that Ko's been waiting for and been wasting a lot of his time for will not gain them any benefit. He just wasted a lot of time standing there.
Absolutely. And the top lane turret finally now goes down at 4:49 into the game. 6 CS for Jax, 3 for Ryze right here. We're going to see if these guys can pick up much more for themselves. But I feel like Odromna has a little bit more money for himself overall. Cloud9 Eclipse not leaving this lane setup right there, shoving it all the way into the turret, shoving the cannon wave
First move mid. So he doesn't even have to go for a tower dive. Fizz cannot get any of this mid lane farm because 2 range champions. Elise is amazing at harassing under turrets. This is one of the best things about Elise as a jungler in the 2vs1 swaps. They can apply pressure to these lanes very early.
Looks like he's going to leave his way out of the mid lane pretty soon, though. Voidal and Yarnan actually still staying around, but I gotta say, Nocturne Ryze, I feel like is a bit scary now that 0-0's got level 3 for himself. There's a good amount of damage to be worried about. Zyra has no escapes for herself.
Thresh here too.
Okay, they might have to be careful, but it looks like Nocturne's going to make his way back around. Mithy just going to play defense for 0-0. They let Freeze make his own way around the map. He's going to join with his dual lane as well, so NIP looking just to send their guys bottom.
Yeah, Elise going back to the jungle and not continuing pressure on Fizz. I feel like they could have kept up that 2-man siege there with Nidalee plus Elise, keeping Fizz down further. I mean, look at his CS. He's actually above Nidalee. They haven't been able to punish him like you would really want to.
Okay, well, see if that pays off anytime soon. Once the first item comes through for the mid laners, we'll see who does what with it. Febivin, Cougar form, just going to kill these minions rather quickly for himself. Pounces for it. 44 to 44, completely identical that mid lane. Freeze 49 to the 42 of Yarnan. It's going to be a very scary Draven as time moves on. Just 1 turret picked up each team for the early game antics. Counter jungling for Ko might get him a little bit ahead. Actually, Rust Sork Shoes, so still no jungle item for the jungle Elise here of Cloud9 Eclipse. Whereas Madra's already there for Gilberto. We'll see if that matters much.
Yet he's still spending a lot of time clearing camps here. He's moved back over into the jungle, clearing Raze. He should really be pressuring this duo bottom because there's no turret for them to rely on. And that would also afford them dragon control.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of wards put down. The ping's out from Mithy.
See him.
Yeah. Okay, well, Ko's definitely going to know that they realize he was there, so he can assume a dragon ward here. That's fine for himself. Puts the trinket ward down across, though, into the tri-brush. And now they'll see Freeze and Mithy. Gilberto's going to grab his red buff. Level 5 still. 7.5 minutes in. Nope, there's level 6. Ulti just now for Nocturne is available. Febiven 7, Nuke Duck 7 as well. So despite the level 1 antics, you know, level lead, or the pace of experience here, still pretty good for the NIP jungler.
Yeah, Ko is actually pretty far behind there, you can see, as far as experience is concerned. Not really close to that 6 yet, halfway there. Maybe they can actually put some pressure onto Rise because they haven't been able to do much of that yet here. He's got a tier, so no combat stats there, just mana for him. Very squishy still.
Yeah, see if the dive can work now. The minions actually pushing in towards C9E, but Odama still attacking very ferociously to push the lane back out. But 0-0's wave much bigger. Odama forced towards the background, which does mean that Jax has more minions here and will have more farm available to himself. He'll hit level 6 before too long, but I wonder how the Jax versus Rise late game skilling matchup even goes.
Rise, 3 wards he's placed up here to try and make sure that he doesn't get into any trouble. But Jax could continue to let the wave push against him and draw Rise further into his territory, which would allow for easy gank from Elise. She has a gap closer, and Rise has set up, or Jax has set up CC. So that could be a very dangerous position for 0-0, even though he has so much ward coverage. It's not deep enough.
Okay, so
at least still hard jungling though. What?
Yeah, yeah. None of it's unfortunately paid off for him here. He's just kind of treaded water against the Nocturne, who's going to be scaling quite nicely. Hunter's Machete does finally get picked up though, so Ko has a bit more jungle speed. He will go towards the Golem a bit later on. Roberto the level 6. Febiven not going to see him. That ward, I believe, gets undetected as he puts it down across the wall. Ko is 6, not that important for Elise. Just gives him a Spiderling.
He's trying to make a move down bottom, but they're pinging out the wards. All these wards from NIP really causing Ko to second-guess himself. Isn't quite sure where to go. He has not switched over to a sweeper. Doesn't have any way to clear them out. But as I said, Jax, he let the wave push against him more. And 0-0 used all of his wards up top. He was getting vision to defend him while he was up at the corner there. He can't push any deeper. And they're getting this freeze off. So when you're Cloud9 and you're freezing like this, you have to play very carefully on the other side of the map, because you know that's where NIP are going to try and make their move.
Yeah. You've got Nuke Duck able to run around. 0-0's holding mid for him, so many opportunities to make plays. The Nocturne ulti up as well. Plus, keep in mind, there's a Thresh with Flash on the enemy team. There's so many ways to pick up kills. 4 ninjas in pajamas. But 0-0 says, you know what? Go back towards top. No big deal. And the game continues, though. With everything going on, it's just a 500, this very small gold lead for Cloud9 Eclipse. These teams going to play it safe. Wait for the late game. Wait for Jackson Italy to scale up, or wait for Rise and Fizz to scale up.
So what 0-0 did is he left the very deep wave, which was dangerous for him, and went mid to share with Nuke Duck. You get a little bit of bonus experience when sharing with someone, so it's not that bad for your team. And he waited for his Trinket ward to come all the way back up so he could get that deep ward down. And in that time, the wave is eventually going to push back at you because Jax is indeed last hitting. He's not able to perfectly land the very last hit, and he does add a little bit of damage, shoving the wave back against him.
Wow. And a bit of a trade there. Nuke Duck happy to put damage on a Febiven. Could be all about the mana bar then if Nidalee can stay healthy, because a third of Febiven's health goes down every time Nuke Duck goes in. And at a certain point, you just add Earth and an Ignite, and Nid goes down.
Well, you got the barrier as well. Always
Yeah.
got to keep in mind those baits. But yes, Nidalee does have to make sure that she's topping herself off. Can't let one kill go to Fizz. He'll snowball out of control. He's actually got way more CS than you would want on a Fizz this early. You never want that much CS for Fizz. So it's already a dangerous proposition. If he gets a kill, he could easily gain control of the game very quickly.
It's going to be a bit of a trade. Not too much happening there in the mid lane. 103 to 104, these guys completely holding equal. Wriggle's Lantern does get picked up for Holberto. See if he goes in towards something else there. Plants come down, bit of damage there for Voidal. Pushing Freeze back just a bit. We're going to see just the minions. Febiven just happy to Javelin the melees just to get rid of them. Keep push going. Nuke Duck not taking too much damage, though. Goes in, bit of trade again. Cocoon's not going to land. Jumps back over. You can see Nuke Duck plenty safe right here. You could toss out a taunt or a joke if you wanted to. Wouldn't be a problem. 0-0 actually does not teleport back to lane, though. He's saving that summoner spell cooldown for an impending dragon fight.
Well, he's got to be scared now of fighting Jax outside of a turret. If he goes up in that long lane, Jax has the 100%. Uh-oh.
Oh, smited up actually by Hilberto. Not going to be co-picking it up there, but the damage comes through. Forced a flash right there. A little more attacks come off, but really, really well smited. The smite actually comes in early, and Hilberto just like last hits it with an auto.
So the counter jungling does finally come back in. But yeah, Ryze, now that Jax has the slow from a Cutlass, Ryze has to be very scared about the all-in from Jax. Can't fight him out in open territory.
I think Ko... I mean, I guess they know he's around, so 0-0 is going to be safe, and now he just reveals himself. And Nocturne's waiting in the wings. He's coming over to be in range for the ulti soon. He's only there to look for a counter game.
Yeah, they're trying to bait the dive right now. It's still dangerous even to bait the dive, though.
Yeah, there's so much damage available. Sork Shoe is already done. And actually, it's just the machete for Ko. He's already going towards haunting guys. Again, the engaged Nuke Duck finds some really good damage. Just Q into auto attack is all he needs.
Yeah, he's actually up in CS. Even though he hasn't been able to find a kill. He's very, very scary at this point. Bottom lane, it's just because they haven't purchased. That's the only reason they're kind of getting bullied here. Whole BF sword because they were able to get back for NIP. Will they go for the dive here? Ko's wasting a lot of time.
They pink Nocturne. They know he's on the bottom side of the map. So Domna goes right across. And with the no threat of counter kick, the dive would be potentially there. 0-0 just backs up, though, making Cloud9 Eclipse find their second turret kill.
And there's a 1,500 gold discrepancy worth of items in the bottom lane right now. Draven has complete control because he's actually gone back and spent that money. He has the BF sword. Showing your jungler top, this should be a dragon for NIP, but Hilberto's taking so much damage holding this blue buff. He's down to half. And it would actually be dangerous to go for that dragon against the poke of Nidalee and Zyra.
Well, the dive comes in, the flash used by both Cocoon as well. 0-0's got nowhere to go. First blood picked up. Odama pops the ulti to tank turret shots. He's going to be fine.
Nocturne could answer, though. If they split up here, Hilberto could answer. He doesn't have vision. So close to having vision.
He saw him for a quarter second, didn't pop the ulti, couldn't quite jump in time. Wave clears, but there we go. Bottom lane turret is going to go down, so the turret trade on various sides of the map. But his Bloodthirster Zergreave's done for Yernin. Refused to recall, lost the turret anyway. We're going to see Nuke Duck with a bit of free time in the mid lane. Pepin grabbing his own blue.
Nuke Duck is going to be scary.
Yeah, 151 CS, 15.5 minutes in.
He has the highest CS in the game as Fizz.
Yeah, against a ranged champion.
Not often the case. But Nidalee will always be adding those spears. So if the engages go long, then Forbidden will probably have the edge as long as he's able to actually hit spears. But Nuke Duck will definitely have the higher playmaking opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, there comes the Shark in the dive in. Good bit of damage, but Yernan's already there to stop in Hilberto. Does not have the cooling. Use it to wave clear before he recalled last time.
So much exit damage there.
And Mythic gets a Cocoon as well, but that's not going to mean too much there. Javelin not going to hit either.
All right, that could be a dragon. They just chunked out jungler and mid laner.
Yeah. And you're seeing actually Ko already make his way down there. He's basically soloing it. Odwam just kind of waiting around in the wings with a bit of ward control for himself, but Blade of the Rune King also done for Jax. Rejoins his team mid lane. Look at this, C9E with the first champion kill earlier on in the game, and now 3 turrets to 2 plus the dragon. Cloud9 Eclipse finally finding their way in the game.
All right. So, up until this point, there's been very low levels of vision for both teams. Now that they get that last mid turret down, it explodes for Cloud9. They get tons of wards on this blue side. If they're able to control the blue buff, that will be amazing for them because Fizz is the most fed champion on NIP. They want to be able to have blue buff controlled for themselves, and they want to be able to use it with Nidalee. There's the all-in I talked about from
his jump's going to get up in a few seconds. 0-0 does not have flash. Leap Strike will get the kill, but here comes Nuke Duck. Ulti Papa Odwamna to try to keep himself alive. Here comes Hilberto as well. Odwamna doesn't really have anywhere to go. Is going to get picked up. Nuke Duck gets the kill.
So the team collapsed quicker for NIP. However, Nuke Duck gets chunked on the exit here.
Evan's still trying.
Can Cloud9 get anything for this, though?
Good spell shoot by Hilberto.
There's not a lot of advantage they can gain from chunking down Nukeduck there. He should be able to just back in time.
Freeze just picked up a little bit of free gold, taken out the white camp at the bottom. Watch this one again.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's painful as Rise versus champions who can all in you like this. I had a very painful experience recently, Freak, I was playing Rise versus Riven.
And you lost?
I just got destroyed over and over. I know the feeling, Zoro0, but Zoro0's teammates come to the rescue and make it even better than the even trade because it was assisted kill, so they got more money out of it.
And it was money onto Fizz, which is always worth a lot.
Exactly.
So Zoro0 still wave clearing 121 minions to him, not too far behind his lane opponent of Odwamna's Jax. But you're going to see a gigantic wave top, and Dragon's not on the map, nor are almost any outer turrets, so there's really no counterattack for this lane.
Okay, he's freezing once again. They got to relieve the pressure at mid lane because that's where NIP are focusing most of their efforts right now. Zyra plus Nidalee and Lucian should be able to defend that. So this is a pretty safe freeze for them right now. Dragon not available. NIP are just sort of losing gold to that top lane right now.
And you're seeing Nuke just kind of chill right here. Does have Lichbane. Death Cap soon for Pevivin. Playful Trickster killing the minions rather quickly. He's going to be fine with this one. Zoro0 waiting in the wings. Yarnin.
Yep. Good. It's a good preemptive rotation here from Cloud9. They know where the efforts are going to be focused from NIP, and they go to defend with Nidalee, knowing that he would have a hard time by himself. Jax continuing to freeze is now the target of Nukeduck. Oh, he's low as well.
Yeah, he tanked the wave to keep it frozen for a little while. Javelin's going to land. They know Nukeduck's there. Loses more than a third of his health from a single Javelin and says, you know what? Not going to fight Jax. Just kidding. The mid lane under fire. The plants come out. Widow trying to keep his team in an okay shape. Looks like that'll be the case.
All right, they got the good wave clear. Nukeduck does go in for the repeat.
Comes down. The stun lands. Wow! 1v1. Both of them low on health, but Odwamna gets the kill. Dang.
Oh, satisfying lamp to the head sound right there as well. Definitely overextended there. Nukeduck thought he was hot stuff. Now they've got a full shove mid as well. They have control of the top and mid lane here. Great for Cloud9. Will we see the dive? Zyra's got ulti available.
Whipper comes out from Draven. The flash engage from Zoro0. Big damage. Mithy low on health. They're going to trade 1-for-1 so far. Lucian has fallen. In comes a TP from Odwamna. Finds the stun again onto Zoro0. Not going to find much more for this one. Just the 1-for-1. The engage still from Ko. Forcing the flash from Hilberto. Cloud9 Eclipse getting farther ahead.
They draw out the teleport from Jax with the all-in, but we saw it in action there. A lot of disengage from this Cloud9 team. Did cost them their AD carry, though, as well as both of his summoners.
So we'll see what else these guys can do now. Feral Flare did finally transform here for Ninjas in Pajamas not too long ago, actually. Fairly recent. I'm guessing 18-ish minutes. Actually, I can check the stacks. He has 8 Feral Flare stacks, so he's actually had that for a good amount of time. Yeah. Transform happened a little bit ago. Evan still going to try to wave clear in the mid. Odwamna starting to make a lot more moves for his team, though. 2-1-1. 75% kill participation. Ancient Golem still not done for Ko. He doesn't even care about this. He's added more stats to himself. Plus the Haunting guys, but eventually that item will be completed.
You know what's big item there is Death Cap for Nidalee. So spears are going to start being painful. The siege will be very hard for NIP to deal with, as is the Jax split push. We've already seen round 2, Nukeduck can't handle him. Round 1 was Zoro0 going down, so Jax has defeated all challengers so far. It's going to have to be a 2-man squad if they actually want to take him down. And that would have to be a commitment from Nocturne plus someone else. So Jax right now can draw twice his weight, basically. Twice as many resources from NIP. You have to deal with him. And Cloud9 have a very strong siege with Nidalee, so it's getting to be looking dangerous for NIP.
C9E definitely have the tools for success here. We'll see if he can have these miracle Mithy hooks. He can make things happen with himself. Of course.
Yeah, I mean, NIP are definitely looking for the picks on the assassination. They have so much burst potential with Nukeduck. If Nukeduck can get his kill off and escape with his life, long enough for his playful trickster to come back up, then that's the play that they're looking for.
See what these guys can find. Looks like mid lane again is the target. It's going to be the Lantern picked up. Odwamna off on the side as well. Can they find much? Cocoon onto Mifty. The flay back, but it's not going to be enough. Kill picked up right there. 0-0 off in the wings, though. Slow comes out from Voidal. Help to keep the team alive. Zoro still in the chase, but it's not going to be much. Spiderlings. Poor Spiderlings dying. Ko losing his brethren.
Yeah, that kill's going to mean objective. Easy dragon. Just coming up. Great timing for them. They'll also be able to siege up afterwards. Blue buff should be controlled. They have both of them, yeah, because they were able to get both. That's ridiculous. This is going to be very hard to deal with. Chasing down Jax too.
Ooh, 0-0 losing a quarter of his health. Odwamna jumps to the wall, puts the stun on. He's gonna land it. Ko forced to run away though. Can they find enough on a 0-0? A couple hits from dead. Down he goes. Odwamna picks up another 6-2 now. Nuke Dog has to sit and wait as his team falls over.
So Cloud9 Eclipse.
Yep.
Going up against the same exact team comp this time around. They switch it up to go Elise instead of Evelynn. They also were able to grab Nidalee because they were blue side. So that helped out a lot. But I really think that their Jax power has been a very big turning point here. When he got to use Jax against Shyvana and beat 0-0 in lane, I think that just gave him even more confidence for the champion. And going back to that one has been amazing for Cloud9 Eclipse. I like the changes that they've made to deal with this exact same team.
Exactly, and if you're Millennium or if you're Super Hot Crew, you got to be like, you know, one of us probably gonna have to fight C9E. Odwamna's pretty scary. You know, I feel like we should ban Jax in Champ Select. And you got to start kind of thinking about what are the big deals here for these teams. What are the things that are scary? Nuke Duck's Fizz still. Honestly, he won his lane. He's still got a kill. Still a very scary champion for himself. Roberto, 1-0-1, getting a lot of farm here on Nocturne. Says back off, it's my red buff. Freeze doesn't get that one. But Odwamna, the really big force right here. 3-1-2. Big playmaker here in the top laner. Says, you know what, jungler, you're the support. I'm the carry. I'm a top laner. Deal with it. I'm Jax.
And it has definitely worked out. He deserves the solo lane farm that he gets. As far as the ending it here, it looks like they are just trying to control map blue buff here before they go for another push. And they're not even opting for Jack's split push, even though his teleport will come right back up. They're so far ahead right now. The team fight is actually in their favor.
So we'll see where they go with this one. The general composition for NIP is the 1-3-1 with the double split push. C9E not really going to have that kind of setup though. Nidalee is more a teamwork type champion.
Yeah, definitely needs some extra support to rely on for disengage, for extra tower damage while they're trying to get poke under it. I think that they should be just fine though. Yeah, they're just waiting on the blue buff respawn here. A lot of what happened last time too, even though NIP were running this exact same comp, it was the play, the mid-game play there after the 2-1 swap, where they caught Ko extending into the jungle with the pink ward. Ko did not make that mistake this game. He stayed in his own jungle.
Oh, here comes the hook though. A bit of a flank maybe coming in. Mythic goes down right away with the box, and 0-0 wanted a flank, and then Recall saying, you know what, never mind, it's 4v5. But the entire team has shown up actually not even looking to split push, but C9E pull all 5 together. Still the wave here, still the ulti as well for Voidal is available. The minions are going to go down, but turret falls over. And now they got damage now 26.5 minutes in towards the inhibitor. Odwamna gonna see in the front lines. Looks like Yernan will be able to take this one down. Inhib falls 26.5 in with a 5-kill lead.
Cleanest inhibitor that we've seen in a long time. It was the first one going down. Usually the first inhibitor is hard for these guys to get, but then it gets cut off.
On the wrong side, but gets some brush to run through. Roberto's gonna back off. He's gonna be fairly safe. No, big damage comes through with the Javelin.
Not safe, not safe.
Never mind. Javelin with a vengeance right there.
All right, they're not done yet either. Ryza's been chased down before.
Hook not quite gonna land. Nearly did with this one, but he's gonna push in now mid. Turret gonna take a whole bunch of pain. You know what I just realized part of what Zyra does is every time she puts a plant down in front of a turret, it's an extra turret shot that the team doesn't need to tank. Because turrets will shoot those before they hit champions.
All right, look at this flank though from the backside. Yeah, I do like the turret taking power.
Hook lands on the Ko. He's going to be okay. That runs out of man on this one, but mid inhibitor now under siege, 27.5 minutes in. Only 1 minute between these two. That will fall before 30. What a great start now. C9E looking great now in game 4.
Yeah. Not only can they add damage to it, but they'll take hits too.
Yeah.
Get 2 of those suckers up.
I don't think plants shoot turrets. They shoot champions, though. Make them back off right there. Good thing about Voidal, actually, is he upgraded all the way to Frost Queen's Claim, meaning he can't disable his passive by last hitting minions, so he'll always get the gold generation from plants.
Yeah.
It's important
11
thing.
minions to his name.
Yep. Not all of them ruined him.
Of it.
Just to point out, Frost Queens did give him about 1,000 gold, actually. 581 from the passive, 400 from tribute. Plus the active slow.
Man, it seems like all the games in this series have been really one-sided, except for the first one.
Yeah.
We had one first game, 50 minutes. And then from then on, it was
30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes.
Very, very strong play from one side or the other, not letting go. This time around, it was definitely Cloud9.
A bit of a juke there. No one going to cocoon, but the stun's still going to land for Odwamna. Here comes Earth, though. You know, it doesn't even care. Going to let you off the golems back to full health. No big deal. So top lane, Baron or the Nexus. What is the target right now?
Baron.
Bees. Doesn't get too much for it. Spider Leagues even all stayed alive for now. No one's around to stop Baron. This will be going to Cloud9 Eclipse. So Odwamna already pushing the top lane as well, meaning we're soon going to see another inhibitor go down. This could be the game-winning push for Cloud9 Eclipse.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to close this one out as quickly as possible. Running through with the blue buff and purple buff Nidalee. It will not take long. All right, desperate hard engage here from NIP. They need to go for it. They've only got one, and it's dead.
Yeah, okay, down it goes. Maybe they'll hold in for the Nexus turrets. Their ulti comes in from Nocturne, but doesn't mean almost a thing right here. Box comes in, root onto Odwamna. Minions pushing in towards the Nexus. Here comes the engage. Jax a bit low, has the stun, finds Nukeduck with it. Forced to go back into the lines, but there's the Javelin, takes down Freeze. More damage coming across. 0-0 stunned up. He will be going down. 2 kills, the Nexus turrets as well in under 30 minutes. Cloud9 Eclipse close the game, and they take the series 3-1.
Congratulations to Cloud9 Eclipse.
Yeah.
Coming out the victors. I don't know. If you want to pick a team in the promotion relegation tournament,
yeah,
how much do you take away from Cloud9 because they won't have Co?
Well, I remember that actually they brought in a replacement jungler in Spring Series 2. They brought in IHAZ, and they actually got 2-0'd by Denial. So actually that was, it did hurt them at least in that one. They brought him back onto the roster afterwards saying, okay, let's get ourselves to the playoffs with this one. So we do have some evidence of them being weaker without Co. There is a hit right there because Co is very, very good. But at the same time, honestly, you still have the rest of those lanes looking good. You had a duo lane that just straight up beat Freeze and Mithy. That was game 2. They crushed the duo lane there. Voidal and Yarnden looked great. You have Febiven, who's a great Nidalee player. You've seen, I think, twice now how good he is on that champion. He's still scary. Odwamna by himself once again.
Jax is definitely a huge threat.
There's a bunch of giant threats still on C9E. This team came together as a group of top Challenger solo queue players. And they were like, look, we're going to learn the team play. That's our big weakness. But they've been together the entire Challenger Series now. They've learned some more strategy, learned some more ways to play around the map. The players are all individually all-stars.
Yeah, and their team play, this series, I have to say, their team play was one of the bright spots. Everybody, they had coordinated plans, like you said.
Yeah.
In the first couple of games, they always seemed like they came out with some interesting little strategy, and it wasn't the same each time.
No.
They did not fall into a pattern. They did not become predictable. I really feel like this Cloud9 team is going to be really strong even without Co.
Yeah.
And teams now have to weigh, because of the way this series went, it's going to make that decision even harder.
Yeah.
Like, which one of these guys would you actually choose?
Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to. And I think that choice comes to Super Hot Crew. I feel like whoever takes 6th place probably does pick Denial, just because we saw Denial just lose to C9E yesterday, and we saw him lose in the Series 2 finals to NIP a couple of weeks back. So I feel like that's still the first pick, unless something changes in the next 2 weeks. But that's going to be really the test for these guys. And then, yeah, it's who do you look at? How does it go? We're going to find out. That promo tournament's in about 2 weeks. So guys, the first ever European Challenger Series is in the books. So let's check out the 3 teams who fought their way through the competition and locked in their spot in the summer promotion tournament. With their win here today, Cloud9 Eclipse has to be considered maybe the top dog here. and are likely to be looking at a matchup against Millennium.
That's because the TBD in the graphic isn't a try code. It's actually reserved for the team that finishes 6th in the LCS playoffs. They'll get the first choice of the challenger teams that they want to face, while the super hot crew will get the second pick. And with Millennium having to deal with the team that's left over.
So remember, guys, you can watch the Ninjas, Cloud9 Eclipse, and Denial Esports fight for a spot in the LCS in 2 weeks, Thursday, April 24th. Now, if you're sad because we've reached the end of the road for the European Challenger Series, don't worry. The North American semifinals kick off tomorrow. Up first, Cloud9 Tempest taking on Prawley and Complexity Black.
After that, you're not going to want to miss LMQ as they look for the clean sweep of the Challenger Series when they take on Curse Academy.
Yeah, the North American Challenger Series Spring Playoffs continue Saturday, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime, noon Pacific. And with that, we're finally closing the curtains on the 2014 European Challenger Spring Series. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola and the Dexter for joining us today. On behalf of myself, Kobe, Joe, Quickshot, and the entire live broadcast crew, good night. GG. Thanks for watching. Uzama pops the ulti. Zoro losing a quarter of his health. Uzama jumps to the wall, puts the stun on. He's gonna land it. Ko forced to run away though. Can they find enough on a Zoro? A couple hits from dead. Down he goes with Wamda. And okay, down it goes. Maybe they'll hold in for the Nexus turrets there. Ulti comes in from Nocturne, but doesn't mean almost a thing right here. Box comes in, root onto Ogwamda. Minions pushing in towards the Nexus. Here comes the engage. Jax a bit low, has the stun, finds Nukelik with it. Forced to go back into lines, but there's the Javelin. Takes down Freeze. More damage coming across. Zoro stunned up. He will be going down. 2 kills, the Nexus turrets as well in under 30 minutes. Cloud9 Eclipse close the game, and they take the series 3-1.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Yeah, right, come on. right, right.